where I go after my bachelor's degree after getting an associate's from some sort of online university, and then move into a regular apartment. And from there,
we
I'm
had
on
a
my
regular
own.
apartment already,
And
Mr. Pants.
That'll probably
Shit.
probably take anywhere from 6 months to a year. But I'm very excited about it.
Shitty fishy.
So
Poopy
I hope
jeans
you're excited
pants.
for me. I'm excited. I can tell you that, you know, I'm making my money. I got my cash, but I'm not spending it. And that for me is a big step. For those of you that don't know me, sometimes I could be really tempted to spend my money. And so for the money that I am getting, I'm not spending it.
On shawarma.
So I'm doing pretty good.
Stuffing things.
And I have a lot of people to thank for the progress that I've made.
Is this filter by choice? I thought he got gifted something, but he only has fucking 59 beans still, so that
really
can't be
looking
it.
for the attention. So I just, you know, I don't share a whole lot of that. It's just as far as law enforcement goes, and as far as like the IRS and DPSS keeping an eye on me, they want to make sure that I'm not trying to cheat the system or like get the assistance and then leave town, which I'm not. But for them, it's like how quickly I've made the progress I've made is something I guess apparently they don't see all that often. And so they're just trying to, you know, cross the T's and dot the I's and make sure that they are making a worthwhile investment in someone that's going to be staying here and actually living here, you know?
Did you guys miss me?
Obviously.
Did you care that I was gone for a little bit?
On that from time to time. I'll have people that offer to take me out of town on a trip. I have people that offer to have me move in with them in a different state or a different county. And, well, we'll pay for everything.
You can see what we missed though after he's live.
You know, I feel
then maybe
like
we'll go into Daisy if there's time.
I
should go to bed though.
If I'm really committed to sticking around Hollywood.
Semi-normal time tonight.
I can tell you, like I'm pretty dead set on not going anywhere. For me, over these past couple of months, just with the growth.
Report the last live. No, there's just something else in there that I gotta take out, and it won't.
Hollywood has become much smaller for me.
So YouTube usually processes a video within a couple of hours. But for some reason, they're taking extra long.
But for me, Hollywood is home. So like, even though
I can't edit it yet.
Things are somewhat monotonous. Like I've just.
But it'll be back up. It should be back up.
I'm still never bored. I still always have something to do.
If YouTube wants to hurry its ass up.
It's kind of just the acceptance that I'm not living this irresponsible, irrational, constantly euphoric lifestyle, right? And instead, I'm living a more stable, rational, responsible, and sensible lifestyle. And, you know, some people are like, oh, you're accepting the change. You're giving up. You're giving in. And you know what? That's the truth. I am giving in because I deserve a regular life, too. And I'll tell you what, I'm loving the ability to relax when I want to. It's really nice to not have to go to prison for 6 months just to get rest.
Maggie.
Because I'm going so hard. I don't do
Soul
drugs,
Surf.
I don't drink. But I go so hard that sometimes they'll be like, do you want, to take a couple of months rest? And then I'll sleep for 2 or 3 or 4 months and then socialize for a couple of months. Right? And that was not here. Thankfully, I've never been in trouble here at all.
James thinks he's going to college again.
But now I'm being responsible enough.
I don't know what's up with that.
I don't have to worry
what's
about
up with that?
Incarceration because, say, law enforcement or the people that care about me in the community are concerned for my health. Right? Like I'm managing my health. I'm being responsible with my money. I'm being responsible with my time. And when I want rest, I have the ability to go and get rest and actually calm myself down before I start going off the rails. And I'm doing really good. And like I said, I've been tested on that. I've had people that have been that do care about me, just want to make sure that I'm doing okay, that have been testing me on that, and I'm doing really good. So, for those of you that are concerned with and focused on making sure that I'm maintaining my stability and making progress, I'm actually,
I don't know.
I'm doing really good.
You're doing really okay. Just have to repeat ourselves.
And I'm thankful to all the people that have been either tolerant or compassionate towards the situation I've been in, and have given me a chance to move on and grow up. And I hope this sets an example and gives a little hope
if you know,
to anybody out here on the streets. That
at least we got a
Heather
live. Heather went live today for a fucking hour.
I'm pretty sure anybody could. If I can make it off the streets and not be stuck in a whole bunch of drama and in trouble, so can you. Like, I'm probably the last person anybody thought was going to come off the street. So, if the state of California is able to help me stabilize properly, then I'm pretty sure they could do it for you too. It's just about being humble enough to be willing to ask for the help. And I know it might sound like I'm just, giving lip service or singing praise and trying to make them look good or sound good. You guys know me. If I wasn't telling the truth, I wouldn't say it. If the help I'm getting really wasn't as effective as I'm claiming,
we were giving him horns
about it. And especially for how sensitive and revealing the information I'm sharing is, you can count on me to be, real with you.
I think the horns are by choice. Well, let's ask him. We'll see if he's in a mad world. See if he can put up a Stevie
and then with that
today.
Comes proper health care, right? So I'm going to be able to have regular doctor's appointments and dentist appointments, and be going to a therapist and a physical therapist, and doing it for free, thanks to the state. And I haven't been, since I thought I was king of the world, because I got all hyped up and was having a really exciting life, and nothing could stop me, nothing could slow me down. I haven't been to the doctor, I think, in about a decade, almost 10 years. No, I think about 12 years since I've really
Snarky even paying more attention than I have. He got himself a social worker. 3? He got 3 social workers in enrolled in the program.
To be super healthy, that I
in
haven't
university.
Had to worry about it.
In an associate's degree in university.
I'm not going to bank on that.
Reading that, I don't really
now that I have that assistance available to me, I'm going to take it, and then once I could get on private health care after getting my degree, then I'll do that. But I just don't know what that's like. I don't know what that looks like yet. But, in this state especially, we have a lot of success stories, a lot of people that, come from either a rough background or have had, some tough experiences, made some rough choices, but we're able to move on up in life. And, I can't say much different from myself.
Up and at them.
What I can tell you is I come from a family and I come from an environment that is, they're collegiate and all that good stuff. And I just happen to be the black sheep for a little while.
The last time
and I would say that I'm still maybe the black sheep, but
that
doesn't mean I don't deserve an education too. It doesn't mean that I don't deserve to go to college too, and those are things that I want. And I have a lot of my friends that are kind of picking on me and saying, oh, you're quitting. You might as well go get married and just stop hanging out with us. And I'm like, it's not like that. It's really not like that. It's, I deserve this. I want this. And they're excited for me and they're proud for me. They're just, I don't want to say they're upset, but they're just a little disappointed that I won't be rolling with them as often as I do. And, that's okay. It's just, this is the direction. And that's that.
You went quiet,
Stevie
right?
goes, are those horns a filter or a gift?
There we go.
I don't know.
He knows. So the last time he was
Thank you to those of you that tell me about who's talking about me behind my back. I appreciate you. I'm not the type that likes my enemies close. They say friends close, enemies closer. I don't do that. I keep my friends close, and I like my enemies to be very far away until they change their mind about being my enemy. Because I don't do enemies.
That's all right. I learned how to make accounts real fast now. I relearned. I learned. Anyway, so the last time James was toying with the idea of college, and if he actually had like a shot at it through another caseworker program or something, he bailed on the class because it was Veterans Day, and he wanted to just go be homeless and stream instead. And then he just stayed around on campus until security kicked him off completely. So that was his last college experience.
I can always count on you guys to be here when I come live. You know, all my friends are busy, and I'm not having too much fun on the street at that point in time.
The voices in his head.
You know, all the jobs are done for the day. And I've accomplished everything 4 to 5 hours early, and everybody's sick of seeing me. I can come live and at least get a little bit of respect for the rest of the evening and enjoy your company.
Also, hello. H just Quirk? Hawaii Heather. Hello, Hawaii Heather. Oh, H squared 808. Why did I have such a problem reading this? James, this is your band. You could be part of this band.
And
dun, 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 dun,
something I'm really excited for
just banging around
is
that
shit. Pretty soon
dun, 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 dun.
I'm going to have a proper address to get a phone sent to that I could do a little bit more on, and also like that I'll have that was totally unintentional.
What was?
I'm slipping up in my speech there. Just I paused for a moment.
What?
What was I saying? That I'll have a
trip
higher
upable
resolution
today.
So as of right now, I know you guys it's
Weird
like it's
mood,
a decent
James.
resolution, but
Weird mood.
it's not a high enough resolution for some of you. So you know, with this government program, I'll actually be able to order a phone from the internet and have it sent to me, and I'll be able to get an iPhone. Who, you know, like, can you, like, who would have thought?
Why? Because they like give you an address to send like books and stuff to or something, or he'll get a doorbell.
iPhone. You just have to get it sent to you. So, like, when you go to DPSS, when you go to the Department of Public Services, you can get a phone outside if you have your assistants, but they give you like these baseline Androids, and they're good phones. But I want an iPhone because I like iPhone, right? And they're really expensive, so I'm not going to spend the money. Right? Even if I have it, I just can't justify spending that kind of cash just yet in my life. So it's really nice to be able to put the assistants on the website, and they send me a freaking iPhone. I'm very excited about that. So when I get that, well, I'll have both operating systems. I'll have the Android and the iPhone, and I'll be able to do a whole lot more with you guys because. So like the platforms, especially on social media, they are completely like the experience between the platforms on Android, like the apps on Android. All right, I'm cool. That's fine. The difference between the apps that are on iPhone and the apps that are on Android, it's a different experience. So essentially, when you're on Android and you're using social media platforms, they are engineered and geared towards the consumer. So like when you're on an Android, the apps are made for you to consume content. They're not, most of them, unless you have an Android that's worth like $1,000 or $1,500, it's not created that the apps in the mix with the hardware, it's not made to produce content. It takes forever to upload.
Androids are not made
it doesn't work as efficiently as I like, right? Oh, excuse me. But you get an iPhone, and the social media apps are engineered and geared with the hardware to produce content. They're made to produce and upload content. So I get myself an iPhone SE from the, putting in my assistant's information. They'll get the marketing information from the phone, and that's fine. But I will be able to upload much more quickly and be able to provide you with more crisp photos and higher resolution videos and more stable live streams.
I don't think we need to see James in HD. I think like the word salad's what we come for. I don't want to see James in higher definition.
Wow. This is one of the main reasons I love Hollywood. Now, if I was in the mood, I'd go right in the mix and be dancing with them. I ain't getting a girlfriend. I'm sorry to tell you, but it's not happening. I'm not getting a girlfriend. But if I could find a lady to hang out with, or a couple more ladies to hang out with, ones that are like more public, because most of the people, you know, women, men, and people who identify beyond man and woman, they're pretty private people. But if I could find some people to hang out with that enjoy doing stuff in public, or maybe some more people who do what I do, then, you know, we could go over there and be dancing with them, because that's what I want to do. But I ain't gonna just go do that by myself, you know. I could, but I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable, because, like, you know, they're playing Latin music. It's a group full of Latinos, and if I just show up as this random white boy and start dancing in the mix, it's gonna make them all uncomfortable. They might not act like it, but it's gonna be super awkward. But if we roll up,
that's
and
our biggest worry, guys.
And it might not be near as awkward to be dancing with them. But for me, I love it. I think it's cool, and I like dancing. So maybe I can meet a couple of people. If any of you are from Hollywood, you're more than welcome to join me.
I've never seen James dance.
It'll be a lot of fun, and we ain't got to do it online. I got no issues with that. It's to keep it offline, but I'm just, you know, I'm to a point where it's time to start partying.
Will we ever see James dance?
I've been really serious for a long time, about a year and a half, and I finally have myself stable enough in this, I almost said environment, in this community, that I feel comfortable to stop being such a stuck-up guy. I'm ready to not have such a stick up my butt all the time. You know, I've had to stay really disciplined just to get myself sorted. But now that I'm pretty much, you know, where I need to be and doing what I need to do, I could relax for a little while. And I think it's about time. This is America. I am from America too. I'm in Hollywood, California. But as always, I tell you what, I do a lot of talking, right? And I do quite often put my foot in my mouth on accident. Really sucks. But I try. I try my hardest.
Tried so hard.
Oh, for the love of God.
So
all right. Back focusing on you
but
guys.
My backside
I got distracted
smells
for a
like
moment.
what's
Back
on?
focusing on you guys. What's going on? What are you doing? I need you to talk to me because I'm getting distracted.
You banned me, James. Jimothy. Jimothy Cricket. That's the wrong app. Ooh, this is the app I want.
Where the heck are all the guys with the selling the chains and the rings? Because I'm finally ready to buy myself a chain, and they're nowhere to be found on the entire Walk of Fame. I've gone up and down, I think, 4 times tonight.
Where we change numbers.
And not a single guy, not a single person out here, and they're always out here. Where are you? Where are you? I'm finally looking for you. I can't find you. It's my turn to buy stuff.
That's so bad. Okay, it's my turn to buy stuff. James, it's late. It's what time is it there for him? It's almost 9 p.m. I'd imagine things are shutting down. Maybe not. I don't know.
Yo, whoa.
What time does things shut down there?
It's just got like super quiet, like really, really, really like super quiet all of a sudden.
Well, James, I don't know how to switch a text now number, so you gotta give me a second here.
I have no idea why it got quiet. And I might sound like I'm being facetious, but I actually don't have a clue. I am so enthralled in talking to you guys, I don't have a clue what's happening in real life right now. I don't think I have to, but every now and again I wonder.
New number? Yeah.
Maybe I should be more aware of my environment. That part I'm being facetious about. I know everything that's going on, but Only in the sense of what I would have to concern myself with.
dominatrix.
Beyond that, I just,
Criminal.
oh my gosh. I'm too busy enjoying myself, you know?
Say. Never gonna break me down. Uh-oh. No more Stevie meaning.
Well, that may explain it. Okay. All right, so I gave a shout out, right? And I asked the community at large. I talked to you guys here in Hollywood, right? A lot of you guys are hitting me up from Hollywood. And thank you to those of you that have been saying hello. I had 14 people say hello to me today, or actually just this morning, and it was the most wild experience. I'm not used to people just reaching out like that, but there was one dude, and this was after I shut my live stream off. I was walking up the road, right? I was going up Highland, and I guess somebody recognized me, and he shouts, I shouldn't even say shouts. The guy screamed out his window. He screamed my last name. He didn't even use my stage name. He shouted my last name out the window to catch my attention. And I didn't even know who it was. And he totally caught me off guard. I didn't even get a chance to wave back at him because I didn't know it was, I didn't even realize that it was happening. But, 1 second.
7.
There's too much going on. You guys gotta give me like 2 seconds. There's like too much going on for me to talk to you right now. Just give me a second. Maggie says, I wish you were looking for a girl. I think if you get a girl, that'll be power couple. It's a good thing and a bad thing, and that's the thing of it, is I can't do the power couple thing right now. I mean, I'm doing pretty good on my own. I stand on my own 2 feet, and I'm not really looking for somebody to lean on or to lean on me. And even if I find someone that's on their own 2 feet doing their own thing, I am such an independent person that I could find someone to hang around with, that like I have guy and girl friends and, people who identify beyond male and female that I spend time with who, have their own stuff going on, but I don't really have like an interest in finding a girlfriend because I know that I am going to put more time, energy, and focus into that woman just because of the way I was raised than I am into my career and to the things that I want to do.
Positive fucking.
And it will, being with a woman will shift my perception and my perspective, and then I'm going to end up not doing the things I have to do. And I've spent the last 4 years keeping myself focused and, maintaining my directives. And if I be with somebody, I'm just going to lose that focus. And even if it works out for the better, it's still not going to be the healthiest thing for me. So for the most part, anybody that knows me from the street, anybody that I'm friends with now, they
forced this morning to get that app now, folks calling you all day. That's what I mean. The app is evil. The app is evil.
Make sure that
I can be on the app because I'm already evil. But you guys can't be evil.
Now, I have one friend that keeps trying to get me. He keeps trying to get me into hookups, which I'm thankful for because I definitely do want to, connect with a couple of ladies. I do, and guys. But oh my gosh, I saw this young lady today. I think I might have seen her once before, but I was just really in the mood, right? I had a nice, good, long day. I had my confidence high. I was really just feeling myself, right? And I saw this young lady at least a quarter mile off. I'm not even kidding you. She was looking at me already when I went to look at her, and she was drop dead gorgeous. And when I say drop dead gorgeous, I mean like probably one of the most, at least to me, attractive women that I've seen here in Hollywood.
James thinks I'm evil.
And I was with my buddy in his car, and now he's got like a real nice car too, right? So it's like a luxury vehicle, and he pulls up, right? Pulls up next to her, and speaks to her, telling her that I told him while all the windows were up and we were far away from her, like, wow, look at, I told him, I'm like, dude, look how beautiful she is. She is very beautiful. And I had said to him, and that's literally what I said. I'm not sugarcoating and trying to sound nice about it. That's literally the words I used. So he puts the window down, pulls right up next to her, and says that to her. And I was so embarrassed. I can't even tell you how embarrassing that was for me.
We see James yell at girls on the street all the time.
All of a sudden. I went from like super confident to just being super shy all of a sudden. And I got so small. I went from being, this big, smart, confident guy to just not really being able to focus or pay attention. And so I just,
literally every
I
girl
put my window shade up and
that's what happens.
And I looked the other way, like, the sun visor. I put the sun visor down and put it where she was standing because she kept looking over.
Beans are basically rupees. Let's see what much of the rupees
But I'll
were.
see her again. She'll probably be back. But I just couldn't. He embarrassed me so bad I couldn't even talk to her. I was glad he did though, because in some ways, like I said, it's better that I'm not really being with a woman right now, just for the sake of my own
0.5 cents. So
and,
beans are worth more than
maintaining
rupees.
Continued sobriety.
Oh shit! And it fucking just went up. Look at this. Apparently, it just went up.
I don't talk to you guys about.
It was booze.
But I'm doing pretty good.
I mean, I don't see a change actually. What is this? It's Canadian dollars too. Mamma mia.
I'll tell you the truth. I'm a pansexual. I do not have a type. I'd say I'm pansexual and gender fluid. Anytime somebody asks on paperwork and documentation, just for the sake of longevity, like throughout my entire life, I've utilized the identity of male, male and straight or heterosexual. Okay. And so on any paperwork that I do, I usually just put male and heterosexual. But like in society, I'm pansexual and gender fluid. And that's how I live. Like that's literally my lifestyle.
You'll fuck anything that walks, basically. If you're paying, really he's fucking.
I don't put a whole lot of thought into like, does this person look good? Doesn't this person look good? Like
he's a whore.
There's some people I'm not attracted to.
James is actually now a whore.
What something about somebody pretty much anywhere that I find the good in them, and I find a way to like them. It's not that hard for me, and it doesn't take too long. So, And considering I'm at least half decent at conversation and saying the right things at the right time,
he does have
I'm thankful to get some looks here and there. And I'm thankful to be walking around
here
and
kicked Stevie Meany for asking about
seeing people that are worth looking at. That's one of my favorite things about Hollywood is Hollywood is full of attractive people, both personality-wise and looks. Sometimes both. And I'm not much to settle for one or the other. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the beans. It says, how was my day? My day was fantastic. I was very busy. I got a free professional massage.
From Daisy?
Deep tissue massage. And I feel amazing.
He is a whore, Vegas.
I did not know how tense I was. The masseuse had told me that I don't know what their gender identity was, but they had told me
I caught some of Daisy's lives.
I was like,
I should probably
one of the tightest people they've ever seen that they've ever worked on.
Now.
Which probably isn't a good thing considering.
Back to work.
There's somebody that works on like celebrities and officials and professional sports players.
That's good.
Literally, I'm not making this up. Like they're one of the best, apparently one of the best in the business. And so I was very lucky to have gotten a massage from her. But I say her, but she took her time out and decided to give me one just because she had seen me out here. She knows how much I move around all the time, and she offered. And so I was like, yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't have, I don't know what, like a couple $100 or a couple thousand. I don't know how much. I don't have that.
Yeah, I got an hour
And
of
she's like,
Daisy's crazy
if you
stream,
mention
but
money
there's
again,
3
I
more
get
hours,
insulting
and
me.
I
I'm
can
like,
download it, so I'm downloading it now,
And
just
so
in case she
that
privates
happened.
it.
It was fantastic. And I'm getting another one tomorrow. So, life is good. 1, 2, oh.
Oh, why is it messing
1,
up?
2, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you for the 6 beans. Said you had a friend in college.
Oh, damn, he's got 65 beans
that's
now.
Good.
Ah!
These things happen. Good things happen. You never know. And especially around here, you really do never know. You can't judge. In a place like this, it doesn't matter what anybody looks like. There's always going to be something interesting about them. You can always count on it. And fun seems to be something that you can have pretty much no matter who you're with, even if you're by yourself. That's good. I see. Well, you seem cool too. Thank you.
That's right, Snarky.
You miss LA.
He's
You were
always
there
just
last
on
month.
Hollywood
Yeah,
Boulevard.
I love
He goes
it
from
here.
La Brea
I
to...
refuse to leave. I live here. I love it here.
Gower.
When I start traveling again, short term, because I do come home, and this is my home, I am going to miss walking these streets almost every day, because I do. I love Hollywood Boulevard. I love the Walk of Fame.
Stole your words.
And I mean, truthfully, at least the Walk of Fame never gets old for me. My atypical life is becoming mundane, and thus I am starting to expand my lifestyle and start to experiment and try new things. But all in all, I'm pretty good at keeping myself occupied out here. Now, the only thing is, when I'm out here, sometimes I'll walk around here for like 12 hours, not exaggerating. And
no, we've seen it.
I'll go home. Like, I'll get back to the apartment.
Oh, don't glitch out. James! Where was he last?
Like
Hollywood and Vine.
Smells, man.
Bad reception there. James!
Frugal with my money. I don't like spending my money.
Mine? No, it's his. Oh, maybe it's my connection.
But I'll still go home.
You kidding me?
And you can just smell the city on me. Always. I walk in the door, and obviously the house, there's like a filter. There's like an air filter constantly.
There's an air filter?
The air is constantly being renewed or what have you. And
circulated?
The moment I walk in the door.
Oh my god, James. So he's freezing on both the things. My thing says like the connection is wonky though, so I hope it's not on. We'll smack him a bit. That actually had the opposite effect of what I wanted.
All right, well. Are the horns real? No. That's AI. That's not. They're not real. You'd like to walk with me? Well, come on out here. Next time you come back to LA, hit me up. If I'm not still walking the street, then I'll come on out and walk with you. It's such a habit. Like it's a ritual and a routine for me. I do it so often. Even after coming off the street, I still like walking around.
Sims. I gotta play the Sims.
To dispel any rumors going around.
For you guys.
They're trying to throw out rumors and say that I still live on the street.
And the Cult of Ben.
Let me correct you.
I
don't live on the street. Okay, I got myself off the street. I had a little bit of help. Very thankful for that. I'm doing pretty good. But what happens is, from time to time, and you might think me crazy for this, but from time to time, I miss the street. From time to time. Because I was out here for so long that sometimes I miss it. That I will come out here every now and again, and I don't care what you think of me, but every now and again I'll come out here and I'll stay outside for the night because it's the only time I get alone. Because even when, like I said, in the apartment, like I have a lot of neighbors that get excited when I show up at home because I'm always doing something, and they get bored or don't know what to do.
How many beans does it take? Here, I'll grab the
So
conversion
for me,
rate
it's
for the
nice
beans.
to
Beans are
have a
worth
little
about
alone
half a
time
cent.
here and there.
210
And I don't really get that
beans
unless I
is
come out here,
$1
'cause it's like,
US.
not
So
only is there like nobody out here
James,
at night, but
65
also,
beans equates to like,
and I mean like late night, you know.
I don't know,
But also,
30,
you know, there's not really anybody in my social
cents.
circle that
Roughly
has an
that.
interest in
Let me
coming
just
out
make
here
sure that
at
conversion
such a
rate
late
still the
hour.
same
So
here.
it gives me time to think to myself and be alone from time to time, especially when I get like super stressed out or in moments where I might be experiencing some form of codependency, either to the audience or to my friends. It gives me a chance to make a healthier choice in times when I really should be alone, that I'm not being alone. I can force myself to be alone.
For $1.
And it's really good for me.
So it's 65 beans. The 65 beans.
What I'm going to be doing soon, now with the money I'm making
10.
and how I'm doing,
$1.
is irregardless of the support that I get.
So 6,700 beans can be exchanged for $31. Those are
what
weird.
I'm going to do. I'm going to start getting
Examples,
hotel
but
rooms
okay.
and staying by myself.
Basically, James is never
when
going
I
to
say
make
that, that's not even like
any money on
no
this
offense, but it's not really
on
like
his
an
birthday, he
invitation.
didn't pick
It's like
any
literally,
beans.
I am going to stay in hotel rooms.
Yeah, 2
by
beans is
myself
1 penny.
so I could have some alone time, so that I'm not just staying out here. But for now, you know, like I said, sometimes I miss the street, so it's like it's nostalgia, but it's starting to come to the point where
he can
my
pay
lifestyle
Scientology back.
and my friend circle, you know, the social circle that I'm in, it's becoming inappropriate for me to be staying out here. You know, it's not necessarily fair to them. So I'm going to start getting hotel rooms instead of staying out here on the nights that I want to be alone. And that, you know, that's going to take me another probably, well, I thought that how far I got now was going to take a lot longer. So maybe it'll happen sooner. But I'm hoping within the next couple of months to a year that I could afford to,
is that past Gower?
To get a hotel room, you know, say once a week or once a month.
He sleeps on Gower
just to get away
and
be doing my own thing, you know.
Back and forth, that's his route. Is Vine past Gower though? Because he'll go to Gower sometimes. Cute. And the street that his
that was a
porta potty is on. Let me
reference.
find out the name of that.
You're welcome to come back to meetings if you want. We do boxing twice a week. You're welcome to join. If you're too cool for it, that's fine. But if you're not, you're always welcome. We have a lot of fun. And you probably kick my butt, but I'm open to it as long as you show up. If you really want to beat me up that bad, well, you know where to find me. In the boxing gym, not on the street. Kara goes, your air filter kicks on whenever you fry fish. Seems sensitive to fishy smells. Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Cherokee Avenue is where his
cool. Thank you.
favorite porta potty is.
Good night, bro. You have a good heart. Thank you. How did I get off the streets? It's hard out there. I actually tried. I will tell you that
unlike everybody else out here,
it can be difficult to come off the street if you're too proud to ask for help. But what I tell you, the resources in Los Angeles County are so abundant that if you don't come off the street, it's because you don't want to, or you have such a heavy form of addiction or mental illness that you're not able to. Those are like pretty much the only 2 ways that you don't get off the streets of LA. If you're on the streets of LA and you want off the streets, they have such an active initiative going on right now that all you have to do is make 1 phone call and you'll get 5 people calling you back from organizations you never even heard of, offering you housing, offering you, food assistance, offering you a cell phone. And as long as you take it, you can be out of the environment you're in pretty much overnight for some people. You know, I've seen people get off the street overnight. I've seen some people, it takes a couple of weeks. You know, for me, it's taken a couple of months. But, you know, I worked it out. I'm doing good. So that's all you got to do. It's just, I think for some people, you know, once they're on the street, sometimes they get a little too social and they get involved with people that might not be the healthiest for them. And then they have a difficult time breaking off from those people and moving on in their life. So, you know, that usually plays a role. But for me, it's like, I've been through enough. Like, I don't need to learn that lesson again, right?
I feel like I'm going to learn these streets.
I asked for the help instead of
without ever going
just
there.
Waiting for someone to come to me. I asked for the help. And thankfully, I also had, like I said, they were proactive with me. but I put in a good amount of effort too.
What street's this? McCaster.
Pumpkin says I detect a Swedish accent. I don't think she's even Swedish. I don't. I think she's an undercover cop. That's what I think. But I'm not gonna lie to you. I got the biggest internet crush on her no matter what she is. Oh my gosh, she is so cute and she's so kind and she's clever as hell. I don't have a clue who she is, and I don't really care. I'm probably never gonna meet her or anything.
Who is he talking about?
But I'll tell you what, do I love going into her broadcast and just sitting there and staring at her pretty face while she's talking about God knows what, that I barely even understand her accent. But I'll tell you what, when I got nothing else to do, I'll log into her, and I got like 20, 30, 40 people that I follow throughout social media, that I'll just go and I'll watch what they do, and I get real enthralled in their content. And she's one of them. It's this Swedish chick, and I love watching her broadcasts. I barely have a clue what she's saying, but I love watching her broadcasts.
Why does he think everyone's an undercover cop?
And it calms me down real quick. Usually, I'll watch
anyone
her,
he has
really
interest in. He's like, that's probably an undercover cop trying to bust me.
And it's not creepy. She does the same thing with me. She just comes in on a fake account that she thinks I don't know about. And that's fine. I ain't sweating it. But, I enjoy watching a couple of different people when they go live. So.
I'm hungry.
Thank you. You say, you must admit I can talk. Well, I'll tell you what, I have been live streaming for over a decade at this point, and I have done a lot of talking on live stream. And so I have developed some really healthy, thick set of lungs, and I'm pretty good at going and keeping a conversation going. I'm used to having, without the AI and without the bloated numbers, I'm used to having anywhere from 200 to 500, sometimes up to 5,000 people in a broadcast.
Okay, James, I don't think I've ever saw 5,000
I'm just sitting
people.
somewhere I can keep up with the comments when I got 1,000 people in the room, and they're talking nonstop and answering questions. And I look ridiculous when I'm doing it, but I'm engaged individually.
We used to pull in 500 on this channel.
Is commenting, and it's
500 concurrent.
I have a lot of fun.
Now look at us.
I just usually have to cool down afterwards because it's pretty overwhelming.
That was like the shot. That was when oh,
good evening,
who's the Steve guy? And then I don't know.
You have a good night too. Thank you.
90% of the people were like, fuck this. It happens, James. It happens.
Yeah, I know. You say take care of their people. You mean take care of our people. People, you guys got to get used to that. You're so used to me being a transient. I ain't moving around anymore. I've been living here for a year and a half. I'm doing really good. I moved in the community as though I grew up here. I'm living the way that I lived where I grew up.
Hey, Melody, just chill.
And I love it. I really do. So it's, we will take care of our people. And if you're visiting or you're passing through, you're just here for a time, yeah, please look out for our people. We appreciate you. Charlene goes, Norway all the way. Yeah, like I said, I got the heritage. I've had the opportunity to meet.
Most recently is blabbing about.
My family's
having a crush on Swedish chick.
Family's original country. Like 2 generations ago. But a lot of people don't know this. I'm actually only by technicality. So you got 3rd generation Americans, 2nd generation Americans. I'm in between. So I guess my grandma moved here from Norway and had a family, right? So technically I'm 3rd generation, but I guess she was not young when she had my mom, and then I was born. And so it's really weird. So I am a natural born American. I was raised American. My mom was raised American, but my grandma was so Norwegian that I having grown up in America, my mom having grown up in America too, that I still have a Norwegian accent.
I'm not sure.
I have never lived in Norway, and I have an accent that my Norwegian counterparts can recognize as coming from the homeland, and it's pretty cool. Like, I could talk with the Norwegians, and I am able to essentially like pick up that accent. I speak with that accent really naturally, and like words they say when they're speaking Norwegian, like I don't
only us,
necessarily
Melody.
know Norwegian.
Only we're here for this.
But when they're talking to me, I half understand what they're saying, and it's like just the trippiest experience. And I have a similar experience with like anything from Slavic languages to like Irish.
Some people can have ideas
the
too.
Irish language. What is it, Gaelic or I can't remember what the Irish speak. But the point is, when I hear those languages, I can recognize them. And although I might not be able to speak them, it's like sometimes I do understand what they're saying. And I can't explain to you how I know, but especially Norwegian. Whenever I hear somebody speaking Norwegian, even though I don't speak Norwegian, somehow, some way, I mostly understand what they're talking about. I pick up on the nuances of the conversation. I pay attention to their emotion and their facial expressions. And I pretty much know what they're saying. And like, I'll say something in English, and they're like, how'd you know what we were talking about? I'm like, technically, I didn't understand a word you said. It's just, you know, what you're doing, like the way that you're acting makes it obvious to me what you're saying. And then, you know, some of the words sound familiar to me, and some of the words are like
Diana Ricky being like, I'm writing songs by listening to other songs, speaking different languages.
It's pretty cool. And I tried to learn Norwegian. I haven't had a chance to learn from the native people of Norway, right? People that actually live in Norway. But I will. You know, I'll get to that point in my life, and I will expat at some point for a short period of time to go live in Norway just long enough to learn the language. I'll immerse myself amongst people that don't speak English or who, you know, speak Norwegian.
That's how you got to talk to James. Norway, all the way. Charlene Fodder.
The native language of my people. You know. But I just haven't gotten there yet.
Triggered this fucking rant.
Kind of sense a German accent at first. Well, that's the thing is, I mean, the Germanic people. Okay, so Scandinavians are Proto-Germanic. So the German people.
I mean, he's trollable today. He's in kind of a mood. Like, I got one account banned, but he's still like
side
not picking up on the fact that people are like citing things he's talked about before, like the German
Northwest.
Shit, the Norway
shit. If they didn't come all the way from the south, they came from the Northwest, which essentially is, you know, Norway, Finland, like all of Scandinavia, essentially. Norway, Finland, Sweden. And so thousands of years ago, we migrated south into Ireland, into Scotland, into Wales. You know,
imagine I'm related to James. That would be fucking terrible.
Right? And so that's where we got all those people from. So if you
did
hear
used to
an
say
accent
he was
that
Russian,
sounds German, listen to a Norwegian. You'll hear something similar. They sound quite similar.
Watch James be like, I don't know, Japanese or something. Watch him like actually be something completely different.
Than, you know, if you listen to a Native American speak a native language, they will sound similar to people that come from the Southern Hemisphere. On the Western Hemisphere, they'll sound like people from South America. They will. From the natives from South America, because a lot of the people that live in North America either migrated over the Bering Strait or they came from South America. So if you listen to a Native American speaking their own language, and then you listen to a native person from South America speaking their own language, they sound similar. And that's just due to
James is very
migrational patterns,
diverse, traveled
migrational patterns from a very, very, very long time ago. But we still pretty much, speak similar languages and have a lot of the same inflections that we once had when we spoke native languages before we started producing more advanced languages. All right, give me 1 minute.
I should
Just
eat,
don't want to interrupt anyone.
but
Good evening.
good evening. Is that a cat? Why are you saying good evening to people?
Really?
Usually he just yells at them, says,
Thank
"You're
you for the
fired." Someone's just like talking too loud beside him. Oh, that's it. That guy's fired.
Oh my goodness. All right. I'm just gonna keep walking. Walking.
You don't really have anything else to do. What is? I guess he wants to be a movie
I can say
star.
that I have most definitely been properly gifted tonight.
That's what he was saying earlier today. He's deserved it.
Okay. Do I have any Viking heritage?
I'm not leaning on my left hand, thank you. I only do that on camera. Another reason why I can't be on camera right now.
Country that was like based in like the homeland, the part of the people that never left. Okay, like for much longer than the Vikings. So we, my family's heritage about 5 generations back stayed in the country an extra couple thousand years. So the Vikings, so essentially think about the people that left England to start America. Well, that was the people who left Norway and the Scandinavian countries to start, their journey to live lifestyles they wanted to live because they were being
Carrie,
suppressed.
how you doing? I didn't recognize
by, the dominant forces in the Scandinavian countries at that point in time. So that's actually why you had Vikings and people like that. They didn't come back. Like you had the Vikings that left to go to another country. They never came back to Norway. They never came back to Scandinavia. Some of them went out and they were scavengers and hunter-gatherers and things of that nature, right? They were a little more advanced because they understood how to, build a boat and go somewhere else, but they came back, but most of them just went and settled other lands, and they didn't communicate with Norway. They didn't communicate with Finland or any part of Scandinavia.
I love history lessons with James. He was totally here for all this.
And moved on and started a new life because of oppression that they experienced in the homeland. So, like my people were the people that were the dominant force in Norway. And to this day, I still have heritage that belongs to, the Norwegian royal family. But
I mean, I'm tempted to get him back on the Olympics. Can we just go back to talk about the Olympics, James?
Years after the Viking age, like when Vikings were popular and a thing to be doing. And like now it's popular in the culture, but nobody talks about the people that didn't leave, But my family and, a group of people from my
it's already done, Fendi.
My grandfather,
imagine Vikings in the Olympics. That should
Scandinavia.
I'm sorry.
When they decided to go and settle another land, not trying to leave behind the country or escape oppression, but because they wanted to spread our culture into another part of the world, right? And so my great-great-great-great-grandfather led a group of people, I think it was like somewhere between 50 to 300 people out of Scandinavia. They kind of snuck out of the country. They snuck
this
out
grandfather
of the land
isn't Hitler,
and
it's
started
the other
migrating
grandfather.
south. And they made it all the way down to what is now Wales, and they settled what is now Wales. So my grandfather to the 5th generation settled a place called Steb, and it's actually still a, what do you call it? You're fired. It is still
You're fired?
village to this day.
He had to fire someone real quick in the middle of his thought, guys.
Like if you went to Wales, you could find the village of Steb, and that is my great-great-great-grandfather. And then Wales was, I guess, how it started, however you want to say that, right?
You looked at your profile. It's scary when he does that,
family
right?
And the people that were with my great-great-great-grandfather,
you must have passed the test.
They populated that area, right? They all had a bunch of kids, and they populated the area, and it became Wales eventually. And from there, my family had migrated by immigrating over to America. And when my family immigrated to America, one of my ancestors is actually William Penn, which is pretty freaking cool. Like he's like a second cousin or something like that, right?
So like James Dean, to whatever generation,
he's like 2 or 3 degrees removed from my immediate family. William Penn, who had helped to found Philadelphia, which is really freaking cool.
I don't know.
And I don't really talk about that all too often, but but then my immediate family moved to America. This is my
profile pic.
And settled in
he shouldn't suspect
Jersey
a thing.
Or Maryland or something. I don't remember because for those of you that don't know, I wasn't raised with my biological family, so that ironically I know more about the ancient history of and the further beyond history of my family than I do about the last 2 to 3 generations. I know more about
Emily,
the 5th generation
Emily, how you doing?
than I know about the most immediate generation
safe?
Of my family. But they, like I said, they moved to America. They settled in like Jersey or something like that. I'm pretty sure it was like somewhere near Atlantic City. They got very involved in the community. They became very active amongst the Irish and the Germans, the Italians and the Russians. So my family,
race you can think of.
They built a really good life for themselves, and it was very similar on my father's side. His story is much more one of a silent nature, not much to be discussed. But then, my parents met, and then they moved to Pennsylvania. They had me, and then they, finally were not able to maintain control of the situation because their own decisions had caught up with them for having decided to leave their families behind, in like Jersey or something like that. And now I was raised in an American environment with that heritage, had the opportunity to gain a very decent education,
credibility,
both in life and not collegiately. I'm sorry, but traditionally speaking, and I've just been learning from pretty much the American public ever since. And now I'm getting a chance after moving out here myself to Hollywood, California, that I'm going to get to go and get like a long-term education. Like I'm actually going to be able to go to college and do all the regular stuff that my generations before my mom and dad got to do. Like I think my mom went to college and stuff, so that's good. But like I'm going to get to do that now. I'm just doing it a little later because of some of the choices they made and where that led my life, and the choices that I made during the time frame of me growing up and growing into my own life. And now I'm getting a chance to do it myself. And I found out very quickly after recognizing and finding out that this area was first settled by the Vikings. You can actually go to the Chinese theater and you will see that there is a plaque for Leif Erikson, because the first people that ever lived in Hollywood before it was called Hollywood or Hollywood Land, was the Vikings. It was actually the Norwegian people that settled this area before it was ever found by anyone else.
This is why James needed
almost never talked about
his Hollywood history lesson not to have graffiti on it. This is all he's learning.
Hollywood. Well, the holly tree is a very popular tree in the Norwegian culture, and we'll just leave it at that. But I have to go to the bathroom, so I have to put you guys on pause for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, give us a break.
Or for about a minute or two, and I'll be right back. But that's pretty much the gist of it. I've had the opportunity to have my family's past catch up with me. Our very good past is catching up with me here in Hollywood. The work that I put in is finally, creating fruit within the labor that I've, committed to here in this area. And then I'm also getting proper support from, the
washroom,
the loyalty
probably
that
see
I
this fucking sign behind him.
My country. So
the
I have
Walk
a
of
lot of good
Fame's
stuff
there.
going on in my life right now. I'm very excited about it.
Whoops.
I'm trying to share as much of it as I can without oversharing or, being too much for people. And
Drive.
I'm just living my best life. So give me like 2 minutes, and then we are going to be catching up on comments that might be like 5 to 6 minutes late, just because I've been talking to you. So Give me 2 minutes. I'm putting the microphone on mute, and you're going in my pocket, and I will be right back.
Show me the way, James. I don't know. It's dark out today, but only James could have so many connections, so much family lineage, and still just be like on the streets, pretending that he isn't on the streets. Like, he has to be in a shelter, right? Unless he's just, I don't know, he's just sleeping with some guy that's letting him stay at his apartment overnight. I could see that being a possibility too, I guess, but just because of the times. Like, I think his curfew is midnight. That's why he was like, I gotta do something at midnight, which is go to the shelter. What else? Oh, the meals? Like, he's getting fed. He's getting snacks or something from somewhere. I do know that, like, there is a lot of places in California that'll just give homeless people, like, snacks and stuff out of, like, trucks or whatever. And, like, you know, we've seen Daisy with her food line, and she can find other food lines when she needs to be providing for John to be like, I'm contributing to the household by going to other food lines and getting chicken and skateboarding back. Melissa, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to A Cool Person, which is the only tier. That's going to be the only tier one day. Once I can take the hit, we're gonna get rid of the other tiers. No, he's in a shelter. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And that also makes sense why he's talking about the school thing, because I could see them being like, well, we can get you like basic education or even like a trade education or something, just so you're employable, you know, or if we need to brush up, or if he doesn't. I think he has his high school. I think he went to college before. He's been to like real college, like not pretend college, not I bailed out on Veterans Day college the last time he tried this thing. But he's been to real college, so I don't know what they would be suggesting him to go to school for.
Okay. Give me about a minute here. I'm gonna scroll back so I can catch up on your comments. Thank you for slowing down on the comments when I'm talking to you guys. I really appreciate you for that. That way I don't have to work too hard to catch up.
James is in a...
Do I have any
trollable but weird
mood? As far as I... I'm sorry you guys had to hear that. I tried not to laugh, but I couldn't help myself. Not that I know of. As far as I know, I don't have any German heritage. I will dispel a rumor. So where I come from, there's a
it's
in Santee.
It's exorbitant.
Here in California, there's a place called Santee, where I was born, where I was conceived and born. There was this guy that was like, okay, he had a cult. There's no other way around it. He was living in the middle of the woods, who had a cult dedicated to Japan. And he hated one of the people that.
Stupid fucking reception by the toilet. What is this? Is he drooling? Do you see this? What was
like
that?
A house that he had a whole bunch of women that lived with him and were nurses, and they were more than just nurses. And he had a whole bunch of cats. His life was like based around cats. It's just a very interesting guy.
Okay.
And so the story goes, the rumor is, and the story goes, or the legend at this point, I should say, after how many people have taken it further. What do you call it? Allegedly, we're just going to say it. Okay, so allegedly Adolf Hitler had a whole bunch of illegitimate children. This is just a rumor. So just, it's like a legend. Just go with it. Ready? So allegedly, that's okay. He doesn't need his legs.
Oh, we're ready, James. We've heard this already.
Allegedly, he had a whole bunch of illegitimate children, and nobody knew about any of them. And according to legend, one of Adolf Hitler's illegitimate children was adopted by this Santee and smuggled into America when Santee returned to America. And then he settled in, you guys know where, in Pennsylvania, in the middle of nowhere. And then started a cult based around an Egyptian god, and like literally served the community and gave them free, like he doctored them for free. Like he literally gave them free medical care for like their entire lives for anybody that lived in that. It was a village at that point. And so he had, like I said, he had a whole bunch of nurses that lived with him, and they were more than just nurses to him, if you know what I'm saying. And so like they had this little cult thing going on, and they pretty much just gave everybody free medical assistance that lived in the village. So he was a very interesting guy. And that, so all the rumors around him turned it into a, like a folklore type thing. And then it just so happens that there's an area here in Los Angeles called Santee. So, that was interesting. And then there were people that were trying to help me in the direction of the whole social attention thing. And they're like, oh, what a good idea. Let's start a conspiracy and tell people that he's related to Hitler. I'm like, well,
James started this conspiracy.
The woman that was in the folklore story,
he's telling us about how he's related to Hitler,
who was allegedly an illegitimate child of Adolf Hitler. I don't think that kid ever existed, but what they were trying to tell people was that this young lady who was allegedly an illegitimate child of Adolf Hitler got adopted by Santee, brought over to America, smuggled into the woods, and they lived in that village and did what they did, and then they were telling people that she was my mom or my grandmom or something. Like she was like my actual birth mom, because like
James was telling
my birth record doesn't exist. I can't find it, and I can't find the people, and I've done my research, and so have a lot of people online who have been very invested in this. They've tried to find the people that actually like wrote up my birth certificate, because we couldn't find like the actual history. Like you can't, like my birth record literally doesn't exist.
You don't even
like,
need this, James. You know who your parents
like,
are, right?
Entire
your
military history is gone, and like his
I don't
birth
have
record
the piece of
can't be
paper
found.
though. You know who your parents are. What are you talking about?
A couple of weird things that some people.
It'd be different if
you
you didn't know who his biological parents were.
And then eventually people just
it was
started
like a
trying to
closed
say that I
adoption
was
or
related
something.
to Adolf Hitler by being his great-grandson. And obviously I'm not. But yeah, very, very difficult assumption and very difficult folklore story that did make it very hard for me to make friends with people that aren't white for quite a while. But now I'm doing pretty good, now that we all learn, recognize, understand, and accept that it's folklore. And I'm pretty sure that guy, he didn't have any kids to begin with. So,
yeah,
the likelihood that my mom isn't my real mom,
Hitler's great-grandson.
Considering I look almost exactly like her to begin with, and I look almost exactly like my dad, sometimes the easy answer is the real answer, and it's not that complicated. But especially when it comes to social attention and like growing to a certain level, people start to come up with their own ideas because they can't explain, like to try and explain things they don't understand.
James did this.
Or when they're just trying to like, come up with stories as to why, the fact of the matter is you don't have to be some special person in society to get famous. You don't have to be some special person in society to gain social attention or to get rich. All you have to do, and this is the truth, is just be someone that's willing to work hard and is kind to people. Those are the two things required. All right. So like the man that raised the parents that raised me, they were very intelligent, but they were humble. They worked hard, and they only had connections in their community because they were kind. That's why people liked them and chose to, help them be, essentially quote unquote the celebrities in their community. Right. They were very popular in their community for a long time because they were nice to people and they knew how to make money. And that's about all it takes. And so for anybody out there who's clinging to these conspiracy theories, trying to say that I'm related to Hitler, I'm not. And it's crazy to even think that, especially considering there's no proof whatsoever. And
no one
reason
really believed him.
So
he just wanted to flex.
In a lot of work.
Weird fucking flex.
Have people recognize me as someone that works hard and is kind to people. And that really has gotten me to the point in my life that I'm at, and not really much else. So, you know, do I need people to know that I'm kind? No, I'm not self-absorbed. I'm not proud. I'm not narcissistic. But I would like to know that people know that I work hard, because I want to set the example and have you recognize that you could be in a very similar position if you just put the work in. It's just, you have to have that willingness to learn. And realistically, that your willingness to learn has to be obsessive to get to this level and to get to this point. And it does. You got to be obsessive. I'm sorry, there's no other way. Like, you have to be obsessive with your career to the point where people might think you're nuts. Because if you're not, you usually don't make it. You can get pretty far, but if you want to get to the point where you really stand out, you have to be obsessed with your work. And sometimes it costs you friendships. Sometimes it costs you relationships or family. Sometimes it costs you money. Sometimes it costs you the ability to live
famous
in the area you grew up in.
This is the most famous he'll be.
But it is possible. You just have to work hard enough. And when you get to the point where people are starting to come up with folklore just to explain how you got to where you got to, then, you know, at that point, you did pretty good. And
Getty's getting his shots,
just let it happen, or you could turn around and dispel the folklore, just so that you can have the opportunity to work that much harder.
Times. You
so
still say the
N-word, rumors and the folklore,
why are you suddenly like, dudes, did something happen while in prison?
You know, build the enigmatization behind my name. Instead, I like to dispel the rumors and then work twice as hard, because I love what I do that much.
I love walking and talking and being crazy. He's gonna ban this guy. Look. James.
Imagine Vikings in the Olympics. That would be really cool.
Oh, he's way behind.
I think that would be awesome.
He is way behind.
Just have someone dressed up as a Viking in the Olympics.
Get your shots in now. You know what? He is so fucking behind.
Who did that?
Me got it.
How cool would it be to have an event in the Olympics where everybody, you pick one person from each culture internationally, but like from, you know, like native culture, right? So like native to whatever country you're from. So you pick a Viking, you pick a native African, you pick a Native American, you take one native from every country who is like superhuman, right? Like someone that's just really, really Olympically inclined and fitness inclined.
Is this not the regular Olympics, how they're set up already?
Have them each, you have all of them together, do an event, right? That is from their culture. So like, and then everybody has to compete in each of those events. So you take one person who's practically a superhuman from a native culture in each and every country, and then you have them perform in an event
that was my question, dude.
To some practice or ritual
Vikings in the Olympics
from their native culture. And so each person from
I got
each
sick of
native
his
culture
fake history lessons. You know? It can only take so much of that.
The person who is from the native culture that the event comes from, and see who performs the best. I think that would be really cool.
Yeah, let's take the top performing athletes from each country and have them compete against each other. How is that different
it's really loud out here.
From the regular Olympics? He just wants it to be more racist.
My ears are like super sensitive, so like I'm hearing a lot.
You can
only
only be from this lineage as well. It doesn't matter if you like were born in the country and are the best fucking figure skater here.
So it might not seem like there's a lot going on, but for me, my gosh, I don't know how people thought I was ever going to be doing New York. I'll do New York later. For now, I'm pretty sure I got to get more used to this first. What?
Oh, he's so wrong about everything. I don't know. That's his skill. That is his skill for sure.
Give me a minute. Is that, guys, I'm done with contracts for today. I am done with jobs for today. I've been done for like 3 hours.
Is butter a carb? I don't think so. I think butter is a dairy? A fat? A dairy and a fat? I mean, like, I'll substitute carbs for butter, though. I don't have very many carbs in my diet with the gluten shit. I got corn, potatoes, and rice. Pretty much. It's pretty much
the... But I didn't put the filter on.
James, what are you doing? It's freezing.
Not the Olympics or something like that.
Half your dinner is butter? I need to buy butter. I need to buy more cream too. I need the dairy product.
By wolves in the woods. I'm not gonna talk about it. I don't think they understood that story.
How much
was
fudge
a code.
is in a calorie?
That was a metaphor. I wasn't being literal.
I want cheese fries. Fuck. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
If you weren't smart enough to pick up on that, it is not my problem. You guys all claim to be gangster, and I talk in code, and you're like, I don't know what's going on. I'm like, all right, still not my problem.
I don't want to decipher codes all day, James. Just tell
evidence. Good for you.
Just tell us straight.
You can figure out what I actually meant at some point. I hope you do.
How far back is he? Can we scroll back up? Oops. Can we scroll up? Yeah, we can. Alright, let's see what he's mad about.
Blah, 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 blah. Catching up. 1 second. Blah, 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 blah. Okay.
Yeah,
all
you
right,
can
we're all
kick.
caught up.
But I stayed? I'm still here. Alright, we're good.
That's always fun. Well, I guess this one's not having too fun of a time. Nah, that one looks like she's having a lot of fun. I don't know. I'm minding my own business. If they see me and they're not too fond, I try to leave them alone. I don't want to bother them. I don't know.
Got him back on the Olympics. He's mad.
Threaten me one more time. Talking to the cop. I think he was flirting with me. I'm not sure. That's what I'm going to tell myself. And I'm going to move on. All right. I don't know. Okay.
We want to
see. It's like, how do I put this? Find some attractive. Some of the police officers around here, I think they're pretty attractive. But when they're like kind of sitting in a way where it looks like they're hoping to God you don't even look at them, I just don't look because they're, obviously not interested. If they're like turning their head and their entire body the other way to the point where they're like, literally.
I tried to ask him to block me.
They probably aren't interested, so that's okay. Yeah, you guys don't have to worry about the weirdos when they try to make a damper on the broadcast. I just block them and I move on. And if you see somebody coming to the broadcast and they throw like 5, 6, 7 comments in a row, they're like, trying to overpower the conversation. They're messaging people and being freaking crazy weirdos. Just ignore that and hang out. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It happens every now and again where some loser will come into the broadcast and they gotta let me know they're the boss of like the universe. And, then after I scroll through their 7 or 8 comments, I just block them and we move on with our night. But I guess I'm just telling you, quit worrying about it because it's really not a problem. It's fine. And like I said, the larger we grow and the further this goes, the more it's going to happen. So it's better just to get used to it than be worried about it. And I have this weird thing going on at this point where like I'm doing really good, but instead of being like afraid of like the scary people around here, like now that I'm a normal person and like not running around the street like barefoot, I'm kind of scared of regular society because I'm having to like reacclimate to it, and I'm not used to it. Like I literally became like an animal. I'm not even kidding you. And now I'm like re-civilizing and re-socializing, and like regular people kind of scare me. Like they'll come around me, and it's awesome, right? And I'm almost said I'm awesome, but like they'll be nervous about me, or they'll be like not scared of me, but they're like trying to figure out like how I'm acting, right? But then it's the same way for me. They'll be like intimidated in some way, but it's the same for me. Like they don't realize like I'm intimidated too. I'm like, and then we both kind of look at each other the way two scared cats would look, right? Like you kind of like jump and you're like, oh my gosh, what's going on? But then by the time you might meet, you kind of already passed each other. By the time you're over that initial fear and you're like, oh, you're not scary, I'm not scary. What's up? You're kind of already
scary Carrie.
But then every now and again, two people are walking in the same position, and I happen to be one of them. Yeah, and it's in the same position, go in the same direction, and you get to meet somebody. You know, I get to meet somebody. So it's fun. I have fun out here.
Didn't like my hip-hop dancing question.
Yeah, like I said, I had a conversation with you guys this morning about, you know, how YouTube and TikTok have to really work on taking care of the algorithm and like fixing things before
Heather
YouTube
Gillespie
ends up being fine and TikTok ends up being shut down. Because it's not good. The way things are going is not good. Like all of that is so illegal, it's not even funny. And
me saying I'm the boss. Are we ever gonna get to see a dance?
What's going on right now is that there's so many open cases with law enforcement across the country on people like that who are like psychotically abusive and like internet stalkers, and like they got like large followings of people who like stalk
how did that
people
make
in
him
real
more
life
mad
and
than
constantly
Getty?
harass them online.
This is
And
tame.
the government is trying to take care of all that.
Super tame.
But at the same time, it's like
we can get meaner. I know how to make accounts really fast now, so we can be meaner, James. Like, come on.
Or why they can't do something about it. But the laws are changing, and like the platforms are going to end up paying for it if things don't change. So I don't know. You know, like me personally, I can endure it. I can handle it. I'm just disappointed to see it because it affects a lot of people. I'm not the only person that they're coming at. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get people like that sometimes just because I'm someone who technically isn't supposed to be out and about in the public based on the amount of social attention the platform brings. But I like to be involved in the public and physically be, you know, out and about. So from time to time, I attract people who would otherwise not be so close to me in an environment like this, even virtually. But it's fine, you know. I mean, I feel like taking the platform and choosing to be more in person with it, I have an opportunity to make more of a difference and bring more attention to what a problem that situation is and how much something needs to be done about it, you know, and for how much verbal and psychological abuse that I've endured over the years on social media and in real life through the abuse of law enforcement resources in other states. I feel that getting to be a part of the cleanup and the reinstitution of proper practices online is, it really is an opportunity for me to be a part of that process, as opposed to it being a negative thing. You know, I mean, it's disappointing. I still have to endure it on such a personal basis, but I'm willing to endure it, you know, just to more quickly constitute the possibility of societal, legal, and terms of use and service change. Thanks for the follows. And I'll tell you what.
He doesn't like reaction channels.
I'm starting to catch them
or
too,
commentary
right?
channels.
So one of my buddies, he's an officer, and I'll be doing my thing online, and I'll be working directly with him. Like, I'll show him stuff that I'm doing, right? I'm not running for
James,
guys.
the secret
I
agent.
learned to run.
Or is he a snitch?
That in a situation where my life is at risk, I'm going to the cops. I'm not running from them. And I'm not out there thugging it because, like, I don't live that life. I really don't. I learned my lesson. I moved on. I grew up, and now I'm living a healthier life. So, you know, I brought some of that with me, the healthier parts of my life. But now, when I got a problem online, or I got a problem and somebody's giving me a problem, you know, I'll go to law enforcement instead of run away from them. And so I either run away from them or fight them. You know, I don't do that anymore. So for any of the law enforcement here in Hollywood, like I saw earlier, they're real nervous when I was coming near. You ain't got to worry about me. I'm not going to cause a problem for you. You have my word on that. I haven't gotten in any form of an altercation with an officer pretty much ever, documented. What I'm going to say is that I had the opportunity of pulling some people off the internet who didn't belong there. And that's when I told you, it's no different than when I lived in Hollywood before I had a phone in my hand. I said, if something's not done, I'm going to do it myself. And within legal bounds, I got it done. And now the streets are nice and clean. And the only people left are people that are peaceful enough to exist on the streets and get along with each other, you know? So we have a much more enjoyable environment out here where people can still live their lifestyles, but you don't have people freaking dying on the street all the time, you know? And that, you know, that's a consented effort. But the fact of the matter is, that's just because I love Hollywood. I did that because I was so well received and accepted and given a proper challenge to start a new life here. And I took it as such a compliment that I delved right in. But now with this online conversation, it's such a serious thing that now I'm doing the work myself. I say, you know what? Instead of hiding this from my friend and trying not to bother him with it, I'm bringing it right to him. And so I'm showing him texts. I'm showing him stuff online. I'm showing him the stuff that people are showing me. And I'm like, look, you know, I'm honest with you. I'm not going to hide it from you. You know, I'm not causing problems on the internet. I never did. Any times that I had issues, that stuff got solved. That stuff got worked out. But now I'm dealing with people that are texting me that aren't supposed to be texting me. I got people that I'm blocking who are then trying to reach out to me or bother me in real life. And I mean, it's like real life harassment, real life crime, like people who are legitimately, you know, committing felonies against me in real life and online that refuse to stop and are continuously attempting to drag me into the criminal culture no matter how much I refuse, because I chose to move on with my life and, you know, do better. And so, you know, he's been helping me to eradicate those people from my personal life. And as much as I thought that I wouldn't, you know, that I wouldn't like myself for that choice, I have to say it is one of the smartest decisions I've ever made, because I have never had this much peace ever in my life. And now all of a sudden I have a whole lot of peace. And specifically is people on Snapchat, people on YouTube, people on TikTok, where, you know, I can now say, like, look, either stop bothering me or you're going to have to deal with law enforcement. And whereas before, you know, people wouldn't take me seriously about that. Now they take me pretty darn seriously. And when they don't, they end up getting deplatformed and they end up getting kicked off the internet. And then they scream censorship. It's not censorship. You're a psychopath and you're abusive and you don't deserve to be on the internet. So you get taken off of it and we get you proper help, or we get you put in prison because you don't deserve to be a part of society, because you're literally causing problems with people that aren't looking for problems at all. You know?
James, he said he was gonna beat people up the other night. He's like,
I'm not ashamed of that.
I'm gonna rip their appendages off. James isn't looking for problems. He's just trying to live his nice, peaceful life, guys.
I'm standing up for myself and getting the proper support where necessary. You know, I'm thankful that I didn't ever have to fall into criminal life. But I'm not gonna lie to you, I came pretty close. I did. But then I turned to the proper people. I moved on. I moved up. And I started getting the help that I needed to get rid of these people from my life that shouldn't be in my life, who are, you know, who have been way too close in my environment to me and really aren't supposed to be, and are, you know, legitimately, they're like, it's like a cult following and they're stalkers. And it's not a thing where I'm talking about it and I enjoy it and I pretend not to enjoy it. No, I actually don't like it. I don't want it happening. It's like that obsessive ex-boyfriend or that obsessive ex-girlfriend that just doesn't get the point and doesn't believe you when they say you don't want anything to do with them because they have a narcissistic complex and they refuse to accept the word no. And so, I had my first success early this morning where I reported somebody on Snapchat that just wouldn't stop sending me dick pics and that wouldn't stop sending me photos of their penis and continuously attempted to force me
the Snapchat report.
Me
James thinks this is a huge feat. Hold up.
I
have a screenshot of this.
Trying to get me to send the money and trying to send
me
money and then revoke it, trying to get my account shut down.
Wait till you see what he fucking wrote.
Trying to get my Cash App shut down, and a couple of people were doing the Cash App thing. And so I said, you know what, I'm going to report this. And so I did. So I reported that to Snapchat, and they got their account shut down completely. And then, what do you
Only
call it?
James is allowed to send unsolicited dick pics.
Or filing a report over it. And now they're being investigated. And they live here in the state of California. And I communicated to them several times that I wanted them to stop talking to me and this and that. And they refused. And so now something is legally being done about it, and they're probably going to go to prison for a long time because I told them to stop sending me photos of their body. I told them to stop talking to me that way. I told them to stop texting my cell phone. I blocked them like 3 or 4 times on different places, and they refused to stop. And so eventually I talked to law enforcement about it, and they took care of it. But now, now people know and understand that I'm not playing about that. You got to stop stalking me so closely. You got to stop being so invasive in my personal space and in my life, and you got to realize that I'm not joking around about it anymore because I take my life pretty seriously. I take my career pretty seriously. I take my future very seriously, and I take my present even more seriously.
President?
So
precedent.
So in reference to that, that guy is not the only one. There's like 8 or 9 different people right now who,
stupid Steve.
I'm gonna make the consented effort to either get investigated or at least give a fair warning and say, don't be bothering me anymore because I'm not dealing with it anymore. And, hopefully that's going to be effective, because I've tried everything else. I've tried ignoring it. I've tried reasoning with people. I've tried I've tried actually leaving the internet, and social media. I've tried everything. And these people will not stop. And so I have, last but not least, actually reached out to and connected with law enforcement because now, after almost 10 years of not doing something about it, something had to be done about it. So I did something about it, and I actually went to the cops, which I never do. But
you reported an account on Snapchat.
And I'm not going to become a criminal and do something about it myself. I'm not Batman. So I did what I had to do. I did the right thing. And it's not like I told on somebody because it's all out there and they're watching it all the time anyway. All I did was officially decide to take action and take the initiative to get them out of my life. And so now those 8 or 9 different people that refuse to stop stalking me and stop trying to pretend to be a part of my life and attempt to sabotage my personal environment, every single one of them is being federally investigated. And there's a potential that at least 3 or 4 of them are about to be indicted within the next 2 months. So
where am I located?
After all this hard work and pushing through and putting up with as much as I put up with,
Canada.
It's my turn to have a good, healthy life. I've earned it. And now I'm standing up for myself, and I'm allowing the people who are delegated in this society to stand up for me and do their job, because I'm permitting them to. The only reason they didn't before was because I asked them not to, and now they are. Because I'm asking, I've asked them to, and I've actually, I've made the proper connections instead of just shutting them down or turning them away. And I'll tell you, I wish I made this choice 5 years ago. But realistically, I don't think I was mature enough to make the choice 5 years ago without getting myself in trouble because I just wasn't mature enough to understand the situation.
He's got to shut up so I can read his fucking thing he wrote.
And now that I recognize where I stand and how to behave, I am getting the proper help.
He's gonna get that. But he says, should you decide you'd like to be removed from the internet and arrested by your local law enforcement, please kindly mistreat me and or attempt to interrupt my sources of income. Conspiracy is a crime, and so is lying. Bro, it's Snapchat. You are not making any income on Snapchat. Someone's sending me dicks on Snapchat. Obviously, like, unsolicited dick pics. I'm not for that. But James just sent his dick all over the fucking place. What is he? Who is he to fucking say that?
Will
Last
no longer
year.
be threatened or intimidated into not talking about things that have to do with criminals that refuse to leave my life. They can now. You can go to prison. You can go die on your own, or you can do something else. Because no matter what, I don't want anything to do with you. And I'm done putting up with you. You're not worth my time or energy, and I don't make enough money. I don't make enough money off you to keep you around. You did your part, you made me famous, and now you're going to prison.
No.
Have fun.
No.
I got
mean,
what
like,
I wanted, and I put up with you long enough. Now it's my turn. God bless.
I wish I could say that about James. James doesn't make me enough money. He's fucking... James made me famous. I didn't make James famous. James made himself famous. Not even famous, infamous. He thinks he's
I'm
famous.
walking down Hollywood Boulevard with like 500 people. I have to watch my pockets, and I have to make sure not to run into people. Of course my eyes are going everywhere. I'm on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, for God's sake. At what point are we going to be done engaging in the lunacy and pointing fingers at people that are sane?
There's a lot of Jills.
I have an explanation for everything going on in my environment that makes sense. You don't. I don't think I'm the paranoid one anymore, am I?
I mean, yeah, you are. But okay.
Honey, I'm home. That's the code word. Since you guys can't, since I can't use the phrases anymore, right? I can't come up with phrases for like code phrases. I'll just say it to you straight, the way that I say it to my Slavics. The code word is, honey, I'm home. Have fun. Enjoy. Make your money. And don't cheat because the cops are watching. I don't know how else to say it to you. I'm not going to say it all smooth and suave. I'm just going to tell you so you don't get yourself in trouble. I put some signals out there to make sure you make extra money. It's 100% legal. I'm not cheating the system. But if you cheat the system using my honey, I'm home, it's on you, because
Honey, I'm home.
They're all over me right now. No exaggeration. So it's on you. They're just making sure that what I'm doing ain't a crime. And it's not, so I'm good. You know what I love about the nighttime on the Walk of Fame? It's not hot. It's so cool outside. My battery lasts forever. I can live stream for like 8 hours at night and it doesn't die. It's fantastic. Yeah, I got, what do you call it? I got local and state law enforcement and at least from what I was told, potentially a federal law enforcement official that watches my broadcast and is documenting what's going on. So they're watching every single thing being done, including this cyber stalking that has become more than a civil matter. It's now a criminal matter.
Criminal? Criminal?
Oh, what's up, bud?
Criminal!
Yeah,
Criminal.
And what's the most wonderful about this situation is that with the advent of the indictment of at least 3 of my worst haters,
Who are the 3
more
worst
than
haters?
likely, pretty much all of the internet and legal history having to do with what was falsified about me is going to get dropped, and it's going to disappear not only from the internet, but it's also going to be expunged from my record.
Yeah, right.
God bless America.
James is trying to get me worked up? Maybe. Actually, does James know how to get me worked up? Probably not. I don't think James really
But
thinks.
I will say, for the amount that I learned
other than about himself
during my criminal history experience, if there's ever anybody that wants to teach me the way that you are teaching me during my criminal history experience, without having to have any more criminal history, I am most definitely open to being a student.
I want a good video, bro. I'm alive.
How's my favorite?
I mean, I'm doing better than when I was ever before. Man, I didn't get
that sounds good.
I just had to go make sure one person was all understanding because I walked up, didn't hit him. So
you know what I did to the guy that threatened to shoot you last night? You know what I did?
What?
I looked him dead in the face, and I told him things that I can't say on live stream.
The guy?
I love you too.
No homo, dude.
This is a fucking gay bromance.
Get in the face, get in the face. I'm Leonardo.
James making friends out here.
You don't gotta
I
tell
caught
me.
myself when I fell down. So I'm gonna let you know once. I'm gonna tell you once. You go against me, you cross me. I'm gonna
Why would
you
I
up
ever?
and I'll come to you.
Why would I?
Phone even gets anywhere.
Don't say that to me.
Well, let me shoot.
I have feelings too, you know. Yes, you are. They're listening to you right now. Are you ready? You want to say hello to 234 people?
I'm gonna tell you one other thing, just to be fair. I'm gonna be on the fair side. Gage fucked my grandmother, my mom, over there by the library.
You're not even joking.
What?
I'll talk to him.
Fucked his
around.
mom and grandma? What?
Why do it, bro? Gage came to me with a knife like this and he was gonna do something to me. And all I had was a little O-ring. Threw it at him because he cussed at me. Got all mad, hostile.
What I'm asking you is, do you need me to work it out, or are you all right?
I don't know, man. But if, as far as I'm concerned,
Dude, I'm being serious.
It was a
Answer
pole,
me
right?
straight.
it was a ball.
Stop playing.
The ball turned into a damn
I'm asking you a fucking question.
You tell me.
I'll take care of it.
I'm not talking to nobody else.
James out here taking care of the streets. Yeah, I don't know. What is he talking about? What is he talking about? Jimmy the Hitman. Yeah, he's gonna go take care of that guy at the library. Ice, ice, baby. Dun, 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 dun.
I know you're watching the broadcast.
Yeah?
I'm not playing.
No? I'm playing a little bit. You stress me out, James. I gotta play with you sometimes. And I think you can
Nice
handle
and
it.
work it out. I've moved on. I can't come back. Take care of it, or somebody's going to end up causing us an issue. I can't get involved, but I will have it taken care of legally. So please do me a favor and keep it clean and work it out. Go apologize to them before it ends up muddy in the waters. You guys fighting is only going to create a problem for everybody. You guys need to make up, because if you don't, it's going to affect the entire community. And none of us are ready for that, or prepared, or interested in having it go down. So,
Oh, is this
nice,
James
or they're gonna
solving
blame
that
you.
guy's problems by just talking into the phone?
Welcome to what it's like to be me.
I thought, I thought he was gonna actually solve this guy's issue, or pretend
All right,
to.
moving on.
He's too much of a pussy, though. Why would I even think that?
He's okay. That's just what he does. But he ain't joking. So
136397.
I'll take care of it. I don't mind him at all. I understand his personality. Now, if I didn't know him, I'd be like, what the heck are you doing? But he's just someone I've seen around, and He doesn't cause me any problems. He ain't somebody that I know like that, but he's someone I recognize enough to be like, all right, how do we get him to turn a corner and keep himself out of trouble? I don't always know, but sometimes. All right. Sorry, guys. You know, I don't know. I don't know what else to tell you. I'm done with it. I'm moving on. It's here's what I'll say. I'm disappointed that it has to go federal. That sucks. Because no offense to the feds, but none of us wanted it to go federal. None of us. Because it was so easily solvable without court, let alone going all the way to the feds. So now, thanks to the drama, you guys have a federal investigation on your hands. And I'm over here, thankfully not having to deal with it for the most part. But trust me when I tell you, it is the most annoying thing that I have ever dealt with. And it's not the feds annoying me, it's the people who are like, oh God, what do we do? You shut up, you stop being a criminal, you move on with your life, and you grow up. And if you don't, be ready, because they're coming. When I tell you the only reason, and when I say the only reason that the feds aren't what's up, dude? The only reason the feds aren't after me is because I stopped being an asshole. All right? I'm
the bird
still,
is in the cage?
a little
Hell
sideways.
yeah. Hell yeah.
But I'm not a
That's
criminal.
code
I moved
for
on with my life. I stopped
honey, I'm
engaging
home.
in the practices that almost got me in trouble.
I'm glad to hear it, though,
I grew up, and I made sure to change my behavior before they got to me, and so they lost interest. But they're not losing interest in you because you're refusing to back down. And so what you're doing is you're kind of turning me into the victim in the situation. And I don't really care if it makes me look weak, because if I'm willing to look weak just long enough for them to pick you up, I don't have to worry about you ever again. I don't need clout. I got plenty. I don't need to look cool. I got plenty. I don't need someone to increase my street cred. I got enough of that. I don't need anybody to make me look good. I can do that.
Alright,
just
we blocked him,
with the
so
support
now
of my
he shouldn't be
community.
able to block me, and then we'll try to go back in on the same
But
account.
as far as the rest of it, it's just not my problem.
Oh, he still kicked me out somehow. How did he do
Like I
that?
said, I mean, you guys are watching this broadcast, and you've
How
seen
did
this
he do
individual come in here either under their own account or
See,
a
I can
false
make accounts
account
fast now,
at
guys.
least 5 or 6 different times and be throwing up constant comments trying to, cause issues in my real life, not just in the podcast. They're not just trying to make it difficult for me to do what I do. They're trying to create havoc in my real life.
I'm trying to get him
more
to go
than
to bed.
harassment. Like, at this point, it is like terroristic, legitimately terroristic. So,
Call it karma.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't know how to handle it.
Terroristic.
What I'm doing is intentionally choosing to
The
step
bird is
down
in the
and step away
cage.
from it
Terrorism.
because it's attracting the attention of the federal government. That's when you know it's serious. I don't know if any of you have ever met a Fed. Probably haven't met a Fed. And some people are like,
Who's Messina?
oh no, we're
Sidhu?
cool, we're tough, we're better than that. No. If you have ever, so you guys know that some of the work I've done has been, in congruency with the agency. Well, I'll tell you, there was a time where the FBI and the agency didn't get along. And if you've ever met a Fed, they're like, for what the Navy SEALs are for the military, the Feds are for the investigatory branch of
Investigatory,
the government.
investigative.
They're not sociopaths, but it's like they don't.
I'm gonna grab something
they don't
to
even think
eat,
about
and then we'll go back in.
The only thing on
I
their
can make
mind,
so many accounts.
as soon as
I
your
learned a
name
new
pops onto
trick.
their
I'm
desk,
not gonna tell James
they're immediately
or
thinking,
anybody. But no, they we can
what
make
prison am I
accounts
putting
unlimited
him in?
again.
They're not. They're
They
not
just
even
switched
thinking,
something before,
how
so
do I get them? They're
it took me a
not
while to
thinking,
learn.
how do we investigate? They've already decided. We're putting this one in a box. Okay, so do we have room here or do we have room here? That's how serious they are. Most people that get investigated by the federal government never even find out about it until they are put in front of a judge. So be careful. It's all I'm saying to you. I'm choosing to be careful because I don't that smoke. I don't. I'm smart enough to know when I push too hard or when I've gone too far. And I'm never going that far ever again. So for those of you that refuse to learn, you're going to put me at the centerpiece of your investigation. You're more than welcome to. I'm not going to testify against you, but I don't think I'm really going to have to because you're over here doing all the work. You know, like he's in here trying to expose where I'm going to sleep at night, throwing threats out, trying to make me sound bad and look bad and tell people bad things and make stories up about me. I mean, literally, like this entire broadcast is proof that he's trying to get me killed. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like how else do you explain this behavior? He is trying to tell people where I'm sleeping. He's trying to tell people lies about me, trying to get people riled up and trying to get them to hurt me. That's not paranoia. I mean, he's literally doing it in the live broadcast as we speak. It's essentially a confession. He's literally trying to get me murdered. And I mean, literally, these comments are proof of attempted murder and conspiracy to induce the possibility of a murder. And if I feel in danger, guess what? I don't got to sleep outside tonight. But what he's trying to do is control my choices. And anybody seeing this, I mean, I honestly can't wait till this guy gets indicted. I can't wait. Please, for the love of God, when he goes to prison, when he gets put in front of a judge, will you please send that to me? Because this one, I actually do want to know about. I do want to see this. There aren't many, but since this guy refuses to stop stalking me so hard that he's got to be at the center of my life and my every broadcast I do all the time, and he thinks it's a career, but doesn't understand because he's a psychopath that what he's doing is a federal crime, and he's like literally a hardcore criminal. Do me that favor. When he gets indicted, send me the link because I want to see it. I do. I want to see this guy go down. He wants my attention. He's got it. We're going to take him down. I'm going to talk to my state trooper buddy. I'm going to show him I'm going to show him what was done. He already knows about all the other stuff that went on in my life and this and that. And due to how hard these stalkers have come down on me, like I have proof of emotional damage to the degree where there is no way, shape, or form that I will ever have to be put in front of that I will ever be put in front of a judge because I have been attacked that hard that I have every possible explanation for my behavior that could ever come up with, that could ever, that I could ever come up with, that anyone could ever come up with, like to the point where a public defender would win the case. And so they wouldn't even try, but they are very interested in him. And that's part of the reason why I'm willing to continue coming at me because he wanted me interested in him. He wanted me to be a bloodhound to him. And now I am. And so he won my attention. And in return, I am more than happy to help him get nice and safely into a prison cell for the rest of his life. Yeah, for people that don't understand this, you are in a take time, get out because it is cybercrime and it is a federal felony. I'm not kidding you. The feds are watching every move that guy's making. Anybody who's commenting in his live streams, anybody that is a part of his broadcasts, anyone that's in his DMs or a part of his personal life, they are watching every move this guy's making. And it's him and a whole bunch of other people that commit to similar behavior online. What they're doing is essentially they got stings, they got virtual stings going on for all these people, like across the platforms. And what they're going to do is they're going to catch every single one of them, wrap them up in a bow, put them in prison, and then they're going to change the terms of service and terms of use on the platforms. They're going to clean up YouTube. They're going to get rid of all these people, pull them off the street. You're not going to see any of it in the news. They're going to get rid of every single one of them. And then they're going to change the terms of service and terms of use. And then as far as TikTok, it's either going to get shut down or it's going to get sold. So I guess what I'm telling you is if you are a victim of their crimes and you are a victim of the addictive behavior, the addictive content that they create to try and drag you into their broadcasts, get out as soon as you can so that you don't end up getting indicted or getting in trouble or getting called as a witness to what they're doing and what they've done. Like TikTok right now is being sued by many states in this nation, including California, for the content that they allow on their platforms because it's abusive to its users, and they're not reprimanding the people that are creating abusive content, who are intentionally creating abusive content.
Oh my God, is he still going
so
on?
So the government's going after them.
About me being a criminal?
And then over on YouTube,
I switched the laundry, I got food,
who are creating that
I went to
kind
the
of
washroom.
content,
I thought he'd be onto something else.
Online on purpose, trying to, produce those types of results for themselves. You know, the people that are trying to take after TikTok, and they think, well, TikTok is real popular because they do crazy stuff. Well, so you got people doing YouTube to try and gain themselves an audience.
We're going to jail.
They're creating these followings for themselves.
I'm sorry, guys.
And they're being investigated.
We're all going
by
to
the federal
jail.
government.
We're slutty criminals.
So, and when I say investigated, I don't really mean
the
investigated.
sluttiest of criminals, guys. Sorry about that.
They're waiting for the right moment. They're waiting until they have a proper plan in place to force YouTube to change their terms and to force TikTok to either sell or get shut down before they nab these guys. So once they're off the internet, the feds are going to strike. So the reason I'm saying this, the reason I'm saying it out loud is because I want to make sure that anybody that is, suffering from mental illness and is being drug in to these broadcasts and being drug into the content of these psychopaths that are riddling,
Alan should hit James up. Alan and James would make a good team.
Problems for people. I'm just hoping that you guys can get out while you can, I don't want to see you get in trouble because you didn't have the ability to move on from what you were seeing because you're addicted to that content and they're causing you to be so afraid that you feel like you can't survive or, have a reliable source for your information unless you trust them. And so that codependent, addictive personality.
That's how James brainwashes and manipulates people himself. What is he talking about? It's projection. Projection.
Criminals and just haven't been nabbed yet. I don't want to see you get in trouble with them. I don't want to see you go down with them.
Thank you, Captain.
So please do yourself a favor.
Commissary for when I'm in jail.
And get out while you're able to get out.
I appreciate you.
I moved on from certain people that were in my life before they could ever drag me into creating that kind of content. I made sure to get away from the people that were in my life who were either addicted to, engaging with, or producing that form of content. And that's why I don't have to worry about what they're having to worry about. And I don't want to see that happen to you. I don't want to see you get drugged into their court cases. I don't want to see you get drugged into their federal indictments. And I don't want to see you get called as a witness in a case that you otherwise wouldn't have to have anything to do with, because that's only going to bring real problems into your personal life. I understand what that's like, and I don't want to see that for you. So while you're able to get away from that, do yourself a favor and get away from that.
Bail money.
And if you don't have content,
you guys got me set.
People who create content to replace the people
James
that need
got
to be
nothing
pulled off
on
the
me.
internet and the people that are going to end up getting indicted, your best bet is just to go do what I do and take a walk. Get away from it, shut the phone off, do something healthy, and take care of yourself before you end up in the same position they're in. It's a social pariah. It's a mental cancer. It's a problem.
Damn.
It's not good for the public. The government's doing something about it right now as we speak, and you don't deserve to get drug into that legal problem. That's all I'm going to say about it.
Yeah, guys, you might have to testify in court
people,
knowing.
They think it's a joke.
From watching
YouTube
videos?
And then they end up with, getting charged with a felony. And I'm not interested in that. I might be a tough guy. I might like to play the game, but I'm
James
smart enough
wants
to know when it's time to
hamsters.
back out. And so I did. I took my money, I went home, and I made sure that none of the money I made was blood money. As for the people that are standing with blood on their hands, quite literally or figuratively, for making content that's causing people to commit suicide, I don't want anything to do with that.
You said that about me before too. No one
from it and have nothing to do
no
with
one has ever done that I've covered. I got mentioned in a suicide note one time, but that didn't happen. Like the person didn't go through with it.
In some ways, I got people laughing at me, for actually putting myself out there and having something to say about it. But it's no different. When I first moved to Hollywood, I had my own opinions, and I pushed them hard enough that we actually created effective change, and we saved a lot of lives and got a lot of people off the street. If it weren't for pushing as hard as we did, we would not have gotten so many people pushed off into temporary housing and pulled off the street. So instead of those people ending up in prison or ending up in mental institutions, it pushed the Olympics was the reason of Los Angeles to create an effective and a proactive initiative to pull everyone off the street. And for the most part, that's exactly what we've done. And so now I'm asking you to do your part online to, make sure that we have a healthier and safer environment for people on the internet. And the way you do that is get away from the people that are causing problems, get away from the people that are committing the crimes, and get yourself safe. Get yourself to a safe place, either virtually or if you don't have the ability to get away from that content or those people online, do it in real life. Shut the phone off, step out into real life, challenge yourself in your fears. If you're experiencing agoraphobia or things of that nature, just do your best to come out into real life and not get stuck in what seems like minutia.
Is that good advice?
But
I don't think that's good advice.
Is about to be a very big legal problem in every state in this country within the next 3 to 4 years.
Oh, right,
in
time for the Olympics?
On in LA and what had to be done. And now everybody, for the most part, is off the street and they're safe.
He's totally done a porn? You think so, Twitter Lives?
Right and accurate and true about the fact that this country is going to be in shambles within the next 3 to 4 years until something is done about this abusive.
Maybe that's where he's getting his money.
And
doing them porns
destructive content that's put on the internet and promoted. These platforms do not need that type of funding. They do not need the extra money. They're essentially, at this point, supported by the government as being a part of daily life, right? Everybody uses it. We don't need all these people that are doing super inappropriate and aggressive things on the internet that are affecting families, that is affecting, people just trying to live their daily life. So get YouTube to change their terms of service. As far as TikTok, I love TikTok. So if somebody could just freaking figure out who the hell we can sell it to, that'd be fantastic. So we can keep using it. But if we don't do something, they're not just going to take TikTok away from us. They're going to take probably the most fun parts of YouTube away from us. And we're also going to lose access to a whole lot of creators that otherwise would have become far more successful if it were not for the criminals that are continuously permitted to produce toxic and terroristic content on these platforms.
I was going to interrupt
and that's where I leave it with you.
And
I'm so adamant and serious about it that I pretty much just ranted about it for the last 15 minutes going through crowds of hundreds of people. It's a really serious issue. It's not a joke. And it's something that is currently being implemented in this country
It's so ironic that James, the guy who goes on, like, says the N-word a whole bunch of times, says he's gonna kill people, says that he's deserved, like, all of the pussy on the planet, is the one saying that, like, they need to switch their terms of service to be good and to keep us safe from the criminals. James is the fucking criminal.
Harassing me in my real life and is coming into my broadcasts and trying to produce hate and drama and problems. Stay away from them. Get away from them. Report them. And when you see their behavior or you receive a message from them or if you're talking with them and you have proof of what they're doing, report them to the police. Get them off the internet because they may be the reason why someone you know commits suicide. It's a very real thing.
I don't think James liked that he had to get off the internet for a bit.
I have had people in my personal life I don't talk about commit suicide because of scumbags like this.
Oh.
And if you're not going to do something about it legally, honestly, I'm going to either way because there's been enough of this.
James doesn't have friends though.
So I'm doing what I got to do.
What happened there?
I might not talk to the feds, but the fact of the matter is, we're going to find legal ways to do this ourselves. And to the scumbags out there that don't think it's that much of a problem or who actually want to stop people from doing something about it, please leave the country because we have people to keep alive and we don't like you. No, I'm dead serious. If you don't care about the human lives,
I think James still thinks I'm American.
Here in this country, we don't want you here.
I'm not in your country, bud.
And if you don't calm down
about that,
you can get off the fire hydrant and keep walking.
Oh.
Frickin' scumbags. I'm not about it. I'm really not about it. I'm not in the mood, and I'm not playing. This isn't about me. I don't care how you want to twist it.
People in real life, it did nothing though, James.
What I'm having to say about it, what I'm saying to you isn't about me. I don't give a fuck that these scumbags are sending abusive signals my way. They were treating me this way long before I ever made any ill-seated choices. They were treating me this way.
I didn't even know about you until.
I endured it. I made my mistakes. I moved on.
Do you guys think expired?
And for anybody who's so pathetic that you're going to minimize
pre-workout
this problem
is bad
just so you can tell yourself you're a good person, I don't want anything to do with you because you're not a good person. And if you are, you're doing a really good job of making it look like you're not. The fact of the matter is, I've been dealing with this long before I made any of my mistakes. I can attribute many of the mistakes that I've made to people who are aggressive, abusive, and terroristic online due to just pressure that they put on me. And it's time to get rid of them. There's nothing else to it. And some people may say, well, we don't want you to be the advocate. We don't want you to be the one talking about it. Well, fuck you. Because I would not have made those mistakes.
Fuck you.
If it were not for the people that terrorized me on the internet to the point where I made those mistakes. So going full circle, I am most definitely going to advocate for it, whether you want me to or not. And if you want somebody else to advocate for it, then you best find them because I'm going to do the motherfucking job until you find that person. Because it has to be done. Something has to be done about it. And so since none of y'all are doing something about it, I'm doing something about it. And I'm pretty sure you could ask just about anybody. I got a damn good track record of getting shit done. And when I say I'm going to do it, it gets done.
Nothing done? No.
It doesn't almost get done. It gets done. My job can wait. My future can wait. You can wait. But I'm not waiting. You've robbed me up enough that I'm going to do something about it. So we're going to stick to the legal process, obviously. People know that I'm not going to do anything I shouldn't do. Truthfully, I really won't. I'm not playing with you. I really am doing it the right way this time. But we're going to take care of it. We're going to figure out what to do, and we're going to take care of it. And then when these platforms change their terms of service and all that good stuff, well, what's done will be done. I'm not going to sit here and wait for God knows how many more people to take their own lives, let alone kids, taking their own lives for the government to do something about it or for the platforms to finally change their terms of service. No, We are going to do our part by documenting everything going on. And then when push comes to shove and the government does step in and these platforms do have to change their terms of service, we have documented proof of the people that did commit murder using virtual abuse and manipulation. We have that proof. And so you can make sure that they never do that to anyone in your family. And to anyone who's turning a blind eye to it, that's on you. Go ahead and turn a blind eye. That's your prerogative. It's a free country. But what I will tell you is, if you're going to turn a blind eye, do not tell me or anyone that I associate with or anyone willing to stand up to these people what to do or what not to do. Because you're either doing the right thing or you need to get the hell out of the way.
Let's see what he says. You gonna have a healthy reaction?
Yes, I have to admit it feels pretty good to get the bad guy. I'm not gonna lie to you. It actually feels pretty
I'm
good
the bad
to do
guy.
the right thing the right way.
Cool.
For those of you that know, when I first started in Hollywood, I was a little too active, and I learned to actually turn to the proper resources and authorities to take care of things. And I become far more civilized than I admittedly once was. But it works. It feels pretty good to solve a problem in a way that is appropriate and healthy and safe.
I don't think
for
this
the
is
people
good
that
anymore.
are around you, instead of just plowing through stuff and trying to do it your own way.
Gross. Ew.
It's far more, and admittedly, it's far more effective and creates a longer term solution. Because, I'll tell you, when you solve it the street way, maybe it lasts a week, maybe it lasts a month, but then it comes back. Even if you take a life, somebody else takes their place. It's just how it works. But when you do it the proper way, it takes care of the problem indefinitely, because people recognize that example and they don't do it again. Usually, they really don't. So when we're having this massive, overhaul of change going on in the social media community, we're going to be ready to make sure that these people that are taking lives and just hiding behind the internet to get away with it can't continue to literally kill your children. Because that's actually what they're doing in real life.
Because I'm crazy 101. No, it's because I don't have anything else to drink.
They make a video and the kid watches the video doesn't mean it's not their fault. They still have to be accountable and responsible for that. Now, should they decide to take content down, should they decide to move on with their lives and become better people, then awesome. More power to them, seriously. Some people do grow up and learn. But if they're going to push to the bitter end to try and cause problems...
Is there a proper way of taking a life?
What does that say? That doesn't speak to me like someone that's going to move on. It speaks to me like all you did was admonish a murderer.
Medical assistance in dying.
And then they're going to adapt into a new environment and just keep doing it from another space in society. They may no longer be able to make videos, right? And they may no longer be able to manipulate the public, but they're going to find somewhere else to cause these problems. And they're going to adapt into something that causes them to be more secretive. They're going to get away with more of it. So if you really want them away from your kids, if you really want to have a more safe online environment, you're going to have to pull it from the root. You're not going to be able to just, I don't know who has ever, if you've done gardening, right? Like I grew up on a farm. When you pull weeds, you don't just rip the weed up, okay? When you pull a weed, you go like this. You grab it as far down as possible, you spin it around, and you get the dirt away from the root, and then you pull it out. The same goes with these people who are so rooted in the online community that try to say that they're a credible source because they have been there so long, or that they're part of the online community and people are watching them or they have the viewership. That doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is, it's a weed, it's a problem, and it needs to go. And it needs to go now, not later.
Like, viewers don't mean anything. It just shows how interesting something is. It doesn't mean if it's right or wrong. Like, that has nothing to do with anything. I could talk about fucking toy trains and it would all be factual, but no one would watch it.
I'm not playing a game. They want me to play their game. They want to create content. They're like, we can get views together. Yeah, and then get shot. I'm not stupid.
Who's getting views with me?
Alive.
Wait.
Maybe you don't.
Who else is covering James right now? I need a James buddy.
I'm not interested
Where's
in
Chris
what
at?
wasn't popular to begin with, like 5 to 6 years ago. What the content that you make is abusive, aggressive, and derogatory. It's an insult to the online community at large. I'm not game. I'm not interested. And not only has it not been popular for almost a decade, but it's also been borderline illegal for almost a decade. And very soon, it's going to the content you make and the behavior that you commit to online is going to be classified as legitimately illegal. And I don't know about you, but the moment they start talking about, federal indictments and they're talking about an entire platform being shut down,
what?
I figure it's about time to start taking it seriously. If you disagree, I mean,
kudos
to you. You feel special for being willing to stick it out to the bitter end. But after that bitter end, there's absolutely nothing. And for me personally, I like to move on to the next thing. I don't want to just go down with the ship because I'm not insane. Like, I have my principles, but I'm smart enough to get out when you're supposed to get out. And hopefully you're smart enough to get your team out. You move on. You do the next thing, and you stay productive and what's the word? You stay productive and effective. You don't quit. But that doesn't mean you stay dumb. It's pretty dumb not to quit when you should quit. You move on to the next thing. The Walk of Stars, the Walk of Fame is it's crowded down by the Pantages because there was a show tonight, and it's kind of crowded up I guess you say uptown. It's kind of crowded up the other side by La Brea, but there's a lot of traffic down by what do you call it? Down from about Gower to Vine. There's a lot of people.
Wants my life taken in a proper way if he doesn't stop talking about it. Yeah.
Thanks for the follows.
Did I ask him to do content with you? No. I did not.
You'd have to. Somebody asked me, what makes you think someone's trying to get you killed? You got to watch the video. Somebody somewhere is rebroadcasting this and probably saving the whole video, documenting the entire video, not just, clips of it. You'd have to watch the whole video or at least scroll up through the comments that you're seeing. And what you'll see is there's an individual who has been stalking me and cyber terrorizing me for going on about 5 years now.
That's not right.
He's trying to tell people where I'm living. He's trying to make up stories about me. He's trying to essentially...
You tell us you're on the streets.
Produce a situation where I get murdered, and then he thinks he's going to just hide from it and not get blamed for it. But the fact of the matter is, there's nobody else doing what he's doing. I don't cause any problems where I'm at. I get along with pretty much everybody. And so if something were to happen to me, he's the first person that they're going to look into. Because he's literally doing exactly what somebody from 1970 or 1980 who thinks they're smart in 2024 would do to try and get somebody murdered. But we live in a day and age where everything is documented, and thankfully they're not smart enough to realize how easily they'll get caught. But I don't want to have to be a victim. I don't want to end up getting shot because someone didn't catch up on it before, someone didn't catch up with it before it happened, So do I need the protection? No, I'm good. We do something about the actual problem. And so what we're doing is becoming proactive about the problem instead of just running from it until it almost happens. Because I'm done just sitting back.
I didn't know I could get someone murdered either.
Forward. I'm becoming more offensive as opposed to offensive or aggressive. I'm being appropriately offensive.
I'm using reverse psychology on him. I was like, you forgot to ban me. So
yeah, give me a second. I don't even have a time. I seriously don't even have the energy to like. Okay, I have the energy too, but like I just don't have the time to block people right now. I gotta get from the comments.
Okay, yeah, because reverse psychology.
He said, "Oh shit, we're joking. Chill out."
What's fish butt from? He said that his ass smells like fish now, and he wanted advice on how to fix it. How to fix his fish smelling ass. He was concerned about it.
Where are we going? Walking down the Walk of Fame. I am in Hollywood, California. I am having birthday. What is birthday? I think today's birthday number 4. So I'm gonna have like 12 birthday days because I didn't have a birthday for a minute, so I'm having a lot of good birthdays. And I walked around the Walk of Fame a lot. I got a professional massage.
His 3 counselors
completed some
couldn't hook him up
contracts
with the
that some people are
doctors.
like kind of trying to investigate, wonder like where did this happen, what happened, what did he do? And I told you guys, you will not ever catch me from start to finish doing what I do. You will never even see it begin to happen. You will never see it at the end. You may see me as I'm walking around, but I promise you will never even find out what I did. It ain't a crime. The stuff I'm doing ain't crime. So if you ever find out about it, it's not a problem. But I'm really, really, really good at what I do. So I move in silence. I move quickly. I get it done. And I move on with my day. And I did it all right in public. So if there's something you need done, let me know. And if you ever need help, just shout out to me or put on the Snapchat story in Los Angeles, okay? So I have...
It's fucking things for a reason.
They use one of my code words, and they put it up online.
Oh, I forgot that he had the
In the
massage. Yeah.
Snapchat and on the Snap map, asking for help, and so I got some help going their way, and that felt really good. So I've had a couple of people doing that. So I'll tell you, if you live in Los Angeles, and you have a situation going on that you can't solve, put it on the Snap map. When I see it, I will send someone your way. You might never know it was from me, or you might. I'm not, it depends on what your situation is, but I promise you, if you put up on the Snap story, like if you know one of my nicknames or one of my code words, and there's a lot of them.
Honey, I'm home.
You put that out there,
Steb.
and you need help, and you're in Los Angeles, you put that out there, I'll make sure it gets solved, okay? And that's only for those of you that live in the underground community. That's not for anybody who, like, if you're just living regular life and you don't even know what I'm talking about, just call a cop, okay? But if you live in the underground community and you aren't safe enough to call a police officer because of whatever's going on in your life, you could put one of my nicknames up there, or you put a code word up there, and I'll make sure to get help going your way. And should you decide that you want the support of law enforcement, you can let me know about that personally, and I'll see if I can help you get out of the situation you might be in if you're trying to get away from gang life, or if you're trying to get away from people that might be causing you problems that are threatening you if you talk to the cops. There are organizations that I'm familiar with and individuals that I'm associated with that can help you out of that situation. So you just reach out to me and let me know. But you got to tell me personally and in private. Do not post any of it publicly. I will not respond. If it's that sensitive of an issue, do not post it publicly.
What would you think you would even do?
But if you post it publicly, I'll try and send something your way, but I will not respond. Like I told you, I am not Batman, but there are a lot of people that still want to play Batman. So, to each their own. To each their own.
I mean, James doesn't usually like it when people are like, "Ah, I'm watching this in Steve's." He'll be like, "Ah, blah, blah, blah." But he'll ban you. I mean, like, I don't know if you're trying to not get banned or not.
Oh, I know most of you don't got an issue at all. I'm aware of that. Yeah, no, it's only a few particular individuals. It's no different than your atypical situation. You know, I got like 8 or 10 individuals worldwide that want to take my life. Other than that,
What?
I ain't worried at all. It's very common in my line of work. So, you know, don't worry about me. Just realize, you know, every now and again, when one of those people gets a little too close to me, then, you know, it's time to reach out to law enforcement. It's time to connect with the community and have something done about it to make sure that they, you know, don't actually cause me a real life problem. I like the ability to go out and about in public when I want to and how I want to. I don't like being disturbed or having that interrupted. And so, you know, when something has to be done, we get it done. So if you weren't here for it, unfortunately, earlier today, there was like a whole bunch of people that came into broadcast and were like, you know, sending out terroristic threats and like trying to cause me issues. And I took care of it. We took care of it. But
What?
that's why you're seeing me go off and rant about stuff, because we had to take care of a thing or two. Doesn't happen often, but every now and again,
Me
one
and
of the
like 2
stalkers
other
gets a little
people,
too aggressive,
maybe?
either virtually or in real life, and we gotta step in and do something about it.
I live under the sea. I can't go to jail. I don't think James knows that. There's no laws in the sea.
Worries. Oh, so in reference to what you're saying, you said, where were the feds on that one? I know what you're talking about. The feds were watching every move. They shifted the entire infrastructure of the facility. Yeah, eyes were on. Eyes are still on. When the federal government investigates something, it can take anywhere from 6 months to 6 years, 10 years, depends on what it is. But I can tell you that the federal government has been investigating the people causing me issues since I started back in, say, 2015. The federal government has been watching every move I've made since 2017.
He's gonna need Interpol.
And they do have documentation of every single individual that has caused me a real life problem since then, including the people that attempted to get me to commit suicide. I survived that. I'm not much for the suicide cover-up bullshit.
No,
I'm bigger than that.
Tried to do that.
I won, and now the federal government is investigating, and they have a suspect already listed. I can't talk to you about how I already know that, but I do. But my goal and my hope, and what, like, the reason it's so sensitive, the situation's so sensitive right now, is that I want to make sure, we want to make sure that when these people go down, they go down silently. That it's not publicized, it's not put in the news or anything like that, so that it doesn't bring up past trauma and cause more issues for people that were involved in those situations.
Every cake you
that,
bake,
you know, incurred damage due to those aggressive people. You know, the people that caused us problems online, we don't want to bring up any past trauma and cause extra distress to the people who had to endure those situations and those experiences.
Yeah, he's still in his Xavier Montoya outfit.
Yeah, oh, on the topic of trying to say, somebody's there in the comments trying to say that I committed credit card fraud against a restaurant. That never happened. What happened is I went into a restaurant that said EBT accepted, and I tried to use my EBT card to purchase the food, and they refused to let me use it. That restaurant has since been shut down.
Okay.
Moving on. Thanks for the follow. What is my idea of a perfect day? My idea of a perfect day is taking my girlfriend out into the field, up onto the mountain, and having a picnic. That is my ideal day. And then after that picnic, going and maybe enjoying a movie or just going and riding around on the quads. That's
Thanks
my,
for the
I would
follow.
say that's my ideal day.
I don't think he's eating anything.
My ideal day looks nothing like my life looks right now. Nothing like it. I love my life, but I miss the farm every day. I'm never going back to it, but you asked and I answered. Yeah. Oh my gosh, the rumors. Yeah, I got, what do you call it? There wasn't a charge. Wait, where the heck did that? My gosh, you guys really do go with them rumors, don't you?
I don't know
thought
about
you were
this
talking about something so totally
fucking
different.
rumor down there.
Yeah, no, there was
I've
a
never
bar
heard
that I
this
went
one.
to with a buddy, and they overcharged me. So I did a credit. I did a what do you call it? A dispute, a card dispute, and I got $20 back. They what do you call it? It was happy hour, so we were supposed to get half the price. So you asked me a regular freaking question, I don't mind, but you act like a terrorist, we're gonna have a problem. And then I call you out on it and let you know that you might get indicted. Well,
this story just changed from they didn't accept EBT to I did do a chargeback.
You are being federally investigated. Just letting you know. Might want to know that. Some people like to know about. Shouldn't even be telling you, but I'm not a prick, and if I was being investigated, I would want someone to tell me. But as far as the card thing, I don't know where the rumor came about credit card fraud. That's not true at all. I used my card to buy beers for the night with my buddy, and they were supposed to be half price, and I got charged full price during happy hour. And I figure it was just a fluke, so I then disputed the charge, and I got about $20 back, which told me that that's exactly what happened, because to get the $20 back, based on how much we bought, it makes sense that, you know, for $50 for the beers and the food that we got, that's an appropriate price. The price tag fits. But when I got charged $70, I was like, what? You know, and it wasn't until after, like, I paid everything, and I'm like, that's fine. And then we went out for the evening, and we moved on from the bar and went and had some fun. And I started thinking about it. I'm like, that don't make no sense. How'd I get charged $70? And so, him and I had a conversation about it. He's like, you realize you got charged full price for them beers. And I thought to myself, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. So I did the dispute, and I won the dispute, and they gave me $20-something back. No, one of the things, you know what, you're right. The feds are super busy, aren't they? I will tell you, one of the things they're busy with is exactly what I told you about. Guys, I don't talk about things that are irrelevant. Sometimes things that are relevant that I talk about involve people that are irrelevant. Those people,
like, I don't even has a credit card. That's why I'm like, how did he even do this? EBT for beer, right?
It's most definitely going to decide.
That don't make no sense.
If they want to be relevant that bad, they may become relevant in a way that they prefer not to be. Guys, it doesn't matter how smooth your words are. Facts are facts. They look at evidence. They don't care how good you are making yourself sound like you're not doing anything wrong. It doesn't matter how good of a lawyer you have. When I in my dealings with the law, sitting in front of a judge, I could tell you that judge knows up from down. He's pretty smart, and he knows when one party or the other or both are just trying to fool him. And when you're not trying to fool him and you're doing the right thing, and the other party is like, but look at this and look at that and blah, 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 guess what happens? You lose. If I didn't need 4 months of sleep back in 2023.
That's around me.
If I didn't need 4 months of sleep and a couple months of socializing and education, and a little bit of a social education,
you wouldn't have agreed to go to jail.
But at that point in time, it was just the appropriate
thing
in my life. And now, thankfully, I'm never going to deal with any of that kind of thing ever again. But
that's why he didn't fight it. He was like, you know what? I think jail will be good for me, so I will agree to go to jail this 3 times, but any other time, it's not going to happen.
Anyway, USA, thanks for the follow. Yeah, no, I'm not sure why you're trying to combine the stories. I actually told you 2 different stories about 2 different situations. One situation was where I tried to use my EBT card at a business, at a restaurant where they allow EBT, and they turned me down for my EBT, so I reported it, and the business got shut down. The restaurant got closed.
Oh.
And in reference to the other situation, that was where I got charged full price for half-price beers, and they thought I wasn't going to notice, or they thought that I would have been too afraid to dispute the charge. Flattered if someone played my lives. Oh, I'm flattered, all right. I don't mind the playing the lives. It's just, when it's a domestic terrorist that is giving the commentary and putting the yes, you are on multiple watch lists, just so you know. It is someone who, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say a domestic terrorist. I should say someone who is classified by the U.S. government as a domestic terrorist, being the one who is giving commentary and stoking the fire. That's not really a good thing. That's not something I really prefer to have exist in my life in any way, shape, or form. You don't believe that doesn't exist. I don't even know what you're talking about. You're welcome to link it to me. I mean, if you're not just making it up,
link it. I want to see this fucking news article about James killing and doing a whole bunch of crazy shit. I don't got any issues with figuring out where it came from. For the mother of God. Yeah.
Now,
me and James both know the real story. It's just like James likes to cover it up. I want to know where this fucking... I think Alex Forrest is a troll.
My gosh. Okay, moving on.
I think I'm the terrorist. But maybe that's just my narcissism. I think he's...
Dude, you're getting major exposure. Not really.
He won't ban me.
Honestly, not really. I mean, I appreciate the compliment, but not really.
Unless there's another terrorist. I want to be friends with them if there is.
I guess. What's my favorite movie? I don't know. I honestly have trouble coming up with what my favorite movie is. That I just got so scared. I didn't know there were people sitting there, and they started talking, and my heart jumped. Whew. What do you call it? I'm just kidding. I knew they were there. I just want to see what they would do.
Do what I do. Do what I do to keep people safe.
I don't know. I don't know what my favorite movie is, honestly.
Steve Delive has his ex-girlfriends always make hate videos about him, saying he is in love with you. That's weird. Who is Alex Forrest? How many ex-girlfriends do I have?
Probably.
Probably. James.
Yeah, I don't really know, and I don't really care. I'm just done with the weirdness. I like actual weird. I don't like insane weird. I'm not for it. But regular weird I could do. That's just not regular weird. I can't do it.
I spoke too soon.
Thanks for the follow. Well, I'll tell you what, we got 250 to the broadcast. That's not too bad. I'm just kidding. We're like, I'm just playing around. I'm really not trying. I really don't want to try tonight. I had a really long day. I had a good day. And,
have I even
tomorrow,
had a girlfriend when it's
fun.
been James Soroka season?
Right now, there's just not much to do.
I think that's a common denominator, that I'm usually fucking single when James comes back and does all this shit.
Once again, guys, two separate situations. For those of you who are like either pretending to listen or who just really aren't paying attention. Two separate. Follow me here. Follow me. And I'm going to say it a third time for you.
I mean, that makes it worse.
You're like either
you scammed a restaurant and you got the other one shut down.
Maybe you're involved in something else in your life right now and not totally focused on the broadcast. But do me a favor and pay attention for the next 15. Do me a favor and pay attention for the next 3 minutes. Okay. Restaurant. Follow me here. Restaurant that accepts EBT refused to allow me to use my EBT card based on what I was able to prove was racial prejudice against
racial
me
prejudice?
a
Wait,
white-skinned
what?
individual.
James.
That restaurant got shut down.
The restaurant was owned by a person of color?
Situation.
Mama mia.
Went to the bar. Bought beers during happy hour. Bar charged me full price. I did a dispute. I committed to a dispute. I got $20 back. Anyway. Do we now have the accurate information with law enforcement
racial
as witness?
Prejudice.
Or whatever, whatever's making you feel better right now. Do you feel better now? That you have the illusion of control.
Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada.
Do me a favor and buy. I don't even care what kind of buy you think I mean. Just pick one and do something with it. No, not Hard House. I never got to go. Guys. I wanted to go to the Hard House. Opposite situation. I wanted to go to the Hard House. And I never got to because they shut down.
The Hard House? Why is it not sending codes now?
No, you're good. I get it. I totally get it. Sometimes I'll be in somebody's broadcast and I really will be like, I'm like walking around and checking out beautiful women or doing something that I shouldn't be doing. And then I don't have time to pay attention to who's talking on broadcast. And I miss what they're saying, and then they repeat themselves, and before you know it, I'm in bed with somebody I don't even know. I'm sure you could relate. Yeah, now you know. I'm cool. I don't mind. Tonight I don't mind repeating myself like 2 or 3 times or 5 or 10 times because I got nothing else to do. When I'm in the middle of my day and doing something important, it kind of bothers me. But on a night like this, there's like 1,000 things going on. Everything is super loud, and I don't even care because I got nothing else to do. I got a nice full charge. I got as much money as I could possibly need. And so there isn't a thing in the world that could possibly stress me out enough to piss me off. So I'm doing pretty good. Like normally, all that noise, I'd be like, not anymore. I'm good. Thanks for the hearts. It's almost 2 a.m. for you. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's 23:20. So it's like almost 11:30. Oh. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, guys. I'm not going to call it a night because I think it's a day that we're just going to go all the way hardcore. I'm just gonna hang out with you guys till this phone dies. I swear to you. I don't think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm just gonna hang out with you, and we'll get to the point where the phone's almost dead, and then I'll shut down. Because we're having a really good night. It's been a lot of fun. It's been an enjoyable broadcast, and I appreciate your company, honestly. ID says, do you clock how many steps you do daily? I do on my phone or my Apple Watch. I bet you do a lot. I walk anywhere from 2 to 12 hours a day, literally. And I am not the only one out here walking that much, to tell you the truth. Most people don't talk about it. They just do it. But, you know, it's like a big point for you guys. You guys like hearing about that. You think it's like this big deal. So I tell you, because it gets, I'm not going to lie to you, it gets me quite a bit of social attention. And, that's potential money. So I do not mind talking about it and trying to sound cool. I will exploit the amount of physical effort I have to put in on a daily basis just to get from point A to point B. If I know it can make me money, or I know it could keep you guys engaged in the content, in the broadcast. But with that said, I do plan on purchasing a step counter. I will pretty soon. I cannot imagine how many steps I take in a day. I don't have a clue, but I'm betting you it's quite a lot. I'm betting you it's a bit. I wish to God that I had a step counter all the way in the beginning of moving to Hollywood. Like when I first moved here, it would have been awesome to have a step counter or a Fitbit, because guys, like the amount that I walk is like ridiculous. And I want to see how many steps I take in a day. And the likelihood is that once I do
Probably
get a Fitbit or a step
fuckload.
counter or some type of watch that can track my steps, I might end up being disappointed. It might be less than I think it is, and it just feels like a lot. But I think either way, it's still going to be a lot of steps, because I take a lot of steps. He wanted to go first. I'm like, all right, no, go ahead. I'm cool. I'm chilling. Now I'm going to walk nice and slow. Step counter. Yeah, right? Step counter would be great, and doesn't have to be expensive, because you probably do 50,000 a day or more. I've had days where I would guess I've done over 100,000 steps. I'm not exaggerating.
Oh, I'm at 5%. I should probably plug my phone. Whoa, wait a while.
Yeah, no, that guy passed away a long time ago. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Melrose Larry Green? He didn't pass away.
Happy birthday. Number 4.
I thought he'd be done birthday by now, but he's still on it. Oh my goodness, I have too much stuff.
And so there's this one chick that broadcasts, right? There's this one really attractive young lady. She does broadcasts, and I saw her on live stream, and she was so hot. I'm not gonna lie to you. She was so freaking attractive. And she's like dressed in a skimpy outfit. She's dancing around, right? And I just could not believe how attractive she was. I couldn't stop watching. And so I left the broadcast, right? And then I come back another day, and she's dressed like all proper, and she's not being flamboyant. And she's like, I was like, who is this? There's no way this is the same person. And I have to say, I have never had a greater turn on than I did when I saw the transition from her, behaving like a dancer, to just being prim and proper, because that's like literally what I fucking do with my life. Like I'll go around the corner and come back, and I'm in a different outfit and acting like a totally different person, because that's just what I do, right?
You're a weirdo.
But when I saw her do that, I'm like, that's it. Like, that's the one. Like, so I've been promoting her quite a bit, just in the backlogs in the underground. I was very, very impressed with that. And I don't know if she did that on purpose, but that was really impressive. And don't worry, you will most definitely continue to succeed in your craft due to that display of ability. I don't know if that was an intentional display of ability, but if you didn't do it on purpose, that's even more impressive.
Just because she was in a different outfit.
100,000. I wish I could, but I think my feet would hurt. I hope to get strong enough to. I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, it took me walking through the desert for far too long to get to a point where I walk the way that I do here in Hollywood. I'll see this one.
Are you guys still up at night? Like, I stream. It's 2:30 in the morning. I guess you guys are still up at night. I was gonna be like, is there a point of me even streaming at night? Like, should I just go to bed? Should I wake up tomorrow?
Or you might have been walking. Because either way, you'll be okay. I'm just telling you, I'm good. I'm fine. I'm okay. They're all worried about me. Guys, I am just fine. I am not worried about these people. I have been dealing with these people for almost a decade. I still have yet to get a scratch on me, and I don't think I'll start today. Oh man. You get bad foot cramps even though you walk daily, but yeah, probably die if you try to walk that much. Most people would die if they tried to walk this much. That is why I'm able to stay ahead of the game at one of my skills. And you use your 1% skill, whatever it is. Take your 1% skill, integrate it with whatever you're trying to do, and you will succeed. So if there's something you enjoy doing, you have a passion, and then you have a 1% skill that's like you're a prodigy at, that you're just naturally good at. Like for me, it's walking, which seems like so simple and so not important, right? Or like not something you could do with.
Yeah, usually people walk to get
I am now
to where they need to go, and that's it.
For walking. So
you're always awake, Francisco. We can be awake together then.
Use it, and then apply it to whatever you want to do in your life. For me, I love doing the social media. I love being involved in the media
community. As long as I got company,
large,
I can stay up.
And I'm really
stay
good
up
at walking.
all of the days.
So I just put those two together, and I found success. Do the same thing. Take whatever you're good at and mix it with something you want to do, and you'll succeed. It's only hard until it's easy. And eventually it does become easy. What to do? We're here like a year ago from the Santa Barbara area. I think I remember you. No. I cannot confirm nor deny, officer, sir.
Santa Barbara?
Hey, here's a question.
That's where the college was, I think.
So we have multiple identities, right? We have male, like gender identities. We have male, we have female, and then we have, I think, 60 or 70 genders, right? So what do you call an officer when you're saying, if you say like, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, what do you say? And I'm not making fun of anybody, I swear. I'm asking a real life question. I swear I'm asking a real life question because I don't know. What do you call someone of authority when you're saying yes, sir, yes, ma'am?
Yes, officer,
but they're
no
not
officer.
a sir or a ma'am. Does anybody know the answer to that question? Because I would like to know.
Or ossifer if you're Randy Marsh.
Yes, I think we should have a fun night. I agree. You say officer, it's neutral. Yeah, I say officer too. It's just like sometimes I instinctually. Okay, so I guess I'll say for those of us who have it ingrained in their brain to say yes, sir, yes, ma'am, and you just say it instinctually and can't help yourself.
I forgot the pizza was a day old.
What do you say if you can't help but say yes, sir, yes, ma'am? Because I could integrate
People told me that girls like pizza.
Another phrase in there instead of sir or ma'am, but I have to come up with it and then put it in my brain, You don't know because it's hard for you. You're Southern, and no,
I love integrity, fellas. Integrity.
I mean, for me, this culture was an adjustment.
I really need better weed and energy drinks.
I don't know.
Battering
Like
ram,
I said, I think it's important to respect people
Donovan
where they're at
Matrix.
and make good time, But I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I say yes, sir, and yes, ma'am. And then, whatever identity someone may have, I don't know what else I'd say. But what I'll tell you is I say yes, sir, and yes, ma'am a lot, but it's not necessarily well received around here. Most people don't really like hearing yes, sir, yes, ma'am around here. With like officers, I usually get a pretty good response on that, or, people of a military background or who are active, I get a positive response about that. Or just, regular people in general who are, of some level of responsibility in society. They appreciate that. They see it as a sign of respect. But for the average layman, they don't really like hearing yes, sir, yes, ma'am. You almost lost a job over it. Oh, my goodness. He says, sometimes I say you or them, they, or Captain Sergeant, etc., but it's confusing sometimes. No, I mean, when it comes to the military, it's pretty easy. You have some clear-cut boundaries and clear-cut titles that you can use, But, I mean, in society, on a regular basis, with typical people, there's not always a word you can use. There's some stuff going on, but we're not putting it on camera.
Cafeteria.
But we do have a couple of fire trucks and some police officers and ambulance. I just don't know what's going on.
Gordon Ramsay impression.
I am going to scope it out with my own eyes, but I can't. I don't feel comfortable putting it on camera because whatever's happening looks like it's a pretty big deal. So you guys just give me a minute. I want to see what's going on.
Fucking Jamie Oliver. The cafeteria food's supposed to be healthy.
And don't be accusing me of rubbernecking. I'm part of this community. I want to know what they're doing. I just don't want to. I don't want to be causing an issue over it. Give me like 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay, guys? I'm gonna make sure no one needs my abilities to do what I do.
You gotta be kidding me. Alright, moving on.
Now he's gonna be like, I'm so surprised no one in chat's asking what just happened. Where is Conger? I think Conger's sleeping.
Let him correct me. Yeah. I find that works best is if you just let people correct you when they have to.
I feel bad. I should
if
get
they
back
don't have
to Conger
to, it's
more.
nice, but when necessary.
Timely, more neatly.
Yeah, no, that's throw up on the ground that smells like throw up, not me that smells like throw up. That woman literally just she just went over her shoulder and goes, "You smell like puke. You smell like throw up." No, I don't.
To James?
There's fucking puke on the ground. I'm pretty sure the puke on the ground smells like puke, not me.
Nah, I think James smells
Am I
like
sure
puke.
I wasn't on here like a year ago? Here's what I'll tell you. We saved the world about a year ago, so I cannot confirm nor deny whether or not I was on here a year ago. We had some fun. We had a lot of fun last year. I was hyped up on, natural norepinephrine and adrenaline. And I pretty much walked the entire southern half of the Pacific Coast Highway, but I can't really tell you whether or not I was on live stream or not. I don't know if I was on here, was I?
He said he saved us from nuclear annihilation and saved the power grid.
Anyone who's at least half decent, they'll tell you that I wasn't. But, I mean, if you got to push, that's up to you. It's late at night. I got nothing else to do and all the time to cover it up. So, keep asking. That's fine. From now, I'd say from midnight until about 4 a.m., 3:30 a.m., nothing ever happened. So, ask away. Just be prepared to start a new day and not really have too much to do for that day. Thanks for the follows. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that.
Shitting himself.
I'm here smoking my vape and I friggin' just blew it like right out there.
Oh, maybe not.
I feel like terrible now. One thing I will say that I'm not a big fan of when it comes to late night Hollywood Boulevard, especially in the Walk of Fame, it's like the most polarizing people that come out here at night. I mean, seriously, the most polarizing of people are the most common ones to be out at night. And I don't dig it. I'm not too into it. And this is usually around the time when I recede for the night and just, don't bother anybody and go to sleep and just get ready for the morning, But I do want to thank law enforcement for keeping track of me, keeping an eye on me, making sure I'm okay, and for, documenting all the broadcasts and stuff. And I'm sorry for any mistakes I make or any of the ways that I talk that aren't necessarily appropriate or whatever. I'm doing my best. Hopefully it doesn't lead to any criminal charges. I mean, I'm not going to quit doing what I do just because I suck at it. I'm going to keep getting better at it. And
I thought you were the master at it.
Where I'm doing good enough that I don't got to worry about criminal charges or civil suits. But, like I said, thanks for just keeping an eye on me and taking care of the problems. And I understand. I will tell you, it's like, I don't have an issue receiving help from law enforcement. I don't have an issue with having conversations with law enforcement. But what I'm not comfortable with is like selling people out or being a witness or anything like that. That's just like I know some of the police officers might not be cool with that or happy about that. But me personally, I really don't like getting too involved in people's situations. So like I'm not comfortable with being a witness. I'm not comfortable with like now if I can help get somebody off the street who really needs the help and is a serious problem to the community, you're more than welcome to use my content and stuff that's out there if it helps you. But please don't ask me to go out of my way because I'm not that type of person, and I really don't like. I'm not the person that tells on people. You can find somebody else for that. I'm sure you'll find them pretty easy. What's up? Yeah, absolutely. Are you okay with being on social media?
Huh?
Are you okay with being on the internet?
Of course, now we're trying to be.
Awesome.
Of course.
Then I will. I'll flip my broadcast here, and I'll put your business here on camera.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
You have like a large audience?
I have a very focused audience.
Yeah?
So
On what?
focused on me, and for a moment they're going to be focused on you. So I'm just going to flip it. I'm going to flip the camera real quick and take a screenshot, and we'll put you on my wall. All right.
Potato Factory.
All right, guys. Oh my gosh, it smells incredible. All right, I got you. You guys have a good night, all right? Thank you. I tasted it as I was putting it near my mouth. I'm going to keep going with it, I promise you. I'm going to put it on the internet, and I will be back with you. I live around here, and I'm around a lot. So just give me the time, and I'll see you. Thank you. All right. Those are the guys I told you I really liked that were here earlier, and they were up the road. I guess they were asked to relocate, but I do want to. I want to buy that what they got. They sell baked potatoes, and it smells so good. Give me like 2 seconds. I'm gonna eat this.
That's so clutch, guys. It's so fucking clutch. What did you
And they
get?
actually wear
Samples?
gloves. So, you're actually getting something clean. You're getting food that, somebody's using clean, washed, glove-covered hands to serve you with. Oh my gosh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh. I didn't realize how hungry I am. That was really good. Oh, man. He goes, I remember you saved us from nuclear fallout and saved the power grid. What a summer. You can't prove that. I can't even believe you're still alive for saying that. Tell you the honest truth. Ugh.
We must mashed potato sample.
You might be able to prove that certain words may have been exchanged. You might be able to prove that certain experiences appeared to have happened, but with God as my witness, you can't prove that I did anything to do what you're saying I claim to do. So. He goes, snitches get stitches. Not nowadays. Nowadays, snitches disappear completely and people forget that they ever lived. And that's something we're not going into, but it's very true.
Yeah.
If you are not in a royal family, if you are not a protected entity,
remember when he saved from nuclear fallout?
And you open your mouth,
summer. He was mad about my comment.
It was nice to have had an experience that I'd probably never remember with you. It would have been nice to remember you.
Yeah, I heard Shani say something with a G on the end. I think yesterday? Maybe it was today. Yesterday, the day before yesterday, or today. I can't remember. But she said fucking, like with an G on the end. He says Ron and Ron.
He's trying the old man approach.
The old man approach.
You want a fish stuffed potato? I love seafood. I do. I really like seafood.
I don't know who ID 103662.
It looks like everybody either took their meds and they're starting to pass out, or they didn't take their meds and they're having a schizophrenic episode. So, I'm talking about the comment section. Let's enjoy the comment section. I love mashed potatoes too.
He's gonna ban me. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So you want to know what just happened? That cop just got penalized for not waving back at me.
Oh yeah? You got
I
penalized?
don't think they like that cop.
For not waving
Or
back
they're
at
just trying to
James.
get him riled up. I don't know which, but... Anyway.
So wrong. It's been so long.
Yes, we're going to have fun. Don't let stuff bother you. You got that right. We are pretty much out here alone right now. Like, there is nobody out here. It is so quiet out here right now. So that's pretty much what I did all day. There was a couple hours there where I went and I saw the professional masseuse, and that was a lot of fun. There's a lot of fun. And now, after going the whole day and seeing everybody all day, all over the place, it's a nice, quiet night out here. I'm out here pretty much by myself. There's maybe 10 people on the Walk of Fame right now. It is so peaceful.
Yep.
And I'm gonna go rest my head in the exact place where everyone knows where to find me. And I'm gonna be just nice and safe because I love my community and my community loves me.
Who is his community? It's just us, right? We're his community.
You're on your front porch alone. That sounds really nice. That actually sounds really peaceful.
I gotta smoke a bowl. Get some energy to make more
it's a trust building exercise for me. And if somebody tries to teach me that I shouldn't trust them, well then I guess I won't. But I'll tell you what, if I go to lay down here tonight in the exact same spot, and I'm nice and safe and comfortable, because I get up at an appropriate time, I do, and I don't cause no problems or anything. And you know, I'm following the law because it's to the law that I could, right? Technically, you know, there's wiggle room there, you know, should the law decide. But the reality is, if I'm able to go and just sleep there tonight, nice and comfortably, and I get up in the morning to go and move around and do my own thing, well, let's just say we're all going to have a wonderful day tomorrow. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, coming out here, like, I'm not to the point where I can buy myself a hotel room, like, I'm not to the point where I can buy myself a hotel room once a week or once every other month. Once every other week or like once a month. I'm not there yet. So when I need time to myself, I'll come out here and I'll sleep outside for the night. And I don't really tell my friends about it because they're obviously not like cool with it. But sometimes I need time to myself, and I'm not to the point where I can just buy a hotel room when I feel like. I'll get there soon, but I'm not there yet. So for now, you know, this is my option, and it's just nice to get some time alone. And I'll spend some time with you guys, and, you know, we'll hang out for a little bit before I go to sleep. And then, hopefully, and you just get up in the morning nice and early and head out for the day. And I go somewhere where there isn't a whole lot of traffic. I go somewhere where a whole lot of people don't walk by. There aren't a whole lot of people walking by. And, you know, I'm out of the way. I go somewhere that's just enough in view to see that I'm safe for anyone driving by or anything. But it's just private enough to, you know, not be in the way or be bothering anybody. You know? And some people it really bothers, you know? And I'm just like it's bothering you. I don't get, like, you realize that there's a whole bunch of people out here that are like doing fentanyl like right out in public in front of you, and they're like drinking alcohol nonstop and like harassing you for your money. I'm like going out of the way and minding my own business and really not even laying there for more than like 5 or 6 hours.
Just 5 or 6 hours.
I'm not really sure why it bothers you more when I do it and then you like smile at the guy who's like putting a needle in his arm right in front of your child. You know, like I can't really grasp the concept of how that could be an acceptable preference. But
James is upset that the dirty homeless are more favored than him, the special homeless person he is.
I have a question. Is today anybody else's birthday?
No.
Because today is birthday day number 4 for me. And I just wanted to know if it was anyone else's birthday. Why? Like, okay, I'm going to say something here. Okay? So, like, some people are homeless, right? And, like, I don't think how many people realize that when you're, like, vindictive and passive aggressive and obsessed with someone else's life, you don't have a whole lot of time to take care of your own. So, like, to anybody who's given me issues in reference to the way I'm living, if I want to take a night out to myself, I'm more than, you know, it's my prerogative. If I want to, I can. But I guess what I'm saying is, there are reasons that are beyond the typical that has to do with why you're still homeless. No offense, but if you stop focusing so much on what I'm doing or what the next guy's doing, and maybe put some time into yourself, you might not be out here yet.
What is this? What is this?
Me, I come out here because I love America and I like having the freedom to be able to do this. I mean, that is the real reason why I do it. I like some alone time and I like the freedom to be able to do it. I like to exemplify that, that ability. It reminds me of why I love my country as much as I do. Oh, but, I can tell you, it's nice to be in a situation where I know the only people that would bother me or have an issue with the choice I'm making here are going to be people who are either, anti-American or just people with like interpersonal problems or suffering from severe mental illness.
Exactly. He's only going to be there for 6 hours, okay? He doesn't even do any drugs. So let him...
So I'll just leave it at that, Okay.
Is he just sleeping on a fucking raincoat? Making a
Daisy
daisy
is it
temple
weird that I'm
here.
staying out here? Yeah, it's really freaking weird. But you know what? I needed time to myself.
Sounds like he's really gonna get some time to himself here.
Oh, cockroaches. I was wondering what the heck they're freaking out about.
This is where you're gonna be sleeping.
There's
Oh my god.
cockroaches out here. Kind of gross.
I'm glad I didn't go smoke yet. I was about to. I was like, I'll make another account first.
I'm good.
So that's cooked.
They don't really come near people. They just they scrounge for little stuff. They make you look gross, but they don't crawl on you or anything usually.
Yeah, that's
usually.
what they're there for, just to make homeless people look
man.
gross, the cockroaches.
Okay. Wow, I am so excited not have to make this choice just to have alone time. Pretty soon, very, very soon, I will be able to get myself a hotel room once a week to once a month, and I'll be fine.
Why not just get your own apartment, James?
Oh. Oh. Oh, man. Yeah, so I'll tell you the issue. When it comes to people that live a regular life that have more of a problem with me doing this than they would anybody else, is I've moved on from this lifestyle. And some people who live a regular lifestyle feel like I make them look bad by being out here, because they're associated with me. And so they feel like I'm making them look bad by being out here. But I feel like that's not really fair because I'm not you, you're not me, so don't worry about, me. I'm not sure why you're putting so much stock into how I look.
Don't worry, Mud Pit.
I wouldn't be too worried
Megan
about
in
it.
there. So he'll be fine. He'll be all good. John Ogden. DJ Electra.
Oh man, my feet feel so much better now. Oh, I tell you, one of my favorite feelings. Give me 2 seconds. I'll talk to you guys. Just let me catch up in the comments. You're very charismatic. Thank you, Megan. I like people who are cool with me. I mean, I guess anybody would, right?
No shit.
But it's really nice to be able to do what I want and still have people that are just talking to me and not being weird about stuff. I know that I'm not making the most traditional of choices, but I'm making choices that make me happy. And I feel like that's supposed to be what matters. As Boo, you got a booger. Do I?
It must be
I
sad
think I do.
being James.
No, I don't.
Where any person who's interacting with him
I
is
know
either to
of.
get at someone else or
Thank
to
you
just
for
fuck
telling
with
me you're
them.
trying to anyway.
But it's James'
To have an
life.
apartment. I have a
It's a fun guy.
temporary living situation. I don't have it's not it's not my apartment. It's not, yeah. I'm not, I can't talk about it because it's
how do I put it? It's a place that's like kind of off the map for people who don't really feel like getting a whole lot of attention. I sleep outside because I need space. Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, definitely. That really is the reason why. I just need space from everybody sometimes. I don't mind going live. I really don't mind. And when I say I don't mind, what I really mean is like I really like when you're here with me. I feel safer when I'm live with you. Like I feel like I'm able to be more myself and not have to be like big tough guy when I'm live, because it's like I have the protection of having the camera on and having you in the audience, like seeing what's going on and making sure I'm okay. So it's nice to be able to let my guard down a little bit. Do I have a place with roommates? I can't really talk about it. Like for the safety of all the people that live in the building, I really can't talk too much about it. I'm sorry. Thanks for the hearts. Thank you for following me online. Who's no, you're okay. Yeah, it's cool. You're cool. Okay, so one of my favorite feelings is when I finally lay down at the end of the day and I pick my feet up, and my feet are usually sore. I'm getting better with it though, where my feet aren't as sore. Oh my gosh, we're at like 10,000 fire. Oh, we're featured. Cool. Thank you. And I lay down and I start scratching my feet. Like I'm able, like with my feet, like one foot, I scratch the other foot with my foot. And with one foot, I scratch the other foot. And it just feels so good. It feels so good. It feels so good. Oh, it's like one of the most relaxing feelings I've ever felt in my entire life. And I'm not kidding you. Like I'm not exaggerating. I'm not trying to be flamboyant. Like I'm actually like telling you something just about me that I do. I'll scratch my foot with the other foot, and I just scratch the bottom of my foot with my other foot, and it feels so freaking good. It just feels so good. It feels so good. Ow. Oh, it hurts, but it still feels good. So they pretty much cleared everybody out from here, which is good. I still come back from time to time, but they make sure that there aren't like any homeless people over here. So now I can come out here and not have to worry about someone that's like one's drunk and the one on the other side is doing fentanyl, you know? It's kind of nice. The perks of actually helping. Yeah, so like, oh, glad you feel safe with us. I do. I feel far more safe with you here with me right now. I really do. Like I'm having one of those nights where I'm like having this weird experience that's like similar to experiences I've had in the past when I've been like afraid of being incarcerated. And like it's weird because there's just no way that I really, really hope that there wouldn't be anybody that would try to do that to me or be willing to do that to me. I mean, at this point in time, I feel like I'm doing pretty good in my life and there wouldn't be any reason to do that to me. But you know, I don't know, I'm just having like an odd emotional experience where I'm feeling the way I did in the past and the times when I would be just having this unnecessary emotional feeling that like I'm being afraid of being incarcerated. So like if you've never been incarcerated, it's like the worst thing in the world. And once you first get like just being arrested is one thing, but when you get incarcerated, it's like you forever are just afraid of it happening again. Like no matter what. Um Now you might move on from like experiencing that feeling, but from time to time it still comes back. And so like I'm just having one of those nights where like I'm not doing anything that I shouldn't be doing at all. And I am behaving 100%. I'm really, like behaving, but I'm like paranoid of and admitting it. Like I'm admitting it to you. Like I am literally paranoid about being incarcerated just because in the times that I've had to deal with situations like that, it was falsely, it was false. And so, I'm scared. So like if it weren't for the fact that the only times I've had to deal with any of that was in a falsehood, I wouldn't be afraid. But being that it wasn't true, I'm afraid. Um, oh, it's just sorry, feeling. Yeah, it's so bad. It's so bad. Um, but I will tell you on the topic of like discretion and privacy and like knowing when to be tight-lipped and what to be tight-lipped about. I will tell you is that I am actually really, really good with it. And I will tell you that if you ever want to like build serious connections in this life and know people and you want to take your life somewhere socially, one of the most effective things that you can do for yourself, one of the best practices to meet people that are
public
connected
intoxication
is being a deeply trustworthy confidant. Being someone that not only holds and keeps people's secrets, but refuses to disseminate them or utilize them as leverage. And you will grow in the ranks of society very quickly. Like, very, very quickly. I have met people I have met with and have relationships with some of the most influential and connected people on this planet, without exaggeration. And it is because got it. Because I know how to guard people's truth.
Okay.
I know how to defend truth.
No.
And people's, truth. Makes sense. Feeling that. Wait, what's impressive? Hello, how are you?
Good old James.
Thanks for the 1,000 hearts, and thanks for the follow.
Sometimes I like James. He's evil. He's fucking evil.
Oh, my legs are so
but it makes
sore.
Me laugh sometimes.
My legs and my feet are so sore. Thanks for talking to me and not just like leaving me alone.
Snarky going to sleep.
Thank you for letting me be one of the only guys on Bigo. Thank you for allowing me to be one of your stars. And not just be one of those douchey guys on Bigo that like nobody actually likes.
Bigo's
but they got
bad.
Nothing else to watch.
I'd be like, we could make a Bigo, but we're not doing that. I really
appreciate being up in the ranks with all the ladies. It's kind of cool. I have to admit, it's pretty cool. Because it's like you have all these beautiful women, and then you have me with my crooked nose just like up there smiling. And it makes me feel
There's
good.
guys on Bigo.
I was here. Thank you. I normally don't make it like all about me. but like for the past half hour, admittedly, I've been like pretty selfish, and I think it's just because, like I said, I don't know, it's weird. Like the street is very quiet tonight. There's nobody on the street at all. Like even on the street that I'm on, there's like nobody here.
But we're trying to get him
And
killed.
there's not even homeless people.
I thought we were
and so, like, I'm
murderers.
kind of scared.
The man who threatens to kill me
It's just
says
really
that
weird.
I'm
Like,
the one
I'm
trying
like-
to kill him.
I'm
That was
just
funny.
experiencing this fear because it's like things are so inactive. Like there's not a whole lot going on. So I'm just like uncomfortably scared for like no reason. Just because the silence is like so off-putting.
And that's why you talk like crazy? Probably just went to the shelter tonight, James. He's 6 minutes past curfew. So he's...
But if you
Is he in
are
the
from
same
like
spot again?
Hollywood or anywhere around Hollywood and you want to hang out, come hit me up. I'm seriously around.
Gower.
I'm literally on Hollywood Boulevard on the Walk of Fame every single day. I'm on the Walk of Fame at least once a day, at
All day.
minimum for 15 minutes to a half hour every single day. Even if I'm just crossing the street or something, I'm on the boulevard every day. You live in Venice, cool. Well, come on over. Catch the bus, catch the train. Come say hello. How do I take off? There, wait, where is it? Excuse me. There it is. Okay, I just wanted to take the filter thing off. Now, how do I work these stickers? I should have done this sooner. I got to do this in the beginning of the broadcast.
Oh,
I
it
guess I
doesn't
do
have
now,
the-
and I can
You took the devil horns off.
interactive sticker, text sticker. There's one. What? Same feel. What?
How much battery life
What?
does he
I
got?
can't use a sticker. I want to use a sticker. Text sticker. Let's try the YouTube one. Okay, this is not cool. It's not letting me put a sticker on my screen. So your ex was so abusive to me. Yeah, mine was too. I'm sorry to hear that.
Trauma bonding.
I didn't intend. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be like dismissive. I just have like a really hard time with that. And like talking about it. So, yeah, it won't. I don't know why it won't let me put the sticker on here. Okay, whatever. No stickers. Oh, excuse me.
Well, yeah, obviously. But he's not gonna... He thinks he was abused. James is crazy. James is crazy.
What I will say is like having things go good for you sometimes makes people like greedy. And it makes me sick and sad because it's like my life is so good internally. Like my experience, let me say it that way, my experience of life is really
Yeah.
good, right? And my life is really good. It's just
You guys are right.
I get sad
you
when
guys are right.
like when I make money or I you know I get a couple of jobs, like I complete a couple of contracts, or I you know even just one contract, or I or, you know, or I get you know my income, or I have something work out for me, just to deal with the bitterness that comes from some people is really disappointing. You know, like I try to connect with people, and then you know like they say you find out who your friends are. It really sucks when you like remember that you don't really have any friends except for maybe like 2 or 3 people.
He has a restraining order on
You
him.
know, it's like you have a
It's
lot
like,
of people
you know what I
that,
mean?
that you kind of like call friends, but
That's
then you got
fucking
like
right.
2 or 3 people that are actually happy for you. You know? And then it's like sometimes you wonder, you're like, I mean, maybe this person is only happy for me because they already have their own money. You know, like you think they're happy for you, but they already have their own cash. So, like, are they really happy for you or not? You know?
What does that mean, James? I don't even
Give me, like, 2
understand his
seconds.
point.
I want to put this. So I put this. I put like a mat down before I put my sleeping bag down so that I'm not like right on the ground. So I could stay clean. So like give me 2 seconds because I'm gonna fold this the rest of the way out.
People give me money. Or wait, no. If I get money and people are happy for me, they have their own money. So are they really happy for me? I'm trying to wrap my mind around it. Usually I understand James's gibberish. Like usually it doesn't make sense, but I get what he was trying to say. I don't even know what he was trying to say there. Does he think like if they were really happy for him, they would have given him their money? Is that the point? I don't know. This is the same place though. This is that weird building thing, or the fucking rectangle thing. So he's sleeping in the same spot.
Okay.
On Gower.
I'm here.
James Fishbutt.
Oh, excuse me. Oh God.
Is that his home? He said he has an apartment. He just doesn't like going to it because he can't be alone. This is the only place he can be alone. This is his
Birthday day 5.
description.
I get another massage.
Oh my god.
Deep tissue. It's gonna be fan-freaking-tastic. Best investment. Even better investment, not smoking at all. 3 days. $4 more than a pack of cigarettes. Lasts 2 more days. Or realistically, it's lasted 6 times as long as a pack of cigarettes would normally last me. I'm never buying a pack of cigarettes again.
But you can't resell this. I thought the only reason he smoked was because he made so much money off of selling cigarettes.
I have to say, it really sucked when I went by. Well, I guess I'm assuming that that one officer is probably married or something, because like I thought she's really beautiful, but then like she's like super not into me at all. I'm like, okay, whatever. But then there's another one, but she's just like minding her own business. She's like super stoic. Like with me, I'm
What?
interiorly stoic.
That's crazy,
And I'm really
man.
composed on the inside.
That's a
But I
lot
don't
for cigarettes.
often work too hard to appear composed on the outside. So like, if you could think of your most rigid, like the most rigid person in your life, that's pretty much like me on the inside. But then on the outside, I'm just like super loose. That felt really good. Oh my god, that feels amazing.
Scratching his feet, or is he shitting himself?
Yes. Just friggin', I just want to go to sleep. I love you all. I do.
Go to bed, James.
honestly. But yeah, so
We've
like
been
I'm
going, like,
yes,
3
yes. So
almost 4 hours.
yeah, but I passed this one officer, and she was so beautiful. Probably occupied, probably married. That's okay.
He said all. He does. Should we go in and
Yeah,
say
so,
goodnight
like,
to him?
Whenever I was like out here, I wasn't I wasn't really associating with not that I was disassociated from law enforcement, but I really wasn't like talking to anybody that was like a part of the community or anything. And it was kind of the same for like the military community. I just wasn't really talking to anybody because I really didn't want like criminals to murder me, you know. And I didn't want them thinking I was like snitching on them or something, so I just didn't really talk to any. But like that's kind of the environment that I come from, is like military and police. Um, that's like pretty much the background that I come from. So like I hung out with everybody, but I just didn't need anybody like paranoid and trying to hurt me because they were like afraid I was talking to the cops or something. I'm known to not do that, even though like that's, you know, my background is being around them. But so now, not being out here, it's really nice to be able to talk to people that I'm comfortable with again. Like I have some people out here that I'm still cool with, but like most of them never really were cool with me to begin with. It was just like easy for them to kind of get what they wanted from me sometimes. So like I get that, but we never really saw eye to eye, you know?
I put batter ram instead of battering ram.
Hi, Dr. Litter.
Battering ram. Battering ram.
Thanks, Megan. Are you going to bed? It's over hanging out. Thank you.
Battering ram.
Okay, so it's pretty late. Okay, so like I'm gonna make a comment, right? And it's pretty late, and I'm figuring there's only like certain people on right now. But like, yeah, have you ever just started either getting a boner or a wetty, and you like
Fucking
like
James.
you don't know why,
Fucking
but it's just
James.
happening.
Fucking James.
Well, I'm just sitting here and I'm just like, okay. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because I'm thinking about that young lady from the park. But who knows?
Is that what it is, James?
I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know why. I wasn't thinking about her. I'm lying. I wasn't thinking about anybody or anything. I was just like, I think my body just got bored. It was like, all right, time to feel it. And like, yes. Yes, please. Tomorrow I have to get up, and when I go to get that massage, I have to check my feet because I think I've been stepping too hard on my right foot. Like the back
fuck
of
is
it,
a
I
wedding?
think it's kind of cracked. So I
We
need
went
to
over
like
this.
sand that down and take
We
care
went
of
over
it.
this, remember?
But as of right now,
On the
I
other
don't know
stream.
for sure if I have a problem or not with my foot.
James,
How's it going?
stop
Pretty good.
walking.
How are you?
Stop walking all the time, every day, for no reason. To go nowhere. To go up and down the fucking Hollywood Boulevard. Something's wrong with my foot again. I don't know why.
Could it be the shoes? Could be. Could be the shoes. So I like every. I'll tell you the secret. Okay, so my secret to why like I'm starting to get an enlargement is actually because I have this thing going on with my body and I don't know what it is.
The fish thing?
I will start to like feel this tingling feeling like in my balls. And I don't know what it is or how it's happening. Like it's blood flow or something.
What?
And it feels so good. And it's just like at random that it happens. But it feels fantastic. And it happens like all the time. Like quite often. And I just figure it's probably like adrenaline pumping in my veins from being like so active. And so it's like my body's like,
what are we
always
listening
telling me
to at
be
3:30 in the morning?
doing stuff that I don't do a whole lot of. Sweetheart, hello, how are you?
Wish I wasn't in caffeine withdrawal.
Hey everyone, hello. Oh my gosh, somebody peed on the ground over there and it smells so bad. It smells absolutely terrible. I'm sorry to gross you out, but it smells so bad. Thanks for the follow. Welcome from Uganda. Where?
Took a dark turn.
Around the
Took
corner.
A weird turn.
Like downhill a little bit around the corner, and I can smell it. Yeah, thank you for following me. Is the deal with that? It's terrible. It's so bad. Yeah, I know. Oh.
So James peed on the ground. Yep.
You know. I mean, I'm very thankful for this unknown tingling sensation. It's fantastic.
So you want to hear about my balls? You got it.
But I just don't know where it's coming from. Wow is right. If you or me would understand, it's like the best thing in the world. I'm not kidding. For me, it's that good. Like some people have stuff going on like that, and they like complain about it, or they'll be like, whatever, and I'm just like, please, like whatever my body is doing, I want it to do that more. I want it to do it all the time. My body is wonderful.
We should probably look this up for James. We have the power of the internet at our fingertips. So what's going on here? Just diagnosing.
The fish and the drips, not normal. No, I don't get the drips, bro. I don't get the drips. It's just that. Thanks for 2,000 hearts. She was hot. Thank you. You should see it. You'd be surprised.
It says hemorrhoids.
I'll show it to you. I don't really do that. And when I say I don't really do that, I mean I don't do it at all. Never done it. Never. Not a single time in my entire life. But just feel wonderful.
Oh god. Okay, well you guys don't have to hear that. But swooshing feeling in the testicles could be caused by a number of conditions, including varicocele, whatever that is, the swelling of the scrotum, testicular torsion. I don't know. This all sounds crazy. Kidney stones, mumps, hernias, a subtle vibration in the testicles. Could also be due to testicular circulation.
I didn't want to be around people for just a little bit. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? And be alone for a little bit. But I wanted to be alone so bad that I was willing to be out here. So that might not be good, but I don't know. I just don't want to shut down the broadcast. I really don't. do not let me fall asleep on. Do me a favor. I know a lot of you have my phone number, so like, if I fall asleep on broadcast, call me so that I wake up and I put. Oh God, that scared me. Just make sure to just go arrest him. I really don't care. Just make sure to call me so that I don't forget my phone out here because it won't be there when I wake up.
James keeps telling us he's not homeless, but I think he's homeless, guys. It's like you're in a movie. Dr. Litter. Trick question? I keep hearing about this apartment or the shelter.
We got like
It wouldn't
12,000
make sense
flyers,
to be
so
doing
I
this
think we're
for the
being featured again.
beans.
Yeah, we're an hourly region.
We're not even on
region
$1.
List top 1,000. Welcome to the broadcast. Thanks for showing up.
Hey Mario. Think sleeping on the streets on day 5 of birthday equals homeless. Yeah. Yeah.
So we're all popular tonight, apparently. It's really nice. Send you my number. It's Canadian. Ooh. Sounds good to me.
That's what I was thinking at first, but Steve Kelso wasn't even in
You have to come here, though.
town when he first got here.
Like, why aren't you here yet?
I warned Steve.
Like, if you got on the train, you'd be here already. Sorry, I'm like needy. I need to shave my beard so bad. It's like starting to bother me. Oh my God, I fucking hate people that pee in public. It smells so bad. Like, why? Of all things you could do, why?
Sometimes you just gotta sleep on the streets to be alone, guys. I do this for fun. I have an apartment. There's a chair in there. Ice cubes in the bath.
Ifa. Hello, how are you? What on earth is going on tonight? There were a whole bunch of fire engines and an ambulance and a couple of cop cars down the road, and now there's a whole bunch of them going somewhere again. I swear this never happens. Like, there's never this much action. There's never this much stuff going on with, like, emergency type stuff. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just worried. Yo, this cricket will not, like, chill out. He's just, like, crawling all over the place. I think he's trying to figure out, like, what the heck this giant thing is that's, like, laying, like, near his little crevice. Listening to the police radio said someone had a panic attack. You're kidding me. Are they okay?
I don't know how many legs crickets have.
Oh my God, it smells like straight urine. I can't.
Street urine? Different from regular urine. Just when you thought you knew about urine. Lots of sirens.
Oh, I wasn't really trying to guilt you. I'm sorry.
Our furry friends don't deserve that. We want hamsters.
I wasn't really trying to make you feel bad. I was only, like, joking around. But if you want me to visit, I have like an absurd amount of money now. I could probably visit.
An absurd amount of money?
If you want me to.
On this street?
I don't get to hear that, but age is between. They said, okay. I like you. I want you around. Will you stay to help moderate my broadcasts and tell me what happens on the police radios? Goes, come to me. Where are you?
Is Dr. Litter one of... I doubt it. Dr. Litter's like at level 18? That's a Beagle veteran. Any of our guys is going to be like level 1, level 2.
I looked at your... I'm not going to lie. I looked at your picture. Kind of cute.
Come to me in Dubai.
In Dubai?
Yeah, James, Dubai.
Well, I can't really walk there.
No, I can't walk there.
I keep forgetting that I can fly now. Like, I have a driver's license and money. You know, like I can actually... Oh, and I could buy my passport now. I just haven't done it yet.
Why aren't you in a hotel then? You just like sleeping on the streets. Sleeping on the streets. Everybody. Da, 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 sleeping on the streets. Isn't that a song? I think it's something. I think it's dancing on the street, but James just teases us about dancing. He never actually shows us his moves. What about Ghana? I don't know. What's Ghana? Like ganja?
I need to stop walking. Like, I need to find a way to work without having to move around all the time.
Yeah, maybe if James believes hard enough, he can fly.
There were a few women that I met, like, over the past year or so here in Hollywood that, like, I wonder how they're doing. I just haven't seen them in a while. Just like women that I had hooked up with, and I haven't seen them in a little bit. And I hope they're doing okay. I thought about them for like a moment. I don't even know why, they just came to mind. A couple of different women that I had hooked up with from like here in Santa Monica.
And I remember the day.
Okay, now my feet are really actually starting to hurt pretty bad.
Why? He's not on them.
Like, I'm always so proud of myself when I'm walking around, and then I lay down and I'm like, what did I just do to my body?
Why is he so proud from walking? I don't get it. Accomplishes nothing. He's going back to his roots and feet piece. That's an accomplishment to walk that way.
Okay, I'm gonna go to bed.
Good.
Good night.
Goodbye.
I know we're like having really popular broadcasts and stuff, but I want to go to bed.
Are we? We're having a popular
I love
broadcast.
you all. Please don't forget to follow. Thank you for being here, and I will see you tomorrow.
What are we doing? What is the stream that we're watching right now? Like with the stream that you guys are watching, the stream that we're on right now. What is this called? Can someone tell me? I can't see it. Oh, so I gotta stop this recording. And oh, it's James is Undercover. That's what it is. Okay. So James Undercover. What was this poll? Is James homeless? 8% of people. Oh, there's only 13 votes. Say no. James is not homeless. Thank you, Cap Salty. Welcome to the end of the broadcast. So there is stuff that we haven't seen. Neither of us have seen. Well, it depends. I guess if you watched his live when I was not sniping him before he went live earlier today and this last one, then maybe you have seen it, but I haven't seen it. And if you've watched like just James through this channel, then we haven't seen it. I need to airdrop them though. So Daisy had a crazy day, but maybe this one won't take too long to airdrop. This one's only 20 minutes from earlier, and then the other one should. Wait a minute. Did I already drop the other one? I might have one already, actually. Give me a second. Whoa. Dun dun dun. What's this? This was from yesterday at 11:57 a.m. And then this one was, well, because we're at 3 in the morning, right? So like, why do I have 2 of them? They created 51, and then that one is at 10. Hold on. We want hamster. Dun, dun, dun. I mean, like, I guess we'll just go in order, but like, I don't know why. Oh no, I remember why there's 2. I remember now. Okay, let me pop these over. Okay, so this was like the first thing of the day James did today, and then I gotta pop over. There's like 20 minutes of the one that he just did that we didn't see from before, so not too much. But there's gonna be a little gap. There's gonna be like I don't know, maybe a 5 to 7 minute gap. I could be wrong. It could be more. It could be less. I'm not sure. But my phone was being mischievous. So, but this is I think an hour. It's 45 minutes, and then there's another one that's like, I don't know, but it's gonna play after this, and I'll airdrop the 20-minute one, and then we'll be caught up with James. So this was when he was wearing his red shirt and his backwards hat. This was from today? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's 59 beans. Yeah, so that's from today. Interesting. See, this is what that's when he views your profile, and it's scary. It's scary. It says like this, the host just viewed your profile. And I go, oh, you know, scary times. I need to move my foot pedal over.
No, I've been doing it for a while.
4 hours he went. He went 4 hours. That's crazy. Mischievous, that is unfair.
Good. I am experiencing burnout. I am tired. I am so tired that I'm going to have to rest because I'm coming to the point where most people usually start, and that's where they don't got any energy left. They don't have any, anything in them to keep them going and control their choices. And I'm not doing that.
This is how the day started. At 6 in the morning his time. It was 9:06 my time. I was asleep. I do this in my sleep. I got really good at doing this in my sleep, actually. Before we just started sniping him to keep up with shit, I would just record him. And then be like, wow, I'm impressed at being up at this time. I don't remember being up at.
Nope. I'm going to go and I'm going to rest up. I'm going to relax. I'm going to do what most people wouldn't do and actually stay in control of my choices. You really need to stop. Run.
James thinks he's like he's the main character in this crazy movie where he just like tells people what's happening. There's probably crazy epic music playing behind it, like boom, 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 boom. Probably way cooler than that actually. That was a bad. It was better in my head.
Alright. What's up? Good morning.
On the streets of Hollywood. One man.
Alright. What a wonderful start to my day.
We'll do what it takes to get the lead.
I'll tell you what, if my life wasn't so good, it would actually bother me. Ooh, my life is so good that it ain't bothering me at all.
Stewie's dope, yeah.
What? You're hungry? Yeah, me too. I had somebody tell me you're going to give me a surprise for my birthday. And I figured I'd wake up and I would see it. Well, wasn't there.
Well, James, this is day 5. Wait, are we on day 4 or 5? It's the 9th, technically. But I guess to James, it just turned into the 9th. So it was the 8th. It seems like it's only day 3. Well, no, the day, like, the 5th would have been his birthday. And then birthday 2 would have been the 6th, I guess, right? 7, 8, 4? I thought you said 5 earlier.
I'm like, well, one more person that just doesn't keep their word. Well, that's fine. Oh, so annoying. It's okay, though.
Yeah, it's birthday day 4. That's what his stream was settled to, but I think he said 5 at the end of the stream. Maybe after midnight he was counting it, because it's like, what? Midnight 42 over there now?
It's just, I'm disappointed when certain people want me to prioritize them in their lives, and then they don't prioritize me in theirs. You know? It's amazing how excited to see you, too. Thank you. It's amazing how, you know, when people want you to give them their time, or yeah, see, like I'm to the point where I got people that owe me their time and attention, and they can't even afford to pay me what they owe me financially. And I don't put them in that position. They put themselves in that position, and they'll be like, well, you know, you're taking advantage of me. I'm like, actually, I'm not. Because the fact of the matter is, you made these agreements with me, and all I'm doing is holding you to your word. I could.
Stop my fucking Josh. He's been bugging Josh. Josh is saying that James says he's gonna get arrested if he doesn't give him money and stuff. I'm like, he can't get you arrested. You're not committing crimes, you know? Just block him. Just block him. But yeah, now James is like threatening him apparently.
Definitely do much worse. And for those that don't do it, it ain't my problem, you know? If it costs you your career, if it costs you your home, that's on you, because you decided to spend money you didn't have, or decided to spend time or energy or resources that you don't have. And then you think that, you know, whatever you belong to is going to take care of you. And it doesn't. And then you're like, oh my gosh, woe is me. You know, they said they were going to do this or that. Well, so did you. You know? So, I don't know what to tell you. I'm doing pretty good. I keep to my commitments and I keep to my word. So, you know, whenever some scum thinks that they're going to change my day, all they do is destroy their career. And I'm fine with that. It's none of my business. They said, they're like, well, that person, you know, they're in the wake of your destruction. I'm like, no, that's someone that stepped in my way and tried to charge me money for something that they can't afford to pay for themselves. And it's just not my problem. I'm not going to make it my problem, you know? Now, for the people that help me when I can't afford something, I'll help them. But if you're going to get in my way and demand that I pay you and not be able to afford charging me, then no, I'm not going to accept your charge. I'm going to tell you no, go charge somebody else, because if you don't, you're going to cost you and your buddies their jobs. You know, it's not on me. It's not my problem. And I've gotten to the point where I move so quick and effectively that, you know, that the results that they produce for themselves come to pass before they ever even get a chance to come at me. So there's only so much I can care about people, and the reality is there's a lot of people that I would otherwise meet and get to spend some time with that I'm not going to get to because they refuse to listen to me when I told them how it is. I said, well, you don't tell us how it is. We do it. I'm like, that's fine. Enjoy your ignorance. I'll be here when you're done. You won't, probably, you know?
Yes. Very good.
And once again, it's just not my problem. I got things to do, people to see, places to go, and food to enjoy. Because right about now, I'm thinking about buying myself a nice burger.
What about the shawarma? I don't think he even ever wanted to try shawarma. He would have done it by now, right?
That's the mood I'm in. They're like, oh, well, at this time of night, you probably find yourself a nice woman, or this time in the morning, you find yourself a nice woman, or you get yourself, you know, in a good situation like that. I'm like, no offense, but like, I have a pretty good relationship with food. I'm not really thinking about any of that. Oh my gosh, man. I'll tell you what, I came off of cigarettes, right?
He has a good relationship with food. Got it.
Cigarettes smell so bad to me. They smell freaking disgusting. I can smell a cigarette a block off, and it's so gross, you know? And like I said, I mean, I don't mind the interruptions because it helps me get rid of them sooner, the people that try to interrupt me. But yeah, like if I don't want your help and I tell you no, take no for an answer. And if you think you're going to bully me into doing what you want to do, you got to understand that I have...
James, it's literally you. You try to like strong arm people or bully them into doing what you want, like giving you money for bullshit, thinking you're owed it and shit.
The proficiency within my own type set of skills to overpower your entire organization and get you pulled out of your organization and get you off my back. But for people who belong to something and they think they're then going to bully me, don't understand that I got better connections with the people that run their lives than they do. And I don't care what you come from or what you're about. If you're going to interrupt my day and I don't like it, then you're not going to have a good day. And they're like, well, you know, you don't have this or that with that. No offense, but there's 3 ways you can get it: gold, God, or glory. And whether through gold, God, or glory, I will have you removed. And that's that. If I say I don't want your help, I'm not saying, you know, passively that I want your help. I'm saying, you know, my yes is my yes and my no is my no. I'm saying I don't want the help and you need to back off. And they're like, well, you can't tell me that. I just did. What are you going to do about it? And they're like, well, I'm going to stop you from being able to tell me no.
He was like pretty crazy and rambly right out the gate this morning, huh? 6:13 in the morning, bombing down fucking Hollywood Boulevard, telling you how it is. Just a bunch of nonsense.
I'm like, I'm going to stop you from being able to try to tell me that you can't. Whatever. You get the point. I don't even got to say it. I just do it.
I really don't get the point, but okay.
That's what I usually do. Every now and again, I try to give somebody fair warning, but the reality is 9 times out of 10, I don't give them fair warning. I just get it done. And for people to try to get it done with me and surprise me like that, they lose their jobs because it's when you scare me that bad, the people that run your life are watching, and you're not supposed to be doing that. And they're like, you're supposed to keep it a secret. I'm like, I don't subscribe to that. I don't really care. And they're like, then you're not going to get in here.
What the hell is CC talking about? I think CC is like a Colleen Cleveland. He will die maybe. He can't breathe. He is sick so much. Sometimes he goes to the hospital and is there for weeks. Breathing machine. What? Hold on. What was this? We're on 8:33. We gotta go back just a little bit. My grandpa has emphysema because he smoked for 40 years. He will die. Oh, Jesus jumping. Jesus jumping.
To that, I don't really care.
CC's yeah.
And they're like, then you're not gonna get.
But why does he keep CC in here? But not I don't know. Maybe I don't even know. I don't understand James's logic.
Get in here, get in there. I'm like, that's fine. I'll get in somewhere else. And I definitely won't try to hit somebody because it usually leads to, you know, it sucks. It's a shame. It really is a shame. Like, I try to be real careful, but every now and again there's someone who's cocky. And they're like, well, this is funny. We're going to get them going. And it's literally like they forget how everything happened last year. How many people lost their jobs. how many people ended up having something negative happen to them in their life. And I'm like, they're like, but we can find a way to blame you. I'm like, it doesn't matter how hardcore or how radical you are, you're still gonna lose. And they're like, no, we're not. I'm like, you underestimate America. You're underestimating the country you live in. They're like, well, we're more powerful than America. And I'm like, all right, then either figure out how it works or get out.
James on this fucking America rant in the foggy morning of Hollywood while CC's like, you know, my grandma died, my grandpa's dying. I'm close with him. Sometimes he's in bad spirits because he's so sick. What is this? It's just two narcissists like talking past each other? That's basically what we're witnessing.
We either want you or we don't, and you're helping us decide that we don't want you. So it's up to you to decide. We'll tolerate you, but we're not going to change the way that we live just because you're not in agreement with it. I stay in my lane, and if you swerve into my lane, you're either getting a cop pulling up on you or you're probably going to end up in a car crash because you weren't paying attention to the road. You're too busy looking at me and rubbernecking to pay attention to the road. And then when you crash, you're like, it's his fault. He was too attractive. I'm like, I don't think that's how it works.
He's too attractive. He liked the I've never really heard him say rubbernecking too much until today. It's like maybe he heard that. It's a new word he learned maybe.
Either way, it's not my fault or my problem. But please, entertain me, you know?
Damn, that hobo's just too attractive.
And they're like, we're just going to bring you down a notch. We're going to humble you. And I'm like, you got to understand that I don't have loyalty to you because I said no. So should you decide to challenge me, I will learn a lesson from you, but it's going to cost you your job. It's going to cost you your livelihood. You will have taught me something, but you will also have learned a lesson that you didn't learn, that you believed you didn't have to learn. And that lesson is going to be that you don't deserve what you got. And I will take it with me wherever I go when it's over.
Who are these people doing this to you? I'd love to know too. This is James's version of they. And we need to get James to at least meet Heather. They should get like slide into each other's DMs somehow. Can we make that happen? How can we make that happen?
And if you want me to keep it here, you got to chill out.
He's like a more confident Xavier.
I'm pretty good at bringing people into town, and I'm pretty good at running people out of town. Better than most. Okay, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm the best in Hollywood at finding who's good to live here and who needs to leave. So don't be telling me that I'm one that has to leave. I don't care if you've lived here your whole life. If you're not serving a community properly and you're not good for us, you're not staying. And I didn't ask. I'm letting you know. We're inviting, we're accepting, but if you're going to be detrimental or toxic to our community, then you can't stay. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But if you're willing to wise up and fit in some way, shape, or form that doesn't get you hurt, then yeah. And sometimes it's, well, all the time when it comes from me, it's for your own good. And people are like, well, you haven't been long enough to be making those, you haven't been here long enough to make those decisions.
This is a perfect plan, actually, Mudpit. Tell James Heather has money for him. Tell Heather James has money for her. And they just need to do something first. Yeah, no, we could. I think that would be the best way to get that accomplished.
Ask
what would Jessica Messica do?
the decision makers, because they're the ones that are fine with me delegating how that works. They're the ones who gave me permission to go ahead and vet people and pay attention to who's doing what, because I'm out here all the time and I put the work in, and I plan to stay long term. I'm committed to Hollywood, and that's that. And if you want that kind of, you know, if you're jealous or you want to be able to do that or you think you're special, then prove it. Before, instead of getting jealous of me or having a problem with me, prove it. And if you can't prove it, then you don't get to make that decision. And they're like, you know, we make the decisions around here. We're going to do it either way. I'm like, go ahead. I'll be more than happy to pull you from the root and help you find where you belong. I have all the time in the world. I got the rest of my life to do it. No issues whatsoever. All right. Moving on. It's just, what do you call it? When I got an undercover cop here or there, and they're laying there and they're jealous, and so they give me a problem. I'm like, look, you got your commitments. I got mine. It is not your job to harass me or cause me an issue or get me riled up so that I'm running around town freaking out, you know? And when I do...
James running around town freaking out. It was interesting that he said before bed, before fucking street, I guess, whatever you would call it, before he went to sleep, that he likes the live because he feels more safe with it. I don't know if that's just cap to get people to like watch him more or feel bad for him, or if that's like somewhat true. Because he says he's like freaking out. He can be more himself on the live. Like, I don't know if there's any truth to that or not. If there is some truth to it, that'd be interesting.
No offense, but the only thing that's going to happen is that it's going to get covered up and you're going to lose your job for bothering me. And if you didn't know it was me, then it's an honest accident. But the fact of the matter is, you know, we are to the point where even when you accidentally bother me like that, it's still going to cost you your job, or at least you're going to get relocated. Like, literally, I'm not kidding you. Like, I've had situations where government officials, clergy, you know, laymen and people who are just a part of the general public, they've had to move literally and change positions or change jobs because they've interrupted my creative process. And people were like, oh, that sounds silly. No, what I do is really serious because I have a lot of influence over the public. So I have to...
What influence does he think he has? What has James ever said or done that has influenced any member of the public that he could point to?
Be very careful with how I behave. And if you're someone who is more powerful than me and you decide to bully me and then you push me to a point where I'm behaving inappropriately, I'm not going to lose my job. I'm not going to lose my social position. I've earned that tenure and I will keep it. You're going to lose yours. So don't interrupt my process. If I'm in the middle of something, it doesn't matter if you want me to interrupt what you got going on because you're bored. It doesn't matter if there's certain ways you want me to behave or things you want me to do.
These people, I think, are like genuinely confused about what James is saying, and he's just like going off. This is a funny time to be live streaming.
Because you want my influence to make a greater impact on what you're doing. The powers that be have chosen where I'm going to do what I'm going to do, how I'm going to do it, who I'm going to do it with,
I'm doing.
And the ways that I'm supposed to operate within the society. And that's that. And if you say, well, you're not that big, you're not that special. No, I'm not. I'm equal to you, and you're the one who has a mispercepted, you have an internal fallacy of some notion of a hierarchy existing in America. There's business. There's business. There's church. There's all sorts of stuff, right? But that's all part of hierarchies that are built on the baseline of our country, that are built on the foundation of our country. And it doesn't matter if you make $1 billion. It doesn't matter if you become one of the biggest companies in the world, whatever it might be, or you're just some guy who's really powerful on your own. If our country decides that you're no good for us, we can take it away from you in a moment. And if you don't believe that, then you're just not educated enough or you're ignorant.
You get them, boy.
We are the most powerful country in the world. It doesn't matter what anyone thinks about it. We are. How do you think we are one of the biggest
James.
world powers when we are so young as a country? I mean, think about it. We are one of the largest world powers. Our country is less than 300 years old, right? Think about it. Our country is less than 300 years old, and we are more powerful than countries that have existed for thousands of years. I would take that as a sign to be a little more serious about it and not play with that topic near as much. People get excited when another country wins this or wins that. When it comes down to it, truthfully,
like the Olympics. When are we going to get on the Olympics for today? Oh, I can finally edit this thing.
We are so powerful as a country that if you won something over us, we probably wanted you to. If there's one thing you have to learn about America, if you don't understand yet, is that we do always have the upper hand. Before we moved and created this country, we had the upper hand where we were at. And now we have the upper hand in our own way. And that's not going to change just because someone disagrees with us. The people of America existed long before there were, before there was a country. We just happened to move here. And now we have our own country.
Never gonna break me down.
Okay.
Whoa.
What's up, CC?
Got to keep on moving.
Excited to see you on. Thank you. We don't have to do any of this twice. You know, I'm not gonna turn around and be like, oh well, I don't feel like we should have had that conversation. No, we had the conversation. It was serious. It was important, and it was effective. And for anyone involved, sorry to hear about your loss. Like, sucks for you. I am not retreating or advancing in reverse just because you're a pussy. It's not my problem. I'm sorry. I care for you. I'm compassionate towards you. But if you're going to step in my way, be prepared to be moved, you know? And if you're not going to get in my way, get ready for me to invite you to the caravan. You know, like, you're coming with, as long as you want to. I'll lead the way, and you can enjoy the aerodynamics. You can get a little bit better gas mileage and not have to worry about getting hit by another car should you decide to come behind me. Thanks for the hearts. Good morning, Katie. You saw your cousin's baby for the first time yesterday. That's awesome. I'm so happy to hear you So happy to hear you. Yeah, I am. I'm happy to hear that happened for you. He is cute. His name is George. Adorable. Absolutely. You don't like the name George. Why? I like the name George quite a bit, actually. Yes, you did just witness me sniff the street. I did it instinctually. When I first moved to Hollywood, I was like a freaking animal. You have no idea. I have become civilized. But I'll tell you what, when I first moved to Hollywood, I was so cocky that I had a lesson to be taught. And so I was brought to the bottom of the barrel. And I have since learned. And I'll tell you what, I'm so thankful for the experience. I hope to God I never have to do it twice.
We're made up.
I guess my advice to you is don't ever eat peanuts out of shit. And don't ever tell someone that you ate peanuts out of shit when you didn't yet.
Penis or peanuts?
But, and for people that are like, oh, I hate hazing and this and that. Well, that's fine. Then just don't involve yourself. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Me personally, the process is like the things that I had to do and the stuff that I went through to get the connections that I have and, be close with the people that I'm close with. Like, we have our own rituals and things like that, right? Like, I don't belong to any organizations, but my affiliations with certain legally permissed organizations is because, like, I learned so much about their people through the things that they demanded I do in order to be associated with their people. And I don't regret a single hazing I received. I am very thankful, even for the stupid people who refuse to shut their mouths when they start talking to someone that they don't realize they're subordinate of. And, today's a good day. Today's a good day, and I'm having a lot of fun.
Yeah. The feds are after all of us, guys. You gotta stay frosty.
Thanks for the hearts.
You didn't say look sharp, Jessica. You didn't say we were live. So you guys gotta look sharp. The feds might be coming.
Yes, a burger. I could go for a burger. I'm not gonna buy one though, because I'll tell you the truth. If I buy a burger, for how healthy I have been eating and for how much I have been exercising, like moving around, like I walked 12 hours yesterday. I walked around Hollywood Boulevard for 12 hours. And then I went to the gym. And so essentially, I'm to the point where what I'm trying to do is build up my lactic acid resistance.
Oh, okay.
So I'm building my body's ability to endure pain to the level that it was at, I'd say about 4 or 5 years ago. But as of right now,
lactic acid.
I'm about I say compared to what I used to be, I'm about a 3 out of 10. So I can endure a massive amount of physical, mental, and emotional pain, but it is nothing near what I used to be capable of. And in order to maintain my independence and control over my own decisions in the long term, while continuing to grow in popularity and finance, I have to regain my personal capabilities. I have to move back into a space where I'm very...
Telling people to write their names on their body and their birthday. Yeah, that's not a good sign. That's not good. You should go somewhere safe. Make sure you're safe. The hurricane sounds scary.
fit
And we need you, Emily.
in every way. If it were an option, I'd obviously choose not to. But it is. I don't have the choice to not train myself up. I can just now do it in a safe, comfortable,
Right, Elon Musk. Yeah, do it.
predictable, and cyclical environment. All right, I'm trying to catch up. Give me a minute.
Which one's getting blocked?
Okay.
I wasn't paying attention to his
Just do me a
shit.
favor. Pause on the comments. I never thought I would say this. I always ask you guys to talk to me, right? Do me a favor. Pause on the comments for about a minute so I can catch up. Thank you. If you want, you sit there and listen and tap the hearts, but I'm going to catch up on our comments here. She says, please stop smoking.
Should I do that to you guys when I come back and stuff? I'll be like, okay, guys, don't talk anymore. I'm gonna catch up on the comments. I just like, I don't know. If I miss something important, just say it again until I see it. Until I see it, sometimes I miss things.
I do not smoke cigarettes anymore, and that is progress for me. I am smoking my vape. It's water vapor going into my body. The chemicals in this one are not all that bad, and I'll get an even healthier one when this one runs out at the end of the week. Oh, excuse me. And then
Where's Nick?
I will eventually stop smoking completely. As of right now, I am getting all of the tar out of my lungs. I'm getting that guck out of my lungs and the chemicals. And using the vape is actually helpful because of the water vapor.
Look, I gave him a cape.
Now, the air is thick here in LA, especially in Hollywood right now. We have a lot of fog in the air, right? So nature is doing its job. Using this vape is helping me.
What are you talking? Wait, what? There's a lot of smog in the air, so nature's doing its job? Or are you saying fog? Fog? What? How the fuck? What does that mean, though? Nature's doing its job? I thought that was a bad thing. And the vape is going to do its job? It's just, okay. So he thinks that vaping is clearing out his lungs, and the fog or smog is going to clear out, like, the city? The pollution in the air in the city? I'm not a fucking weather person, but that doesn't sound right.
Do it faster. So the vapor will go into my lungs. Stuff gets a little bit sticky in my lungs, but like it also, when I cough and stuff, it actually can come off and come out. Whereas when it's dry and pressed to the insides of your lungs, it doesn't want to come off. So between exercising to an Olympic level and putting that vapor in my lungs, I'm getting all the tar.
Exercising at an Olympic level. And just walking around. He's basically like, this is tourist level. Like, tourists probably walk about this much if they want to see a bunch of stuff. James just goes back and forth, though.
And all the smoke out of my lungs. And trust me when I tell you, I will get all of it out. In one way or another, I will get all of it out. And I'll be back up to the physical fitness level that I once was. CC says, your grandma has emphysema because she smoked for 4 years. Oh, geez. Yeah, I only smoked cigarettes for about 4 years. I'd say about 3.5 years. And really, I mean, during that time frame, there was about 18 months there that I really didn't smoke at all. So realistically, I've only been...
You didn't smoke in jail?
Smoking for like 1.5 years. And
have we been blessed enough to see, like, James smoking? Like, we've only seen him smoking on live? Is that why he, like, looked so awkward smoking that first cigarette? Remember when we seen him smoke that first cigarette and we were like, whoa? Because James is really straight edge. That's why, like, he's crazy, is because he didn't want to take his medication. And that's why in the, like, We Are Soldiers song where he's singing, he's like, feet piece, fuck, modern society, and it's not bipolar, man. It's called having real emotions. So You know, that's James's prerogative on life. So when he smoked a cigarette, I was like, what the fuck is happening? But that would make sense, I guess, if we were the only ones. So, but I just assumed like that's where he picked it up, was in jail, like smoking and trading smokes for stuff.
And I wasn't always smoking. You know, I didn't have cigarettes all the time. So it shouldn't be that bad. But I will tell you that even only smoking, I'd say 12 to 14.
I gotta pick up more weed, black mass, but it's just not on the cards right now, you know? It's not on the cards.
Months out of a you know, a 3-year period, it affects your breathing. Smoking really affects your ability to breathe. It doesn't even matter how long you're doing it. It's so bad for you, so bad for your lungs. I never used to be gasping for air. I didn't have such a raspy voice, and my voice is coming already just after, I mean, literally after like a week, not even a week, like 3 days of not smoking, 3 freaking days of not smoking, and putting the water vapor in there instead of the.
You don't think they allow smoking in prison anymore? Really? That'd be interesting. I thought that's all they had.
Instead of smoke, my body is already starting to get that stuff out, and I'm already experiencing a noticeable difference. I'm sorry to hear that. Sophie goes, do you have Instagram? Yeah, I have an Instagram. I'm on all platforms right now. I have a couple of people that I need to kind of chill and mind their business. And I will say that if you're watching this, or if someone who knows, I guess who it is that's watching this, I apologize if I flirted with your granddaughter or your daughter or somebody that you didn't want me flirting with or something.
What? Who the fuck is he talking to? Whose granddaughter did he flirt with?
But I caught wind, and somebody told me that apparently I was flirting with, or potentially, the reality is I probably wasn't flirting with the person. The probability is that the person was flirting with me. And because if I'm flirting with somebody, they're definitely some.
I mean, James kind of has a point here, I guess. Maybe. It depends if he was catcalling or if he was, like, actually flirting. Because he's too much of a, you know, not a cool guy. He can't go up to women. He said it himself. He's like, I can't approach women. Women have to approach me. And then they have to lead the conversation. So if, like, there's actual conversation happening, I would assume the girl walked up to him. But he could have just been catcalling because he just, like, yells shit at women all the time.
Someone I'm going to remember. And there's someone I'm going to recognize. And I'm going to know based on my social ability, my ability to perceive what's really going on socially. Like, I'm going to know if there's somebody in their life that isn't going to be too happy about me talking to that person. So if I'm not noticing it, then it probably, I either didn't initiate it, I didn't engage, or I didn't know because I wasn't the one looking into the person. Like when I'm paying attention to their behavior, when I'm flirting with them. And it doesn't take me much. You know, some people, they're like, you know, most people aren't trained in that way. So they're not like
trained in the art of flirting.
You know, it takes them a while to get to know somebody. But me personally, I'm I would say expertly trained in social behavior, let's call it. And so it's like I could look at somebody within the first 15 seconds, I know whether or not they're sexually active. I know whether or not they are involved with someone already. I know whether or not they have multiple partners. I know whether or not they're.
Why is it just all sex stuff?
There's someone who is in an open relationship or open to an open relationship, or they're monogamous. And that's mostly just understanding the human personality. So I also can very easily deduce whether someone is mentally stable, unstable, at risk, not at risk, you know?
He just knows like that. He just knows, guys.
And that just comes with the territory. And something having to do with like my training and experiences is there's a lot of people that kind of just, they're trained, but they're not smart. And this sounds mean, but I'm telling you the truth, is do not account someone's training to their intelligence, because our country is the greatest country in the world, and the people that I learn from are people that have served this country. And you can be very skilled, but still not be capable of what you'd like to be capable of when you're not under the dominion of the people that train you, right? So like once you step out, it's kind of like riding a bike. You can move faster on a bike than fire.
To fire him. He just fires everyone on the fucking boulevard. 29 minutes in? Okay. Yeah, I think I actually stopped this recording before I even went live, so we don't have to worry about, like, me still recording and then being like, oh, we already watched this. But he fired at least 2 people today then on the street like that.
You can move faster on a bike than you can on your feet, but the fact of the matter is once you get off the bike, you're not moving as fast. Unless you're, like superhuman. But the fact of the matter is that's what I'm describing to you in reference to training, right? Like you can have people train you, and it's like riding a bike. You're going to move faster. But based on your own personal, physiological and psychological limitations, you're going to slow down. You're going to become less capable at some point in time, and you're going to fall off with it, right? Well, I had my, interpersonal training. I was taught by a lot of really good people, how to handle myself. But before I ever met them, I already knew how to do a lot of what I do that I was trained on. And so my skills don't fall off, right? I just became more proficient in my skill set. And then without being around the people that trained me, I'm still doing okay. I'm just not as good as I once was. But I've been doing really good at finding mentors and finding people to have in my life who are similar to the people that used to keep me at the peak of my ability. So I guess what I'm telling you is when someone shows you a piece of paper or someone tells you that they're well trained or that they had once been trained, I mean, that's good, but it's not enough. You have to continue to train.
That's what James does. He tells us that he's just been trained and to take his word for it, and that his hands need to be registered as fucking weapons.
Continue to teach yourself or be taught in order to maintain the level of proficiency required to stay as effective at what you do as you are. And even if you're born with the skill, the person who's born with the skill and taught the skill is always going to be better at least on an individual basis. If you're not counting people that belong to a group, they're going to be better than the person who only has one or the other, right? Either prodigious skills from birth or training. So I'm blessed enough to have both, but that doesn't change the fact that I still, to this day, have to surround myself with people of that level of proficiency in order to maintain my skill set and not fall off. Give me like 2 seconds. Right across the street, there's a cop watching, so I want to make sure that I, don't be looking down at my phone, because they're being real scrupulous with me. They're like I said, it's a hierarchical thing. They don't even sometimes the people who are committed to the belief and the mindset of equality. Literally, that is the notion. That's the idea. Sometimes you'll still have people that are brainwashed in the hierarchy of the church, or they'll be brainwashed in the hierarchy of a monarchy or an oligarchy, and they're in a position that they necessarily shouldn't be in, but it's not a perfect world. Or there's someone who, say, God or the universe or the world or people that are in power have decided that person is someone that they want to train or that they want to help move to a space of better understanding. And that's the beauty of our country, right? You go to any other country in the world, and what people do, that's enough. What people do is they will try, but not try hard enough because they don't want it that bad, right? But realistically, if you're someone who is less good at something but wants it more, you're going to get that. In this country, you are more likely to get that spot, because as long as you prove...
Oh, the Munchkin voice thing. Why does the voice sound so different when he was with Kay? The Munchkin voice thing, that is like it was sped up and not pitch corrected, so it could fit onto Twitter, and that's for whatever reason the video that gets referenced a lot. I had to get crunched down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and that's the reason why.
Your ability and your willingness to grow, then you're going to keep getting better at that. And the guy that's complacent, or the woman that's complacent, or whoever may be complacent, is not going to get to do what you do. And that is how our country works and operates.
I gotta
CC goes
clean up
sometimes. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that. Sorry, she's using the comment section to make it look like I'm the one with the issue.
He's already like, oh yeah, this person's out. This person's out for me.
And then, oh, I didn't know. No, you knew 3.5 weeks ago when I caught you talking behind my back.
What?
Moving on.
What?
Give me 1 second. I don't even know who that is. I just had been sent a screenshot and I double checked it. And after verifying and confirming, I found out that they're telling me the truth. So thank you to my sources. Thank you to the people that have taught me the value of getting backlog information and finding out whether or not something is accurate or not. And thank you to the people that, I can.
Who's looking out for little Jim Jams over here? I wonder who it would be.
Trust to give me that information. Yeah. I'll just leave it there. Yeah, it's fine. All right, give me 2 seconds. Trying to catch up.
Yeah, I caught you talking behind my back. Source. Yeah, so like someone's feeding him information. He was referencing this in the live we were just watching too. He was like, "Thank you for the people who give me information on who is like watching them." And then he kicked, I can't remember the name of the account, but they didn't say much, and he banned them. So I was like, okay, so like that person must know something. But I don't know who it is. I have my speculations. Colleen might be one of them. There might be a few other people that like James, just because he's a little rascal, I guess, even though he's a fucking woman abusing psychopath, or just people who don't like me, or maybe don't like other people who cover James, or think James has been dealt a bad hand for what he did. Maybe people think he could just re-assimilate into society, which, like, that would be the best thing. I wouldn't be able to do anything if he got a job like Heather got a job at the bar. She's a bartender now or something. So James could do that, and then I'd have to be like, oh, that James guy out living his best life. He can do that.
Got it. I said we're just cutting out all the trash. Give me a second. That's not how I feel about a human life, but that's how I feel about certain mindsets. They're just not productive for me. They don't belong in my space.
Gretel liked James, or whatever that lady's name with the G. She felt bad for him for a bit. My son!
Got a very active morning this morning, I'll tell you.
Where is that video? I should get that video to show you guys who don't know about it, because then you can understand, like, just random ladies will feel bad for James because they see like their sons in him or something, or like another person maybe they have relation to.
Got him. All right, cross the street in a minute. See, sometimes people unfortunately get caught up, trying to prove their ability. Like, I'm not. I'm really not. No offense, but like, this is nothing. For what some of you have seen of me, my gosh, I'm at 1 out of 11. Seriously, I'm at like less than 1 out of 11 for some of what I've accomplished on camera. I'm not even doing anything. My gosh. And that's you guys know I'm telling the truth. You could put in the comments and be like, "Yep, I've seen it," and I am comfortable with that because I have a pretty good and trustworthy history on here. I do, and my history on here is far better than some of the scum that might have an oppositional opinion about it. And the proof is out there. You just got to find it. And if you don't find it, it's because you weren't looking. And don't say, "Well, I found this," Well, yeah, you found that first. What were you looking for? What kind of person are you? You have an algorithm, okay? If you don't understand what this means, when you search on Google for the past 8 years, when you search on Google, no matter what it's about, whatever shows up first isn't going to be what's most popular. It's not going to be what's most interesting. It's not going to be chronological. It's going to be something that you personally are the most invested in. So if you look up my name and the first thing you find is trash and garbage and drama, it's because that's the way you live your life. And I'm sorry to tell you, you might not like me saying that to you, but it's the truth. Google has an algorithm, and the algorithm is so advanced that they're now coming out with an AI, right? They got this Gemini that's available to the public where it thinks for you. It literally tailors to your personality and sends you results based on your personality. So I'm sorry to tell you, if you Google my name and you don't like what you find, it's because you're looking for something you don't like. Because Google already knows you on a personal level. And, if you don't like what you see, you're probably not supposed to know me. And if you're not supposed to know me and you don't like what you see, then change the channel. And if you like what you see about me when you actually see me and you have negative results, then either somebody messed with your algorithm, which does happen, believe it or not, quite often, or you didn't search hard enough. So if you as a person are someone that usually digs pretty deep, and you looked me up and you didn't dig deep.
What a load of gaslighting bullshit. When you Google your name, articles come up about you punching your pregnant girlfriend. Good for Roman Archer, doing God's work at 9:43 in the morning.
It's still on you. It's not on me. And if anything, at worst, if you're so obsessive about finding someone else to blame for your problems or blame for your inability to connect properly or in a healthy fashion, you can blame Google's algorithm. I don't know what else to tell you. If you want chronology, go on Tumblr. If you want chronology, go on Reddit. If you want chronology, you're going to have to go somewhere else because most of these...
He thinks AI is going to solve his issues, and it's all the algorithms are against him. This is a big conspiracy. Same with Heather. But no, the algorithms are pretty accurate.
Platforms have algorithms that are geared towards your personality, not just your personal search results.
Oh, you're seeing bad things in your algorithm? It's a you problem.
Okay? So understand that you're not getting search results based on what's popular. You're getting search results based on what you're going to pay the most attention to. And if you are engineered towards fear and drama and negativity, then yes, the first thing that's going to show up in your search results when you Google me is going to be something you don't want to see if you're someone who's not looking for negativity. If you're looking for negativity, that's what you're going to find. If you're looking for something better, you're going to have to search harder. If you're the type of person that looks deep, and if you find something positive when you first look it up, it's because you're focused on the positive. No matter what, you can't blame the search results.
Yeah.
Okay, and I want to
YouTube is a hit or
I want
miss
us to grasp
sometimes
this
with me.
concept together. What a mentally lunatic notion it is to blame search results for your emotions.
James, that's so ironic because it's kind of like that's him. He's angry. He's angry that him and Heather are angry that when you search like their names, only bad stuff comes up.
If you don't like what you see, change what you're looking at. You don't belong to another person. You belong to you, and you have a choice to change what you look at and what you engage with and who you engage with. It's on you. You can blame another person, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be you that has to deal with what you find. It's still going to be you who has to choose whether or not what you see is what you want to see. And if you don't like what you see, change what you're looking at. Don't try to change the person you're looking at, because a lot of times people don't understand that when you're stuck in the past, depending on what part of the past you're stuck in your mind, that's going to be what Google engineers towards. So if you're someone that listens to 90s music, well, Google is going to show you results that would have been popular in the 90s. I'm trying to help you understand that. So like if your mind is stuck in COVID mode, if your mind is stuck in 2017, 2018, 2019, what do you think is going to show up? Results from 2017, 2018, and 2019. And that's going to be where you're stuck.
I don't think that's the thing. I was going to wait until like the end to show you guys this other thing, but like it doesn't really matter because that's not the end. That's just when my phone did a weird thing and I had to come back, and then we can see like how much the gap in between was. But this is the lady that was like, my son, James Soroka, my son. Said James. You could just go to the my son part. But they were like, they had James on and was talking with him and stuff, and I think it's a little interesting. So she was like having James on her Twitter spaces and defending him and stuff, for whatever reason.
Pull that shit with me, all right?
Guys,
This is not the place, all right?
Don't pull that shit with me right now. No.
Don't you pull that shit with me, Gretel.
Don't you pull that shit with me.
Don't you pull
Okay.
that shit with me.
Don't you
You
pull
two
that shit
sound-
with me.
No, don't you pull that shit with
Don't you
me.
pull
you
that
two
shit
sound like
with
a
me.
married
Don't you
couple
pull
right
that
now.
shit with me.
Don't you pull that shit with me,
Don't you
Steven.
pull that shit with me.
Pull that shit
sound
with
Don't you
me.
pull that shit with me.
Don't you pull that shit with me.
James threatening to find anyone who disrespects him and to lock your doors at night.
Hey, this is real life. This is real life. This is
So that's James. That's James talking.
real life. Yeah, very good. Very smart.
No, I'm just saying it's a big deal to do what you did. You should. Hopefully, you're not the same person.
Be calling Nate
I
on the
don't know you
seat.
from before, but
Nate, it's entirely appropriate that you begin to be quiet. I am far
Listen,
worse. You need to
I'm
learn
not
to be
trying.
quiet. I'm making better choices. I'm staying on that track. You need to be quiet.
This is the first time he was out of jail too.
You should.
I'm listening closely. You need to listen. It's time for you to be quiet. Okay.
Speak. Go ahead.
This isn't an edit. This is James literally telling someone to be silent so he can sit in silence.
I'm overwhelmed with your intelligence.
Oh, for the love of God. I'm going to find this man. You come at me with disrespect, then you will need to lock your door at night.
And this weird Gretchen person who defends and sympathizes with James because her son is a domestic abuser or something.
James has 1 domestic violence, but I'm telling you what, my son has 4. And one of them was against a pregnant woman.
This lady was also trying to imply that there was no evidence that James has ever assaulted his ex, despite him admitting to it in the past and being caught on camera doing so.
Have you ever seen Jimmy Soroka lay hands on his fucking woman? No.
Everyone does bad things. No one needs to judge. I appreciate that, but I hit a woman.
I'm asking all of you, have any of you seen Jimmy Soroka lay hands on his fucking woman? No.
I told you I hit my girlfriend. Like, I said that out loud.
Have you seen her sit there as a freaking victim and not even cried out and said, "Oh, stop doing this"? No. This is kind of fucking bullshit that fucking pisses me the goddamn fuck off.
Like, why? Why is she so angry about it? Like, lady, I get you see your son and James or whatever.
My son. That's what my son went through. My son was in prison. My son has been in prison for domestic violence. If my son came in this community, he would be treated worse. Were you around when everyone thinks my son is gross? And he's not. That's what I've seen with my son. I've seen my son get the fuck beat out of him by many women, and my son ended up in fucking prison. My son strangled her, and my son went to prison over my son They've all fucking destroyed my son's fucking life. My son, he reminds me a lot of my son. My son's way worse than Jimmy Soroka. It reminds me of me and my son. My son is gone. Oh, my son. No, my son. Neither has my son.
It's got nothing to do with your son.
But James. So yeah, there's like there's weird people that will go to James's defense because they see like their son in James or whatever, and I guess I don't know. That must be a terrible situation to have like your son be like James Soroka. That must really fuck a woman up.
And if you don't want to be stuck there, you got to come out of your.
It was Gretel's son, and Gretel is just a woman on YouTube. She actually was like, Steve, you got to take that video down, and I'm like, I'm not taking the video down. What?
Shell or change your lifestyle, because when you don't, you're gonna be stuck long term. And the more you engage with what you don't like, the more you're gonna be stuck with what the more you're gonna be stuck with what you don't like. So that's that.
My son.
I'm not telling you anything's your fault. Definitely not. Especially not the choices of another person. But I will tell you it's your responsibility, especially if you're a U.S. citizen and you understand and recognize what independence is, that you're going to have to, at some point, change what you're looking at. Or Google is only going to send you more of what you don't want to look at. You can't just send it. It's not 1990. It's not 2010. You can't just have the world change for you. You just got to stop being a bitch and grow up. And if you don't like it, talk to somebody else about it, because I don't have time for that. I really don't. I have time to help you when
So
you're actually in
ironic.
trouble. But if you're engaging in the negativity and your brain isn't unhealthy, it's not my problem. If you are healthy and making a choice to engage in negativity, I don't want anything to do with you. And that's that. If you are a positive person, or you're at least making an effort to engage with stuff that's true and real and in the present moment, then I will do my best to make time for you. But if you're someone that is constantly engaging with negativity, drama, trauma, abuse, and you're obsessed with it, but you're not an unhealthy person, it's not my problem. And if you are an unhealthy person and you're going through it and you're seeing that is causing you issues, realistically, the fact of the matter is I'll do my best to console you, but it's still not my fault or my problem, because I've healed from and moved on from choices that I've made, and I'm not going to go into the past for somebody that continues to abuse themselves and refuses to get proper help so that they're not engaging with that sort of content. Or
I guess this is a good example of like James is gonna be crazy whether I'm talking to him or not. Like this is pretty similar rant to fucking what he says to me. I'm not even there. But I guess Roman got under his skin a bit here. And then when dealing with the repercussions of your actions, you're homeless with a yeast infection in your butt crack.
being involved in those sorts of communities and pursuits. I just don't engage with it. I don't get myself involved in it. I've grown my platform and my life so far past what it ever was, especially for the parts of life that were not all that healthy for me. And I'm not going back for someone that doesn't feel like seeing a therapist. That's not on me. You know, if you have such an issue with what you see online that it causes you personal trauma, either stop looking at it and go to a therapist, or stop looking at it and go to a therapist, because we're adults. And if it's a child seeing it, no offense, but it's on the adult in their life to make sure they're not seeing it. It's still your fault. If that child isn't mentally capable of understanding what they're seeing or engaging properly with the internet, then either society or the people who are, in guardianship over that person, it's your responsibility to do something. And I'm not going to be blamed and have to relive.
Okay, let's see how much we missed. 7 minutes. How do I go back one? I go back one like this. I just want to see what the time was at.
No offense.
Sure. 9:49, and then I came back in
have
at
to relive. And that does include me.
56. What's 56 minus 49? It's like 7 minutes. We're missing 7 minutes between those 2 times. But everything else we got today.
And like I said, that includes everybody that was involved in that situation. Everybody was, at that point in time, a victim in the situation. And now, at least I know, and I'm hoping that the people...
Account closed. Roman Archer, how do you like being harassed? Now you're my target for messing with this guy? Really?
People that were involved in that situation have become survivors. But what I could tell you is, if you really care about these people that were involved in the situation we were all involved in, where the aggressors was actually the platforms and, you know, law enforcement that was corrupt from the area I grew up in, if you really care that much,
got arrested in Oklahoma, not fucking Wapallowa, Pennsylvania, you know?
then you're going to help get it taken down. You're not going to spend years focusing on it and forcing people to relive that trauma, you know? So, like, before you come at me, realize that you're the ones that are constantly talking about and focusing on trauma and everything that years ago.
It's glitching.
Cared about these people that you claim are still victims years later, you would try to get it taken down. You wouldn't be focusing on it and giving it attention.
I don't know what he's referencing specifically, if he's referencing like his situation or maybe like a situation they find similar, but I mean, you re-victimize people when you break restraining orders and shit, you know? So like, I don't know, James, if he's talking about himself, it sounds silly.
That's the reality. So do yourself a favor, look in the mirror,
my hair tie?
Decide whether you're addicted to drama or you're someone that legitimately wants to help. And if you do want to help, write to TikTok, write to YouTube, get this stuff taken down and help us all move on. I've done my part. I've grown up, I've become a better man, I've become a better person, and I've continued to contribute to the community in every way that I could. There isn't much more I can do. And anybody...
That's why he was like doing death threats to not only me, but like just random people walking down the street. That's why like he's fucking threatening Josh, being like, you better give me money or else I'm gonna get you arrested. Oh, you better not fucking show this Cash App tag to anyone. La 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 la. Like, really, James, you're a better person now? You sound like the exact same fucking person right before you went to jail last time.
That has wanted me off the internet is pretty much just people that the internet wants off the internet. So I'm not going anywhere, thankfully. But there is something you can do. You can reach out to these platforms and you can ask them to take this content down. You can ask them to have the people that are forcing these former victims to constantly relive their trauma to be removed from the internet. Me, right? I'm a human being. I am a life, right? It's not like I am my content. I am the human life. You can't just get rid of, well, it's traumatic, so we're just going to get rid of the person. Like, what's wrong with you? You know, it doesn't work that way. Cancel culture is one thing. You're trying to cancel someone's ability to create content. I get that. That's fine. Some people need to be canceled. I was never canceled, thankfully, but I get why some people get canceled. But to cancel someone's life.
James is never canceled. I don't know where my fucking hair went. That's no fun. That's no fun indeed.
That are creating content based around another person's trauma, something has to be done. These platforms need to be held accountable. The people that are doing it need to be held accountable. And the only way that's going to happen is if you choose to write into these platforms and pressure them to change their terms of service, because the laws aren't going to change. They're not. And I mean, maybe in 5, 10, 15 years, the laws in reference to what's going on might change. But regardless, it's an international problem. It's not just a problem in our country. It's a problem in this world. And so I don't think we're ever going to, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, the likelihood of being able to change what's going on with the law in that many countries is pretty unlikely. But we can start with holding these international platforms accountable. It doesn't mean they have to pay. It doesn't mean we should be reprimanding them or something. It means that we should put just enough pressure on the customer service teams that they pay attention to the problem, and then they go to their bosses and something gets done so that there are better terms of service. The algorithm itself starts to deprioritize, at minimum, deprioritize these videos, that have to do with trauma and drama and things that are unhealthy for people, especially people who are dealing with mental illness, and remove them from the internet or have them at least deprioritized. Because I understand industry, I understand business. I recognize and sympathize with the fact that part of their income comes from exploiting drama and exploiting trauma. But if you haven't noticed, nowadays we are far more focused on people's mental health. We care a lot more of what's going on in.
He wants the Daisy treatment. He wants basically immunity to do whatever the fuck he wants, say whatever he wants, make whatever threats, do literally whatever, and then they'll be like, "Oh, James, yeah, he's mentally ill. He's fine. Don't he has special treatment,
Someone's life, right? And making sure that they're healthy. And when we don't have the proper systems in place to ensure people's protection of privacy and an ability to continue to live one's life after what happened, well, then what are what's going to happen to them? You can't just expect somebody to change their entire life because of one mistake they made, and you can't expect.
But people do, if you kill someone, it's just like, you gotta pay for that, and it changes your entire life.
An entire country to change the way that it operates just because you don't like how it operates. It's flamboyantly, insanely narcissistic.
Why does he keep saying flamboyant?
And it's not even a possibility. You can change the laws, but you're not going to change the infrastructure. In certain countries, maybe. But nowadays, with the world powers being what they are, the likelihood that we're going to change how things work is much less likely than the probability that we could change how and when these platforms are held accountable for what's seen online. All right, you got to give me a few minutes to catch up on comments. So if you're still behind on I'm going to be going quite a bit, I have to go back a little bit. Give me a minute. Just do not comment. Just give me a little while.
Again, don't comment, guys.
You could comment. You're just going to still have to wait for me. I apologize. Just give me a minute. My gosh, how long have I been ranting? Quite a while. At least what I'm saying is accurate.
I don't know about that.
All right, where are we at? We were in Hollywood, California. That's right. And where is Hollywood, California? It's in America. People forget sometimes. It's okay.
What? What does he mean? What's he referencing? Yeah. Psychopaths. Right.
Thanks for the beans.
Thanks for the beans. Alright.
I would rather focus on the positive and move on with my life. How's that?
Okay, so that's 1 second left. This was 20 minutes before. It's when he first started. It's flagrantly.
Very low. Talia.
Now, I'll tell you what. The one night when I could, the chain guy and the ring guy aren't out. Every time that I want to spend money, the people I want to buy from don't have their stands out. It's always my luck. Always.
Didn't he say this already? No, we didn't see this because this is the recording. This is okay. Flagrantly? Is it like blatantly? I can look it up. I was just gonna take your word for it. Mudprit's pretty smart. Let's see. In a conspicuously or obvious offensive way. Yeah, I mean, he just says flamboyant for everything, though. It's really weird. It's like, oh yeah, you're so flamboyant, or I'm very flamboyant, or look at this fucking flamboyant thing. Mamma mia.
Okay, so I'm just gonna explain a situation to you. So from time to time, so I got a couple people in my life who like need my help, right? But they're the kind of people that got pretty much everything going on. They just don't feel like doing it.
That's good because I just guessed that. I was like, it feels like it would be like blatantly.
You know, whatever it is they got to do. So I'll not charge them money, but I'll be like, all right, throw me a few dollars.
Carrie, welcome to my insomnia thing. It's 5 a.m. and we're watching James. This is a good still of him. I like this one. Yeah, this is the last 20 minutes of James, and then I was thinking maybe we could switch to Daisy. Daisy had a crazy fucking day. So we'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. I got coffee in me. Good to go.
And I'll get it done for you, so you don't got to do it. And
oh yeah, if you're in Florida, stay safe. Florida is looking crazy over there.
You know, sometimes they'll be like, well, I don't really want to spend the money. I'm like, okay, you know, that's fine, no worries. And then, you know, it sets me back a little bit, not financially, just work-wise, because I'll give somebody precedence, right? I'll give someone my time, and I'll block my time out for them, and then they change their mind about what they're doing, and they decide, well, you know what, we're gonna hold off a little bit. I said, okay, that's fine.
By time, do you think he means like sexual favors? And then they're like, you know what? I got closer to you. You smell like fish. It's kind of weird. Your balls are doing that swishing thing. I don't know. I think I'm gonna back out.
It's just I blocked out that time for them, you know, and obviously time is worth more than money. And so they took some of my time, didn't give me the money, and then they're kind of just like, well, I'll hit you up if I need you. Not realizing that, you know, after you already made the agreement, well, you know, I mean, now at that point, realistically, you kind of owe me some money because you already took my time because I blocked time out for you to do the job for you.
I wonder what kind of job. Hand job. We should check Emily. It's like almost 5 a.m. for Emily, but we should check in on her. That's good you're not in Florida. Your mom should have came and stayed with you. Crazy.
So if they're not going to come through and give me the money, you know, at least for the time that, you know, that I gave them, that I blocked out for them, that's fine. It's just realize that when you come back to me for that job, and you will, because you're not going to feel like doing it anyway, the price is going to go up because you got to compensate me for the time that I took out of mine to wait for you and block out that time. So I had that happen today where, you know, I made time for somebody and they said, well, I'll give you a couple of dollars in return for doing this thing for me. I said, okay. And then they changed their mind last minute. They said, well, you know, I don't think this is going to work. I said, okay, that's fine with me. They said, well, I'm not looking for someone else to do it. I'll just do it myself. And I already know how they are. They ain't going to do it. So when I get that phone call, and I just got to be patient when they reach out to me to get it done for them, well, I'll just make sure to turn the price up, which I didn't do in the past. But it's coming to a point where I'm having people take advantage of my time. And I can't have that because I'm starting to stress myself out over it. And, you know, you got money, time, and energy. And so they promised me a certain amount of money in return for a certain amount of time of mine that, you know, during said job would cost me energy. Well, the stress it creates in my life when someone backs out and then I have to figure out something to do with my time or I just lose that time and then it costs me stress and energy. Well, you know, I mean, I can't just keep giving away free time and energy like that, you know, and
How much do you guys think James' time is actually worth? Like, how much would you pay James an hour to do? What could James do? You could get him to walk around and hand out flyers. I mean, the Walk of Fame is kind of touristy, right? So, yeah. Then why doesn't he get a job like that? I think that was like the job that he said was a fake job. He's like, I worked for 2 days and they never paid me, but I don't know what job pays you by the day. Maybe he didn't hand out any flyers, or maybe he was only going to get paid for like how many people show up after they got him to do this. I have no idea. But that'd be a good job for him.
I'm realizing as I learn more about how life really works when you're doing your own thing is that I have to charge for my time and energy and then for the money that's lost for the time and energy I spent to be prepared for the job that I was promised. So, you know, I hate to do it. I regret to have to say that, you know, in the future, anybody that calls me for a job or asks me to take care of something that doesn't show up or change their mind about the job, I'm increasing the price because they're not going to have anybody else do it. They don't trust anybody else to do it. Nobody else is going to get it done as effectively as I do. So I'm going to do it. And then whenever they call me for that job, I'll take that job instead of turning them down, which is what I used to do. You know, if they wasted my time and energy and they came back to me for the job, I'd be like, well, you know what, let someone else take care of it. But realistically, I want that extra cash. So I'll take the job, but I'm just going to charge more. And they're...
Yeah, falling to gym, I think falling asleep to gym is easy because, like, if you're tired, your brain tries to, like, figure out where it's going, and then it just goes all over the place. You're trying to follow, and then you're like, maybe we can close this loop, but no, and then you fall asleep.
They're going to come back to me. I already know they're going to be like, oh, that's not fair. You can't do this. You can't. Oh, well, yeah, I understand something. I'm an independent.
So let me get this straight. James can charge whatever the fuck he wants whenever he feels like it, but the nacho place, they were supposed to charge him a specific amount even though he paid for it. He still feels like he's in his right to do the chargeback. And then I didn't even know that there was another place that he got shut down supposedly because they wouldn't take his EPT card, because they wouldn't fucking, I don't know, was it the shawarma place? Was it a place that served alcohol?
I'm not part of a group. It's not a 9 to 5. You're asking me to do something for you that somebody else would take a month to do. It takes me 10, 15 minutes. And I'm not doing it for free to begin with. And then you're costing me time and energy when you don't show up. So I'm going to have to go ahead and, at least increase the price by 25% just to make sure that I can recoup the time and energy that I lost, because I'm coming to a point in my life where I have people that rely on me. And if I take my time out for you and I'm relying on you to show up, and there's someone else that needs my time that I could have given my time to, or even worse so, that someone else might offer the job, well, then I just lost out on that too, So from here on in, I'll accept your money. It's just understand that when you pay me full price to do that job, and it's the same price that it was in the beginning, I'm still going to be waiting on an extra 25%. And it's going to be on you to decide to either send it to me, or the next time a job comes around, I'm just going to tack on, what you cost me in time and energy from the last job. And what I'll say is,
he's not going to tell us what the fucking job is. We just are left to speculate. Maybe we can come up with some options first.
If you decide to tack on your own and gift me that 25% for the cost of my time and energy, I'll be more than happy to go back to the regular price that you're used to on the next job. But as of right now, Like for tonight, as an example, somebody backed out on me on a job, and so I'm waiting on $100. Can't get that $100. So, it doesn't make a dent in me financially. It's not a problem like that. It's not a money problem, but it is a what do you call it? It's an imposition on my time and energy. It impedes my ability to provide for the people I'm providing for, and makes life more difficult. So from here on in, there's going to be a convenience fee. If you don't show up for the job, I'll still do it the next time, but I'm charging an extra 25%, no matter what the price is. And then after that, if you decide to give me that 25%, as a gift, and you realize like, hey, that's the right thing to do, then next time the price will go back down. But if you don't, then the price is staying at that. You do it again, price goes up again. You do it again, price goes up again. But like I said, that 25% is always going to be increased for each and every time that my time and energy gets misused. And then for every time that you decide to come through, I will make sure to bring it back down at 25%. And no, I'm not going to bring it back down the next time if you give that 25% when I say that I need the extra 25%. I'll bring it down if you give me the 25% before I ask for it. So keep that in mind. I appreciate the gifts. That's awesome. But realize I'm also doing something for you. So if you don't come through on it, I don't mind. But I have come to a point in my life where the leverage you once had on me is nothing compared to what I'm doing now with my life.
I swear he's talking to fucking Josh. No one else is like even considering helping James, unless like they're a local or something. But I don't think it would take very long to feel out James's character.
And I'm not going to put up with it anymore. I can't. I really can't. So I have to become more selective with the jobs that I accept, especially considering, around here, I got to be very careful with what kind of jobs I do accept to make sure that I'm not dealing with anybody that's nefarious or might
fucking love when he says nefarious.
Cause me a problem. So, if I smell anything hinky or I think anything's going on, I'm just not going to take the job. But if you come through and stay true to your word, then I can give you another shot. But you being a nice guy or you paying the appropriate price at a late time and a late date isn't going to be enough to get me to decrease the price. So, and you might get mad about that. You might send somebody my way. But understand, if you do send somebody my way, all that's going to happen is they're going to give me the money you owe me, and they're going to come back to you asking why you didn't pay to begin with.
No, I know, but
So thank you for the loyalty. Thank you for the business. And please, do me a favor. Leave me a receipt when you give me something through, like...
He references his family, like, vaguely, but he's not supposed to talk about, like, his ex or his kid or any of that. He does talk about his foster family. He says foster family reached out to him. He also said that his family, like, helped get him to Los Angeles. As hard to tell what kind of, what's lies and what's truth with James sometimes. I don't know if he has, like, a good relationship with his mom right now. I know that his mom usually gives him, like, other chances. I don't think he's cool with his sister Charlene.
Say it's cash, right? I need something written. When you have somebody showing up, I need something written, because at this point in time, I am getting to the, I'm getting to the level where I'm starting to have opportunities with the government and with more official businesses, and I have to start doing taxes with it. So I need a receipt. I need you to have, and I need, if you're going to send somebody, send somebody.
So he's gonna try to get, like, everything written off in taxes. Those fucking $70 notches or whatever, the $50 that he ended up spending, there's gonna be written off in taxes. Yeah, I think he needs to pay his taxes still.
Somebody that is not going to be all sketched out when I ask them for a receipt. You send someone that's sketched out over a receipt, then next time we're charging double if I do the job at all. And that's the new rules. Get used to them. And if you don't like it, you don't got to do business with me. You can take care of the job on your own or hire somebody else. So I'm real pissed about having my time misinvested tonight because I was very excited for this job, and I now have nothing to do but walk in circles, which is fine with me. I love talking to the audience. I love talking to you guys, hanging out with you. But, you know, in my mind, I was excited to walk away from a wonderful experience with like $300, you know, and instead
A wonderful experience. I think it's sex work.
I'm walking around and not having that money and having gone out of my way and changed my plans with the people I was spending time with to accommodate someone that didn't show up. So like I was actually hanging out with a friend and I was kind of busy and somebody needed me to do something. And I said, well, you know, $100. I said, all right. And then somebody else, $20. Somebody else, $15. Another person, $5. And then, you know, other people in cash, and they didn't come through. Not a single one came through.
Oh, I didn't even think about this. Do you think this was the hitman job? Remember when James? I think that was just recently though on the live. This would have been before it, unless it was the last live. No, I think it was the most recent one. We were just like, "Don't worry, I'll take care of that guy who was messing with you," like making it sound like he's gonna go kill him.
And instead turned around and tried getting my Cash App shut down. Had a conversation with Cash App support about it, got it figured out, and now they got my account secure with a note on it to make sure they don't shut my account down, understanding that I don't have a business Cash App account. It is gift money. It's not classified as taxable income just yet, so I don't have to worry about that. But what had happened was some scam artists tried sending fake money to my Cash App account.
How do you send fake money to the Cash App account? I didn't even know James had a Cash App. I thought he was still using other people's Cash App. Is his the John account that he was giving Josh?
In an attempt to get it shut down, claiming that I was doing business on my Cash App account, and I wasn't. So, like I said, is it by technicality business? Yes. But can it be legally classified as business at this point in time? No. And thus, I'm not using my Cash App for business. So I got approved to continue using my Cash App after.
Right? Fake money. I don't get it. We're using it for business, but technically not business. It's a gift. They're just gifting you it. I really wish we knew. We need someone on the inside. I don't even think he would tell someone on the inside though. Like I think he would lie to, like, even if he had a girlfriend, I think he'd be lying to her about whatever he's up to. He's just a shady guy. So I don't know if we'll ever know for sure. This might just be all a made up story in general too.
They're having it paused for about a half hour. But like I said, I also, you know, like I'm going to have to report my income with the government. So, you know, whether it's gift income or not, I'm going to have to report it with the government. So if you're someone that's coming to me with cash, when I tell you that the streets of Hollywood talk, I mean, they really talk. I've seen people lose support and financial, like they've lost, like SSI, they've lost SSDI, they've lost government assistance over money they've made on the street because apparently there's people out here with their eyes open, you know, and you can't necessarily.
Why is my pedal not working? Carrie, thank you for gifting a membership. Carrie's always gifting memberships. You're pretty awesome. But welcome, Miss Farafontoff. Welcome.
Really connect it and say that's how they lost it. But what I can say is there's people that have lost their benefits and lost the money that they had coming in without any explanation as to how it happened. So I'm a pretty smart guy. I could piece two and two together. And when some guys, you know, when there's some guy making, and this isn't me, but when there's some guy making $4,000 a month on the street and then getting benefits and not reporting that $4,000 a month, well, there's informants everywhere. There's undercovers everywhere, and people talk. So, you know, just be careful. And
yeah, they're all around him apparently. That's why the stream is called James is Undercover, because he was like, yeah, someone was telling me, hey man, you got like a whole bunch of undercovers around you all the time. It's like, I fucking know. That's how I do what I do. So I'm like, well, does that mean James is like a snitch? James hates drugs. So I could see him being like, I wonder if those are the jobs he's talking about. I've never been a snitch. I don't know how much a snitch gets paid. But I also can't see anyone really confiding in James about any drug activity or anything like that. Or any kind of activity. He's also crazy. And I just don't know. I don't know. You guys think he's a snitch?
Like I said, if you're someone that's trying to avoid getting charged with fraud, it's usually smart to report that. And if you can't report it, then maybe you don't want to mess with the government. That's, just my opinion. So for me, I don't.
No? Is this where we came in? Hold on. I don't think so. No. We got like 4 more minutes. His things are just glitching.
It's good.
Come on, James. Come on, James.
Government. The goal is to get off of that assistance. So I don't mind having to report that. It's just, you got to understand that I'm talking to my caseworker about money I'm bringing in, and she's asking me about money I'm bringing in, and I'm telling her I'm bringing in money, and then I'll have somebody back out of a job. So then my caseworker's thinking I just made $1,000, and I didn't make a single dollar because the person backed out of the job.
It sounds like instead of fake money, these are just fake jobs to appease the caseworker so he doesn't have to actually look for work. They try to give me fake money in the Cash App. Fucking, this guy.
So if I'm not only going to lose benefits from income.
Oh my gosh, it's glitching out. James, we need to know more about the caseworker. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. If Heather consent, James consent.
Yeah, the price goes.
I don't think anyone would be like telling James stuff. Like Heather's at least a woman, right? Like Heather could use her feminine wiles, especially back in the day, and she was using cocaine, right? Like her cocaine charge, like mysteriously, I don't know if it got dropped or like got severely reduced all of a sudden. Yeah, I think she snitched for sure. But James, like that's what I mean. Like I don't know how much do they pay snitches? I think I've seen that in Law and Order. Like they pay snitches or in like Brooklyn Nine-Nine, but I shouldn't be basing my legal knowledge off of sitcoms on TV. Well, I guess Law and Order isn't a sitcom, but you know what I mean.
Up minimum 25%. I'm here getting support. I'm building my stability, and I don't.
My stability, our credibility. It's his thing glitching though. Let me see if we
don't need the extra drama. So if you're not going to come through, and I can't count on you, then at least understand that you're going to have to pay a little bit more next time. Because I'm in a position in my life that when they ask me about what money I'm making, I have to be honest about it. I can't not tell them about it. I can't leave it unreported because I will end up losing those benefits. I won't get charged with a crime, but I will end up losing the benefits, and I work very hard to get them.
I was like, I don't know what he had to do to work so hard to get them. So Josh, I don't know. I don't think he's developmentally challenged. Like he has a full-time job and shit. But I mean, like he does sell James out technically. Like he tells me everything that James is doing, or maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But I think there's like he might still like James a bit. James said Josh like pretty brainwashed. If you go back and look at the videos on like Conger Chronicles from back when they all lived together, like he's pretty. I don't know. He convinced him to like sell his car and walk to work and stuff and fucking do all this other stuff. So I don't know, but I just try to like get him to not do anything with James because nothing good can come from it.
And I'm not trying to lose that stability.
I tell him to block him. I think I tell him every day to block him.
I like having money coming in that I don't have to worry if the next paycheck's showing up. I don't have to worry if I'm going to get the next job. I don't have to worry about being under the control of somebody who decides to back out of a job. And that's some of what I've been getting lately is people who have been backing out of jobs because they think that they're going to find a way to gain control over me financially. And I made sure to be prepared for that before I ever started going out and doing the contracts. So, I need
the contracts or these these hits. Is he gonna save the world from nuclear annihilation again?
need you to go ahead and just come through on it, or realize that it might be best not to approach me for the business whatsoever. I'm not out here on the street like that. I don't live like that.
That's what we're trying to figure out, Timo and Local Girl. What jobs? What is James doing? What is he worried about reporting his income?
It might seem that way. I'm out here, but I'm only out here trying to get the rest of the guys off the street that went off the street and make sure they get where they need to get to. So I'm not in that game. I'm not in that business. I just, like I said, I have my experiences out here, and I'm trying to.
Now this is from 11:30 Eastern time. This is just what we missed before we stream sniped them.
Make sure that anybody that doesn't want to be out here doesn't get left out here.
Silent James is nice. The corn tracks. I thought he was gonna go work on a farm. Remember?
It's just about one of the cozy.
Remember when he said that? He's like, you know, there's not a lot of farms out here in Hollywood, but there's some, and I can't wait to just get back on the farm and start working.
People I've ever seen in my life. I wish that I currently felt as comfortable as that person looks.
Tomorrow he'll be like a Bitcoin billionaire or something.
Yeah, so like, I'm not gonna lie to you. I do have the cops watching me, but like, I'm not a criminal, so it doesn't. Like, I'll have people on the street that'll be like, "Bro, you realize that there's like undercovers like hovering around you all day?" I'm like, I know. I'm not stupid. I know. I'm aware of that. They're like, well, bro, like, they're gonna get you. I'm like, they're gonna get me doing what? I'm not doing anything I'm not supposed to be doing. They're around me because they know that there's people who want my money. They're around me.
Yeah, that's why they're around James. Because people just want all of James's money. He's a rich man.
Because they know that there's people from the street that are trying to pull me back on the street. They're making sure that I don't get pulled back on the street. They don't come near me because they don't want to make themselves that obvious. And you guys know that I come on here and talk the way I'm talking. But, you know, they got their eyes open and they got their eyes on me. And I'm thankful for that because it keeps it easy and it keeps the people away that I might not be able to fend off who are trying to pull me back out here.
And that's where we ended. What is this? Heather Gillespie. This is just my fucking media player playing random shit. Where she tagged ABC Chicago, NBC Chicago, WGN News, Fox News, and CNN. What was this? July 20th? What a throwback. What a throwback. I'm debating if we should just like go into Daisy or if I should do that on another stream. And what time is it? 5:18, 5:19. I mean, you could go bed at 6 in the morning, but like, what are we gonna do for 40 minutes? James related. Well, I guess, hold on. Let me see if there's anything hippin' and happening over on the community tab on Twitter. On the Twitter. Nice. Okay. Oh, I should be able to get that missing part actually. Let me go here. You now have access to moderation tools. What does that mean? Guys, am I special? Am I just that special? Got it. We're moderators in this. Chill, James Soroka. So we got like James looking like a Satan man, which we already kind of saw. Deserve it. You legit been through a lot in your life. What? Who's in here kissing this swampy ass? Nasty ass. Oh yeah, okay, so this is the stuff that we kind of missed because I don't really pay attention to his like Facebook or his Snapchat or anything like that. So he was saying, oh, so yeah, on the Facebook. This was his very satisfying. Should you decide you'd like to be removed from the internet and arrested by local law enforcement, please kindly mistreat me and or attempt to interrupt my sources of income. Conspiracy is a crime. Yeah, so I showed you the guys that earlier as well. A few things from yesterday I don't think have been shared yet. Oh, weird. This is on his Instagram. I think I'm pre-blocked on his Instagram. I would need to use my Heather alt. He's looking really scruffy. He should probably... He has so much money, like he was saying he does, and he was looking to buy chains, and what was the other thing he wanted? On the Walk of Fame? I can't remember. He should just buy a razor. Like, he was like, I need to save up for a razor. I need to save up for shawarma. Bob Marley? He likes Bob Marley. I'm surprised. I mean, like... It went private while I was watching. I'm fixing that. I can fix it. It'll be fixed. I'm waiting for it to render, which have been taking longer than usual for something. The two hamburgers rant night. Jam James. Maybe we can watch that. Fat Thor Jimmy. Yeah, his belly. I mean, he's well fed. He's like Xavier. That's what I mean. Living like Xavier. This is this guy. This is the guy that what's his face met. James what's his face? James met. He was like, I hate Hollywood. You should hate Hollywood too and love Israel. James is like, I will talk to you later. Twitter poll that no one voted on for over 22 hours. They didn't say if they want to go live or not. This is all from yesterday. This is like from 2 days ago now. What is this? Can we pause for a moment and recognize how many children that is? Back here? 17 children of 6 different women between these two. Okay. James having some political takes. Insta. Why so angry looking? He's got a little pumpkin. Okay, he's getting the Halloween spirit. Amazing YouTube content. I'm doing it at Mr. Beast. Do the Q-tip thing now if you're seeing this. The Q-tip thing? I don't know what that is. Blocking people. He was blocking a lot of people yesterday. Oh, and then this is, yeah. So this is the last time I was here because I posted this. James' favorite bench. Right outside the weed shop that he hates. He hates drugs. But this is not marked for the bus, so he's happy. He likes this bench. He likes the porta potty. What else we got? I don't think anything. Why so serious? Why so serious? Oh. Whoa. I guess I should go to bed, guys. And then we can watch Heather and Daisy tomorrow. Did I get the Daisy stream? I did get the Daisy stream. I'll go to bed for, what, 3 to 4 hours or something. And then James will be up. James will be up at like fucking 9 or 10 a.m. my time. He's gonna be up 6 or 7 his time. Being like, or he might even go live again. Imagine he goes live right now. I got woken up and these women won't have sex with me. That's what happened on his birthday. His poor sad birthday. But yeah, I guess that wraps everything up for now. And I'll see you all on the flippity flop. Purgatory? Purgatory. Oh yeah, Purgatory. I'm gonna do Purgatory. Alright. Good night, guys.